One panelist, Bill Kress, I see signed up, and Mr. Kress, why don't you come up on Senate Bill 959? And I'm not sure who else we have up here. Who else do we have here, just so we know? Sir?
Bill Bauer.
Bill Bauer. Okay. Okay, so Senator Mounts, take the time you need to present 959, then we'll go to the panel. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, colleagues. It's an honor and privilege to be here to present Senate Bill 959. This bill is very straightforward. It's simple. It requires that any fast land created under the title wetlands license be described by meets and bounds. That's meets and bounds. That's standard surveying language that I'm not licensed to talk about, which is why we have the expert panel. It also requires that the Maryland Department of Environment to precisely update these boundaries, these meets and bounds. Now, so everyone understands, I did a little map because we're talking about shoreline stabilization. So I wanted the members of the committee to see this. This is the Senator Johnny Mounts version of the map. I believe the expert witnesses have a much better map for you. But as you can see by this map, there is a black line that denotes the shoreline, okay? And what we're talking about in this bill is this little area here with these blue stripes. That's fast land, okay? That's the land that's created after the shoreline is stabilized. Now, when the shoreline stabilized, that's the little red outline that goes around the edge here, okay? Oftentimes that's referred to as riprap. There's work that's done on the shoreline to stabilize it, but when that stabilization is done, there is actually area that is fast land. That's the land that is recovered, okay? Now, when they do a shoreline stabilization, it doesn't stop there. That's just the beginning. The real work goes off the shoreline, and that's where you see a series of stones with openings so that the water can go in and out, sediment can collect, the wildlife, the aquatic life can get in and out. So you'll see stones which will be placed outside of the stabilization. Now, between the stones and the red line, which marks that shoreline stabilization, which everyone sees, most people will think that's all that takes place. Well, no, in fact, there's a lot of work that's done with sand that's put between the stone and the shoreline, and grasses are planted. And so this shoreline stabilization is a huge project. And this blue area right now, it's not marked by meets and bounds. So if you're a landowner, these are very, very elaborate projects. They're extremely costly. And if you're a landowner and you complete one of these projects, it's not marked by meets and bounds. Now, what this bill would simply do is say is that it has to be recorded by meets and bounds. Now, there's two implications for that through the Department of Environment and regulation, okay? You have the 100-foot buffer, which is affected by the meets and bounds, and you also have surface acreage per lot. And to try to put that into demonstration for everybody, I got 3 little homes here, see that? And the dotted line are the boundary lines. So these areas actually affect these properties. Now, that was the end of my testimony until I read the opposition letter, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and I just have to comment a little bit about that because this bill is very straightforward. However, I just have a major issue with some of the arguments that are made about this bill because the department is saying that it lacks the resources and staff to conduct detailed field surveys. It says permittees and licensees may be required to submit the new maps. If you were to say that to anyone who has to do a shoreline stabilization project, they would fall over and just be amazed. These projects cost hundreds or tens of thousands of dollars. There are a number of permits. A survey has to be done to conduct one of these projects. And the survey, all this information is already given to the department. There's a noted price, $2,000 to $4,000 a survey. Colleagues, this is not increasing the price of one of these projects. This is just part of the cost of doing one of the projects. They're expensive projects. And finally, it talks about delays in the permitting process. And you've got some experts to testify, but delay and shoreline stabilization are synonymous right now. So that is not a major concern. This bill is very straightforward. Meets and bounds is a technical use. It's a professional use. It should be included in these projects, and I thank you for your favorable consideration. I hope you'll be able to support this legislation.
Okay, thank you. And before we go to the panel, I just, for everybody here and outside, so we have 148 witnesses signed up today for bill hearings. And so therefore, two things. We're going to have a tight 2-minute clock on witnesses, number one. And number two, if you hear some fantastic testimony ahead of you, you absolutely can come up to the witness stand and say, me too, or that Senator Moutz's presentation was unbelievable, or we've submitted written testimony and refer. That the committee will really, really appreciate that. So with that said, we're going to go to you, Mr. Kress, or Mr. Bauer, whoever, but each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you. My name is Bill Bauer. I'm representing the Maryland Society of Surveyors. This bill requires an accurate description of land created when tidal wetland license is granted by the department for a shoreline stabilization project. Otherwise, an undefined strip of state-owned land is created along the waterfront. This bill will require plans submitted to the department to contain sufficient data to enable land surveyors to produce accurate boundary surveys that both honor the Wetlands Act and satisfy our profession's standards of practice for accuracy. DNR's specifications for plan preparation already require the property to be surveyed. Adding bearings and distances to the surveyed mean high water line would not cause the state any financial impact. We ask that the committee make a favorable recommendation for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kress.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Kress. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Society of Surveyors. Look, this is a little confusing issue, I think. You know, you don't hear surveying terms very often in here. But what I can tell you is without this bill, you'll have an undefined strip of land that a homeowner will have out in front of their property. That's what's going on right now. What this bill would do would require that we have meets and bounds. There would be a survey and we'd be able to identify that property. Now, I think Senator Moutz, the sponsor, did a very good job of poking holes into the fiscal note, but I just want to go through it with you a little bit further. It lays out 5 different things in the fiscal note that the department has to do. Only one of those things they actually have to do. The rest is on to the licensee, who pays for the surveying, who does the data information. All that is done by the licensee. So the only thing that the department would have to do would facilitate and oversee the mapping updates. They should be doing that anyway. That's part of their job. Without this, we have undefined property. So when we do the next restoration, we don't know where the property lines are. I know it's complicated, but that's really essentially what it is of the bill. If the department has issues or concerns about where the data is going to come from, who's going to do the survey, that might be something that could be addressed with amendments. We'd be happy to work with them to clarify that, but that's not something they're currently responsible for. So I just would submit that the fiscal note is not accurate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the sponsor, Senator Moutz, or the 2 panelists? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 959. We're going to next go to Senator Henson. I see her in the front row. Senator Henson, why don't you come either to the table or to the podium. I'm going to call up your 4 designated sponsored panelists.
Thank you, Mr.
Jim
Chair.
Brown. Is Mr. Brown here? Taylor Swanson. Isaac Hametz. And Carol Bean. We do have some additional testimony, but these are the 4 that you've designated to be on your sponsor panel. Okay, so Senator Henson, you take the time you need to present the bill, but then as I mentioned earlier, each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock because of the length of testimony today. Senator Henson on Senate Bill 722.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, distinguished members of the EEE Committee. I am, for the record, Senator Shanika Henson, representative of District 30, here today to present to you Senate Bill 722, Department of Environment, Ecological Restoration. This bill is a continuation of work that's been done in our state over many years. During the 2022 legislative session, Maryland passed a bill requiring the Maryland Department of Environment to do a wetlands and waterways protection program to conduct a comprehensive study, analysis, and evaluation of ecological restoration permitting in Maryland. Following that, in 2024, Governor Moore signed into law the Whole Watershed Act, making several legislative changes to MDE's permitting process relating to stream and floodplain restoration projects, directly addressing several permitting shortcomings identified through that study. What we have identified through further study and analysis is that we need to clarify in our state code the definition of ecological restoration. This bill would make that clarification so that the work being done pursuant to the various acts passed by this body would have the efficacy that we hope that they would have. So I believe this is a simple bill, but you've heard that many times before. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will defer to my panel.
Okay, do you have any sequence or order you prefer, or we'll just go down the table? Okay, so why don't you put the mic close to, because we're streaming this out. So, sir, tell us who you are, and again, you'll be on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jim Brown. I am with Audubon Mid-Atlantic. Protecting Maryland's Chesapeake and coastal tidal marshes is a top priority for Audubon. Through a program called Marshes for Tomorrow, we aim to restore 29,000 acres of threatened salt marsh with state, federal, and local partners through ecological restoration practices. Saving marshes protects disappearing bird habitat and supports local economies. We support this bill because there is an inconsistent understanding of ecological restoration, as the Senator just mentioned. Ecological restoration is part of MDE's and DNR's climate implementation plans. MDE calls for natural climate solutions through reforestation of wetlands to promote carbon sequestration and water quality goals. DNR does the same. Maryland's Climate Adaptation and Resilience Framework also identifies nature-based design as resiliency through restoration. Defining ecological restoration will strengthen and elevate these already identified state planning goals. Ecological restoration is important to Maryland, be it to rebuild islands near Ocean City, protect communities from flooding in South Baltimore or Crisfield, or to increase forest cover on Western Maryland's mountaintops. Restoring our marshes provides habitat to threatened birds, sustains our fisheries, and provides a protective buffer to our $1 billion agriculture industry. The marshes that Audubon restores also celebrate our identity as Marylanders, protecting the very places that Harriet Tubman used to escape to freedom, all while providing us today with valuable habitat, ecosystem services, and climate resiliency tools. Defining ecological restoration will allow Maryland to use it as a tool to save our special places, and it will keep Maryland a leader in habitat protection and conservation planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Taylor Swanson. I'm the Executive Director and Assateague Coastkeeper for the group Assateague Coastal Trust. Chair Feldman and honorable members of this committee, I come to you today with strong support for Senate Bill 722 for ecological restoration. As a representative for a voice of people on the Lower Eastern Shore, both visitors and community members of the Lower Eastern Shore, including the counties of Wycomico, Worcester, and Somerset, I come to you to put forward a motion that we should accept this vital step towards addressing the urgent threats to Maryland's landscapes and habitats, and I urge you to consider this bill's swift passage. Ecological restoration efforts are crucial to the long-term health and resiliency of Maryland's coastal ecosystems. Make no mistake, our coastal ecosystems and our landscapes are under threat. Climate change, rapid sea level rise, and habitat degradation threaten not only these important habitats, but also the iconic wildlife they support. Additionally, these threats weaken the crucial services that these habitats provide. In particular, the loss of coastal marsh habitat threatens Maryland's ability to mitigate the harmful effects of storm surge, resulting in catastrophic erosion, which is harming aquatic resources. Without an official definition for ecological restoration, there is room for confusion and miscommunication, impeding effective decision-making and project permitting processes. This bill is a necessary and timely piece of legislation that will allow Maryland to better manage its environmental restoration efforts. A clear definition of ecological restoration will provide consistency across agencies, making it easier to streamline funding and implement these crucial restoration practices. I strongly urge you to consider, on behalf of the Lower Eastern Shore and our coastal bays, a favorable report on this piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go down to the end of the table towards.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and the esteemed members of the committee. I'm honored to speak today in support of Senate Bill 722, which will provide a clear and consistent definition of ecological restoration in Maryland law. As the Baltimore Program Director for the Nature Conservancy and as an assistant professor of practice at the University of Virginia School of Architecture, I have the privilege of working with communities and partners across Maryland and the Chesapeake Bay, from the coastal bays and marshes of the Eastern Shore to the forests of Western Maryland, the urban landscapes of Baltimore, and the Appalachian Highlands. Senate Bill 722 ensures that ecological restoration efforts across all these regions are guided by a shared understanding, allowing for greater coordination, investment, and impact. And as much as ecological restoration is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and the challenges and opportunities differ across Maryland's diverse ecoregions, a shared statutory definition will add clarity and consistency to TNC's collaborative work across the state, including on the Eastern Shore and the Atlantic coastal bays, where we work alongside partners such as Audubon Mid-Atlantic, the Department of Natural Resources, and the National Park Service to use natural infrastructure to enhance tidal habitat restoration, community resilience, while investing in local economies and agriculture. Along the Western Shore and in urban centers like Baltimore, where we're partnering with the South Baltimore Gateway Partnership, the Maryland Port Administration, and community groups like the Turner Station Conservation Teams to implement innovative urban restoration and reforestation projects that improve air quality and biodiversity in historically underserved communities. And the Appalachian region, where work with the Maryland Forest Service and local conservation groups focuses on protecting, reforesting, and restoring critical habitat corridors and headwater streams that benefit both rural communities and downstream populations. By defining ecological restoration in Maryland law, Senate Bill 722 will ensure that the citizens, practitioners, and regulators across Maryland have a shared and accessible definition of ecological restoration, providing an operational framework to guide and enhance collaborative investments in the state. As such, I urge the committee to support Senate Bill 722, a no-cost, high-impact action that affirms and extends Maryland's long history of environmental leadership. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the next witness, we didn't catch your name on the front end. You forgot to mention.
Isaac Hammets.
Okay, Isaac, thank you. Okay, pass that down to the end.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Carol Bean with the Eastern Shore Land Conservancy. I, too, am here to express our support for Senate Bill 722. As previously explained, the bill is providing a needed definition for the term ecological restoration, which will help ensure consistency and clarity across regulations and can help to accelerate the permitting and implementation of these important restoration projects. Eastern Shore Land Conservancy is the largest private land trust in Maryland. We currently have permanently protected over 67,000 acres in the 6 counties where we work. But in the context of ecological restoration, that breaks down to 177 miles of shoreline, 2,600 acres of agricultural land, 8,600 of wetlands, 19,000 in bird habitat. So conservation and restoration projects to us play a really critical role in protecting and revitalizing land and natural resources, but they also provide some important economic benefits as well. So we've just released a report that we commissioned sort of quantifying the economic contributions of the natural resource economy on the Eastern Shore, which showed for the Eastern Shore was about $8.1 billion on economic activity, $700 million in tax revenue, 74,000 jobs. So the shore that sort of sustains us is literally kind of keeping us in business as well. So in our opinion, advancing conservation is not only a commitment to ecosystem resiliency, but also a strategic economic choice as well. And we urge the favorable report on SB 722.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Henson or any of her panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We do have 2 additional witnesses signed up. I see Rory Murray here. Come on up, Rory, and Kevin Smith. Is Mr. Smith here? Kevin Smith?
Mr. Smith is not here.
Okay. Okay, so Rory, you are the final witness on the bill, so you've got the 2 minutes, and you're signed up straight favorable.
Yes, Rory Murray here on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the American Council of Engineering Companies, Chesapeake Watershed Restoration Professionals, and Underwood & Associates, a nature-based ecological restoration firm based in Anne Arundel County. We were happy to be a part of the House Bill 869 work group that came up with this definition, and for all the reasons previously stated, me too.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Murray? Yes, Senator Washington.
Thank you so much. And I would have said thank the senator for the bill. Consistent definitions across departments are important. You know, as a practicing engineer in this space, the department is recommending not drafting or updating regulations with regard to this. Could you explain to the committee or what, the bill clearly asks for updated, so how does having updated regulations, should we pass this, impact the work that you all do?
Sure. In my short conversations with the department about this bill, they would like it to be narrow, updated definitions more narrowly tailored to what would exactly be impacted by this bill. I think having updated definitions, goes to the heart of the bill. The predicate issue when creating an ecological restoration project is what is it? So having that standardized definition across all rules and regs would be helpful for everybody involved.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Senator Augustine, because I noticed it's a Henson and Augustine bill, so you have, okay. Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 722. Thank you, Senator Henson. We're going to next go to Senator West, who is here on Senate Bill 473. Senator, why don't you come up? I'm going to call up your designated panelists. We've got Tim Perry, saw Mr. Perry here, Rick Bernstein, and Ann Wallerstedt. Those are your three designated panelists on Senate Bill 473. And Senator West, you take the time you need, and then the other witnesses are going to be on the 2-minute clock. So proceed.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here for the first time this year, but not the last time, in the EEE Committee to present Senate Bill 473. And I'm pleased to acknowledge that Senator Hester has joined me this year as a co-sponsor of this bill. Last year, I presented the bill, and Senator Hester had some questions. We worked together, solving the problems over the course of the summer, and it's a pleasure to welcome her as a co-sponsor of the bill this year. So in my district, there's an organization known as First Fruits Farm. This organization is a nonprofit Christian ministry located on 281 acres in northern Baltimore County. First Fruits Farm is dedicated to providing fresh, nutritious food for the hungry through volunteer service and community partnerships. Last year, 20,000 volunteers worked on the farm. 20,000 volunteers. Everything that First Fruits Farm grows is donated to feed children and adults who are struggling with hunger. During the past 25 years, First Fruits Farm has harvested and distributed just under 30 million pounds of fresh produce to feed low-income families in Central Maryland. Last year alone, First Fruits Farm harvested and distributed 4.7 million pounds of produce. The main partner of First Fruits Farm is the Maryland Food Bank. Last year, over 470,000 pounds of food was donated to the Maryland Food Bank. No other organization donates more than a small fraction of this amount of food to the food bank. Beyond the food bank, there are 350 other beneficiaries of food grown by the First Fruits Farm. These include shelters, schools, churches, and community food distribution centers. First Fruits Farm is the life's work of a single couple, Rick and Carol Bernstein. The incredible generosity of the Bernsteins has truly and dramatically transformed the lives of thousands of food-insecure families throughout Central Maryland. I don't bandy the term hero around frequently, but I'm not hesitant to say that Rick and Carol Bernstein are truly heroes because they have made such a huge difference in the lives of so many thousands of people in Central Maryland. So what is this bill all about? At this stage, the programs of First Fruits Farm have grown so extensive, they have outgrown the ability of Rick and Carol Bernstein to pay for them with their personal resources. They need some financial assistance. The purpose of Senate Bill 473 is to establish the Maryland Food and Agriculture Resiliency Operating Fund. The fund will be a non-lapsing fund. It will provide annual grants to qualifying farms and community gardens which operate on at least 100 acres of land, which grow at least 1 million pounds of produce annually, and which donate at least 25% of their produce at no cost to Maryland food banks and other charitable food providers. Acknowledging the Senate's difficult financial condition this year, Senate Bill 473 contains no requirement for any money to be deposited into the Resiliency Fund in fiscal year 2026. For each following year, the bill requires at least $1 million be deposited into the fund. We used to talk about the state's safety net for our citizens who are at peril. Might I suggest that food insecurity is one of the key components of the definition of being at peril? surely the state should be able to afford $1 million each year to ensure that our most needy citizens will not go hungry. In this regard, I would respectfully recommend this bill to you and hope for a favorable committee report. And I should add that the language in this bill is not sacrosanct. I think it's so important this bill in some form be passed. If the committee in its wisdom decides to reduce the amount of acreage from 100 acres to 50 acres, or the amount of food produced from the amount in the bill to a lesser amount, or to provide that less than $1 million be deposited into the fund next year, I'll be happy to go with that. I think the important thing at this point is to get the fund established, and then we can build on it in future years. With that, I'm happy to accept questions. But in the meantime, Tim Perry and Rick Bernstein are both here to testify.
Okay, maybe we'll take Mr. Bernstein next. I should note this is also jointly assigned to the Budget and Taxation Committee, and Senator Karen Lewis Young, a former member of this committee, is here representing the Budget and Tax Committee. So with that,
always a pleasure.
Mr. Bernstein, you're on the 2-minute clock. Welcome.
All right, I'm on the shot clock. All right, Chair Feldman, nice to be with you, and Senators, nice to be with you. Thank you again for having me, and thank you again for the state of Maryland. A year ago, I was here and we talked a little bit about the wonderful investment that the state made, over $1 million in 2022 during COVID, to rebuild our distribution center into something that could handle vast quantities of not just our own produce, but most importantly, third-party donated produce. When I was here with you, we guesstimated, because we didn't know, that we thought we might do 500,000 pounds of other people's donated high-quality produce. We ended up doing over 5 times that amount, 2.7 million, and we're on track this year to do even more. There's an enormous amount of food that goes to waste. If I showed you some of the stuff that was going to landfills, you wouldn't believe it. And so now having this facility and having the wherewithal to process and distribute it, not just to the Maryland Food Bank, but we're on track right now to probably be up to close to 400 distribution partners, 400, and many of whom are all throughout Baltimore City, every AME church sign, every AME Zion Church you can think of, every other nonprofit you can think of, large ones like Catholic Charities, of course, in the Maryland Food Bank, and many others. So what we do is important, and I will tell you that in the wake of all the things that are happening in Washington, the phone is ringing, unfortunately, with a lot more often than we'd like. So we've outgrown, believe it or not, the facility that you so generously helped us build 2 years ago. So we have raised private funds to expand dramatically our refrigeration capacity, our processing capacity, because we hope to do well over 6 million pounds this year. The demand is that great. So I'll close with, we really appreciate what the state has done. We're asking for more normal operating support. It costs a lot to run a big distribution facility with refrigeration, diesel fuel, and all sorts of help that you need to make sure people stay safe and loading upwards of 50, 60 trucks a day. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry.
Thanks for your time today. I appreciate your consideration. Tim Perry, I'm here in my capacity today as a volunteer board member at the farm. My family and I have had the good fortune to be involved with the farm for the last 5 years. I want to thank Senator West for bringing the bill forward and for his leadership, and also for the chance to work with Senator Hester. This legislation builds on a law that Senator Hester first led on in 2022, so we appreciate her insights and assistance. The only thing I would add to what Rick said was that the farm has done an extensive amount of self-help. They're coming to you to ask for a dedicated stream of operating revenue, recognizing the severe fiscal situation that you're working very hard to tackle. But the farm has done an extensive amount of self-help and corporate fundraising and has a significant amount of corporate support. So they come here after they've tried to bring all the money that they can into the farm from private sources as well. So we appreciate your consideration and thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear, Senator West, Ann Wallerstedt, she's not here. I'd called her name. She's one of your designated panelists, just to be, okay. Anyway, any questions for Senator West or the two panelists? We've got Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator West. Thank you, Mr. Bernstein, Mr. Perry, for your service to the community. I just want to ask about, so this is a nonprofit, but it's obviously a faith-based nonprofit. There's a lot of God's grace, love of Christ, giving food to those in need in Jesus' name. There's a lot here. we just passed a bill about inclusion of people with all faiths. So you talked about how you partner with churches. Are you also partnering with synagogues and mosques and temples? And is there a list of those? And also, when you said the Maryland Food Bank, even though it's named statewide Maryland, it does not cover and serve the entire state. And so I'm wondering whether you also serve residents of Prince George's County and Montgomery County and others in need, because the Maryland Food Bank does not serve the DC area.
Thank you for the question. No, absolutely.
Mr. Bernstein, could you get that mic? Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. No, we welcome all faiths at the farm. We have Jewish day camps. We've had Islamic centers come. We've had Confucius come. We've had Buddhists, Hindus. So we have everybody that wants to come to be a blessing to others. So that's, and we don't discriminate where the food is going. If you're hungry, we're going to send you food. And we have relationships. So I'm happy to provide that through Senator West. If you, a list of those, if you'd like to see some of those.
I believe you. And when you say that those groups from other faith institutions are coming to the farm, that's to grow, but then also they would get,
yes,
they would,
so
they would have access to food.
Absolutely, yeah. So they come and serve, and they also are able to take as much as they want home.
Right. Okay. Senator West, I'm curious about the other counties and the other parts of the state, again, that the Maryland Food Bank doesn't serve.
I apologize. Let me respond to that as well.
All right.
So we have great relationships also towards DC, all throughout Montgomery County, PG County, and Roanoke County. And we have records on all of that. We also do a lot towards the western part of the state going into West Virginia.
Okay, so Manna Food Pantry and other local.
So in the past, we've worked with them. I don't know if we're working with them currently, but I could provide the list for you that has all those names.
Would love to hear that. I can get that either from you, Mr. Bernstein, or from Senator West.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you,
I'll get it and pass it along to you.
Yeah.
Okay, any additional questions for Senator West or the panel? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We do have one additional witness signed up, Cecilia Plant. Is Cecilia Plant here? Okay, I do not see her, and that is the extent of the testimony. So that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 473. And next up, we're going to take Senator Hershey. I think I saw him come in here on Senate Bill 637. Mr. Minority Leader, why don't you come up? And I've got 3 panelists signed up for you. I've got Bruce Bariano, Jody Schultz, and Kirby Schultz.
Mr. Chairman.
Although I see an additional witness. Yeah, who else we got up here?
Mr. Charles Schaller. He just had some difficulties.
Okay, that's fine. So, Senator Hershey, you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 637. Each of the rest of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay? 2 minutes. So, Senator Hershey, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 637, which is actually quite a simple request that we're asking for, but it does have a meaningful impact to my constituents here and other members in the marina and boating industry. Senator Bailey was also going to try to be here as well, but he is in a bill hearing that he could not get out of, but he might come a little bit late just to voice his support as well. But very simply, this bill just specifies that a vessel registered under Title 8, Subtitle 7 of the Natural Resources Article, or the State Boat Act, is not considered a non-dependent project for the purposes of wetlands licensing and permitting, regardless of how the vessel is used or operated. Okay, so that sounds, a little bit complicated, but it's really not. There are a number of what we're calling non-water dependent vessels that are listed in the Natural Resources Code, as you can see from the bill. This is just going to clarify that a boat that is registered with the Department of Natural Resources does not have to go through the wetlands licensing regardless of its use. And where this has come into play in a number of different places, you'll see sometimes non-water dependent vessels will be at a marina. They'll be situated, they'll be, again, registered as a vessel, be situated. They might be used for an office space. They might be used for, in some places, if you've gone down to Sunset Marina, you've seen there's a band on one of them as well, and they've all been permitted through through the Board of Public Works. This is just going to clarify that if it's permitted as a vessel, so again, Department of Natural Resources has that requirement, that it does not have to get another step of going through the wetlands licensing. And there is, again, to just address the fiscal note simply it says some loss of revenue because it's not going through that process in application fees, but rest assured that in order to get the license for a vessel, it still has to pay the appropriate taxes and it still has to be registered. So there is no loss of fees there. In fact, it actually could create more through these types of businesses. So with that, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd be happy to answer any questions or let my panel go over some of the specifics of what happened in
Let's
Queen
take
Anne's
the
and other
panel. Do you have a
counties.
sequence or order you prefer? Okay. Whoever wants to just grab the mic and.
Whoever wants to go. Thank you.
Okay, tell us who you are, and then you're going to be on the 2-minute clock once you start, okay?
Yes, sir.
Tell us your name.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Kirby Schultz. My wife and I own a small business where we rent our 2 houseboats. We've been doing these short-term vacation rentals for about 3 years now. During this time, we were told by the Maryland Department of the Environment that these houseboats are non-water dependent structures and need to be removed because they violate Section 16104. We disagree. Section 16104 does not apply to us because these houseboats are duly registered and recently renewed vessels by the Department of Natural Resources. These vessels are rented out on a nightly basis by guests who are from out of town and even out of state. These guests are choosing to come to the Kent Narrows and spend their hard-earned money in the state of Maryland and specifically Queen Anne's County. These houseboats are not hurting anyone. They benefit both the local and state government by generating income and revenue through guests spending their money at local restaurants and establishments during their visit. Not to mention, our small business pays our income taxes as well. My wife and I are going on nearly 3 years without a paycheck due to the $160,000 and climbing attorney fees. These houseboats are more environmentally friendly by design than all other vessels in the state waterways. The houseboats collect all gray water, which is not required by law. Nothing is discharged overboard into the Chesapeake Bay. All gray and black water is discharged into an approved and permitted Queen Anne's County sanitary sewer system. How can MDE have the authority to determine what is or is not a vessel when DNR clearly believes these houseboats are vessels? We are asking for your support for Senate Bill 637 to clear up this matter and allow us to focus on growing our business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Before we go to the next witness, why don't we get Senator Bailey in here? Do you want to, Steve, give him the mic? And then we'll go back to the other side of the table. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee. Senator Jack Bailey. I represent St. Mary's and Calvert County, and I just wanted to take a minute to let you know that this is an issue that affects a lot of our rural jurisdictions. And this is very important to our constituents in both St. Mary's and Calvert County. And I just wanted to say, based on everything that Senator Hershey said, ditto. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back. Sir, yeah. Go on. Tell us your name, and then you get the 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? All right. I'm Jody Schultz. I'm the proud father of Kirby here, and I'm the owner, operator of our family marina in which these vessels are located. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in reference to Senate Bill 637. We'd like to think we're a hardworking, tax-paying, law-abiding people of Queen Anne's County. We're operating a family business that started over 100 years ago at Fisherman's Inn. We've expanded to the Crab Deck, a neighboring marina, and some other entities of which the houseboats are located. My grandfather started these businesses and entrusted that business to my parents, who then entrusted the business to myself and my 2 brothers, of which I oversee these operations. Over the years, we've employed thousands of good people. We paid a small fortune in taxes, hotel tax, property tax, hotel room tax, liquor tax, entertainment tax, and we've done so without complaining once. We've been through hurricanes, floods, ice storms, 2 devastating fires, everything but the locusts. And we've not complained once, and we've buckled up and tirelessly worked through it all. We faithfully worked to grow all of our businesses. It now involves our 4th generation, which is my son Kirby here, who is now faced with a hurdle that could potentially put him out of business. And it's not a fire, a flood. It's the Maryland Department of the Environment. For the last 2 years has made his life literally a living hell, with an excess of $160,000, which very well is going to put him out of business and into bankruptcy. We ask that you support this bill, which merely states a vessel is a vessel, a boat is a boat, and encourage you to support SB 637. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, why don't we go to the end of this table, then we'll end up with Mr. Bariano. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairwoman, committee members. My name is Charles Shaler. I'm an attorney with Baker Donaldson. I've been practicing environmental law for close to it's over 30 years now. I am well versed in the Maryland Tidal Wetland Act. I've appeared before this committee over the years on numerous issues. Senate Bill 637 is a good bill. It's an important bill. It clarifies and confirms, as you've just heard, vessels titled with the Maryland Department of Natural Resources are just that. They are vessels. The legislation is necessary to clarify Environmental Article 16104. 16104 was not designed to regulate vessels. 16104 was put forth by Senator Arnick out of Baltimore City back in the early 90s to stop multifamily development on Baltimore's piers way back then. If a person wants to develop a non-water dependent project under 16104, that person has to obtain a license from the Maryland Board of Public Works under 16202. And assuming it gets that far, then the Board of Public Works can add an additional authorization under 16104. And that's assuming there's justification for it. But the Maryland Department of the Environment recently, without any written policy or regulatory change, notice an opportunity for the comment to the public, has taken a position that now vessels, houseboats, that may be rented out on occasion are now non-water dependent projects. And as such, MDE has taken enforcement action. And as a result, and I realize we've got a couple of seconds, if I could, please.
Yeah, finish your thought. Go on.
What has happened is MDE has asserted that a houseboat that sits in the water that's duly registered does not require authorization under 16104. But as soon as you raise that vessel out of the water on a boat lift, it all of a sudden converts itself into a non-water dependent project. And therefore, MDE takes a position that you need to go through an additional regulatory process, pay a fee, when in fact the property owner's already gone through the process for the pier on which the boat lifts sit and already secured the authorization. And so this just seems to be an overreach by the department in asserting some authority where there may be some ambiguity. And really all this bill does is clarify the law that DNR registers vessels, regulates vessels, MDE regulates the water quality. That's all it does, and it would be great so there's no regulatory duplication.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're going to go to Mr. Bariano. You'll be the final witness, and I know you like the podium there, so we'll let you take to the podium.
Committee, for the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of the Schultz family in strong support of this legislation. Very briefly, it's a very simple matter, but a very critical matter, which needs to be clarified. You have in Queen Anne's County, you have in Culver County at Solomon's Island, and you have in St. Mary's County, and you may have elsewhere. You have houseboats. They are elevated and they are rented out. They pay taxes. They bring in money and tourists to the state of Maryland. They are economic drivers. They do not pollute at all any of the waters that they are above. All of the gray water, even the black water, is all siphoned off and put into a container and goes into a sewer system. So there is no environmental hazard, and these boats are very popular, and people stay there for a while. I have pictures which I will get around to the committee so you can visualize what we're talking about. As I've looked into this thing, very respectfully, I don't understand why MDE is involved in this at all. I was talking to the gentleman in Solomon's Island, and he said to me, and I'll be quick on this. He said to me, as I think Mr. Schaller said, if the boat's in the water, you're fine. But if you lift up the boat, right there, all of a sudden, it comes under, it's illegal and it can't be used. It's illogical, very illogical. And I would urge a favorable vote on this. The matter needs to be clarified because you have, in various counties, these businesses that are legitimate, they are enjoyable, they're bringing people into this state, and they're helping to put tax dollars into the state coffers. And I would urge a favorable vote for this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senators Hershey, Bailey, or any of the panelists? Vice Chair Kagan.
I even pointed to you.
She who is closest sometimes is the most invisible out of peripheral vision. Senator Hershey or Senator Bailey, I'm noting that there is strong unfavorable testimony from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation in our folders, and I'm wondering whether you've had the opportunity to talk to them or meet with them, and whether there's any amendment that would still serve your goals, but address their concerns.
Madam Chair, I just might say I think that their opposition is a bit misguided as it talks about the protection of SAVs. And the reason I say that is to keep in mind that these vessels have been permitted and registered by Department of Natural Resources to begin with. So they are allowed to be in the water. And so whether they're casting that shadow down onto the ground, and in the case where these are located, it's very deep water. There's no SAVs right there anyways. I don't think that there is a concern about SAVs with respect to what we're asking, since I know, but since the vessel is permitted anyways, it can be in the water. And the question is, as Mr. Mariano mentioned, is just can it be lifted out of the water? And that's where we seem to be having the issue with MDE. And as you know me, I'd much rather be able to decide and figure out ways to resolve these issues outside of these rooms and without, having to go through legislative process to do that. But once I realized what was going on there and then talked to my colleague here that he was having the same problems, we recognized that this is more of a state problem and that it needs to be addressed. Again, this seems to be a little bit targeted at, the two that are visible from the road that might be seen, where we have done an evaluation and looked at other marinas and are seeing, Airbnbs on the water in many different locations. So what we thought, and the reason why we brought legislation here, is to make it consistent throughout the entire state.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to give you a chance to answer. I know we're going to hear from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. So
Charles,
thank you, Senator
do you
Hershey.
want to say anything else on?
They only submitted
If you wouldn't mind, Madam Chair, you might get it.
I think we're good.
Okay.
We got.
Okay.
This is a big day, but you obviously can supplement with some written testimony if you want to respond to Chesapeake Bay. They're not actually here. They signed up a written testimony only. So.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions for our two senators or any of the panelists? Okay. Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 637.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we go to the next bill, I did want to acknowledge former colleague, Senator Jim Mathias, has brought a group from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Senator Mathias, who do you have just while we're waiting on
Mr. Chairman,
next bill?
Thank you very much.
Yes, who do you got here?
I will allow our VP of Enrollment Student Life to tell you the names of who is with us.
Okay.
One of our attendees is a candidate for Student Regent from the University System of Maryland, Mr. Ryan Maddox. So keep his name in mind as he goes forth and leads our great state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman. Madam VP?
Yes, these
Yes.
are our students from University of Maryland Eastern Shore, and to save everyone time, we appreciate your support, and if you all could just give a wave to let you all know. Thank you so much. We
All right.
appreciate you.
Okay, well, welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Senator Mathias.
We thank
And-
you all, and to our good senator from District 38, we thank you, and all our friends around the table. God bless, and take care, stay healthy and safe. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Okay, with that, we're going to take the next bill. Is Senator Lewis Young here back in there? There she is, hiding behind the podium. I didn't see you there. Senate Bill 932, and I'm going to call up your three panelists. Okay, actually, your three panelists are virtual, so let's,
Okay.
why don't you hold off? Sir, what's your name?
Wilpers, Sierra Club.
Okay, Michael Wilper? Okay, you had signed up virtual, but you're here in person, so have a seat next to Senator Lewis-Young. So Senator Lewis-Young, why don't you start? We'll take Mr. Wilpers, and then we'll bring in your virtual witnesses after that, okay? So you start Senate Bill 932.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this bill is about developing a pesticide plan on state-owned lands. You will see pollinator habitat in the title, but that has been amended out of the bill. And a little bit later in my comments, I'm going to talk about some fairly extensive amendments. As you all know, pesticides are toxic. They have very harmful effects to both humans and animals. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about those harmful effects because it is in my cover letter, and we have a panelist that's going to speak more extensively about them. However, I do want to mention two things. Approximately 90% of honey samples contain pesticides, and 90% of stream samples contain pesticides. This is a topic I'm sure this committee is very familiar with. In fact, this legislation is in large part based by a Montgomery County bill, which passed in 2014. It was sponsored by former County Council member George Leventhal. This bill is not nearly as extensive as that bill, but it is a start, and it applies only to state lands with some limitations that I'll be talking about. While I am referring to former legislation on pesticides, I do want to acknowledge a bill that was sponsored by our vice chair in 2021 that was you're going to have to help me with the pronunciation here. Thank you, pesticides. So you can see we are growing our knowledge and our complements of dealing with the pesticide issue. So I mentioned that this bill has been heavily amended for a couple of reasons. We recently, very recently, had some conversations with the Maryland Department of Agriculture and the Department of Natural Resources, in large part based on the fiscal note, which we were looking to minimize, if not eradicate, and also given the transition in the interface function with DNR, we needed to revisit some of our conversations. So I don't know if either Emily Wilson or Rachel Jones are here or listening, but I really want to thank them for their 11th hour efforts to make this a far less complicated bill. So it would apply to state lands with the exception of DNR lands. Why are we excluding DNR? They already have a plan, and that plan does include the elimination of certain harmful pesticides. So this bill has been rewritten through amendment to have them work very closely with MDA to develop a plan for the other 45 departments that wouldn't benefit from a plan. So I want to mention a couple of exclusions in this bill. Land for agriculture purposes would be excluded. I know that the farmers are somewhat concerned about that, but any state land being leased and used as farmland would be excluded from this bill. Golf courses on state land, and the other exclusion is that any federal or local requirements would take precedence over this bill. The amendments that we put on this bill would give the Secretary of Agriculture the ability to allow pesticides in these areas designated in the bill to override them in the event of a threat to public health. Two other amendments worthy of note. We removed this flat 20% minimum of each individual track. We felt it was somewhat arbitrary, and through the managing of the plan, that number could differ depending upon the department and their ownership of land. We also amended the bill for more realistic target dates for developing the plan and then allowing sufficient time for implementation. So with that, I want to conclude by saying, obviously, this is a limited plan on limited state lands, but it's a start. It certainly minimizes the fiscal note. It serves as a model for future pesticide planning, and it also will provide data to see how effective it is, particularly for pollinators. And in fact, we will look in the future, probably next year, to look at a pollinator plan. So with those modifications, I hope you all will join me in moving this bill forward and protecting our humans and our wildlife. Thank you.
Okay, before we take any questions, let's go. Mr. Wilpers, why don't you, you're on the 2-minute clock. Why don't you testify? And
Sure.
Then we'll take any questions from the two of you.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members, I'm Michael Wilpers with the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. We support the bill as it will protect not only human health, but also pollinators and other native plants and animals on state lands. It has the added potential of demonstrating to others by its example the rewards and advantages of reducing pesticide use on residential and commercial properties across the state, as it's being done in Montgomery County. In Maryland and worldwide, excessive use of pesticides is one of the primary culprits in the biodiversity crisis. Across the U.S., for example, the number of birds has declined in the last 50 years by almost 3 billion, or nearly 30%. Their primary food source, at least for most of our birds, is insects, which have been hit particularly hard by pesticides. For example, Maryland is witnessing, along with all the other states, the frightening decline of our beloved eastern monarch butterflies, whose populations nationally have dropped more than 80%. Pesticide use has been documented as a significant contributor to their decline. In addition, Maryland has seen 28 of our native bee species become rare, threatened, or endangered, according to Maryland DNR. These bees pollinate our vegetable crops as well as our wildflowers. Pesticides have recently been shown to cause up to 40% reduction in the number of these bees in the United States. Overall, 70% of the world's most important crops require bee pollination, and many of our fruits and vegetables rely entirely on native bees rather than honeybees, including squash, pumpkins, tomatoes, cranberries, and blueberries. We agree with the exception of the bill allowing for the use of herbicides to manage non-native invasive species like porcelainberry and multiflora rose, as plants like these constitute another major driver of habitat degradation and biodiversity loss. So we're encouraged that the Maryland Department of Agriculture supports the bill, and with its passage will develop a new management plan for state lands that will adjust pesticide use to protect native flora and fauna. Our state has already taken so many important steps to protect our precious natural heritage. Reducing pesticide use through the bill will complement these efforts And we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 932. Thank
Okay,
you.
questions for the sponsor, Senator Lewis Young or Mr. Wilpers? Okay, Senator Hester.
I actually don't have the amendments.
Yeah, we just submitted them late last night. We were hoping to get them today, but I'll make sure you get a copy as soon as we get them. They're pretty extensive.
Okay, additional questions for the panel there? Okay, seeing none, we're going to pick up your two virtual witnesses that you've designated as your panelists. I've got Dave Art and Megan Stollard. Lemoria, can we? Okay, Ms. Stollard, I see you first, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, and you signed up straight favorable as part of the sponsor panel. So why don't you proceed with your testimony? You got to unmute yourself. There you go. Okay, you can. And then we'll take Mr. Arndt after that.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Megan Stallard. I'm a sophomore at Poolsville High School and the chair of the MCPS Student Climate Action Council, or SCAC. This testimony is not on behalf of the SCAC, but as a student leader and environmental advocate, I urge a favorable report in committee on Bill SB 0932 with amendments. As lawmakers, the basis of your work is the careful balance of risk versus reward in order to make informed decisions on proposed legislation. Pesticides present a clear health and environmental risk. Of the 40 most common lawn care pesticides, 26 are carcinogenic, 24 can leach into our drinking water, 24 are neurotoxins, 24 are endocrine disruptors, and 21 affect reproductive systems. And of the same 40 pesticides, 39 are toxic to aquatic creatures, which is especially important considering our proximity to the Chesapeake Bay. 21 have been detected in our groundwater, and 33 are toxic to pollinators, according to nonprofit Beyond Pesticides. When used necessarily to prevent the spread of illnesses, for example, the benefits of pesticides can reasonably outweigh the harms. But what about the pesticides we use to make the grass look greener? I ask you, what purpose does that serve? Is it enough of a reward to outweigh the undeniable risk? This bill seeks to lower the use of pesticides on state land when it is not necessary. It does so with a pesticide management plan, which provides a long-term, comprehensive strategy to avoid excessive and unnecessary pesticide use while allowing flexibility. The amendments I support are the same ones presented by Senator Lewis Young, an exception for DNR and a removal of the additional restrictions on 20% of state land to protect pollinators. We would like to return to these aspects in the future, but as amended, this bill is a step in the right direction towards a greener future for my generation and those to follow. For these reasons, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arndt, you're next on the 2-minute clock.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and committee members. Thank you for hearing my testimony today in strong support of SB 932. My name is Dave Arndt, a Baltimore resident, a chemical engineer, a retiree of the NIH, and the co-chair of the Maryland Legislative Coalition Climate Justice Wing, a group of 30 grassroots organizations throughout Maryland focused on Maryland state climate policy through an equity lens. Also, I'm the director of the Locust Point Community Garden in Baltimore. At our community garden, we carefully manage pollinator-friendly areas so there are flowers throughout the year. We have 5 beehives. However, we also like to boast of our 8 other native types of bees that call the garden their home, or at least their restaurant. We depend on bees, moths, and butterflies to pollinate our vegetables and fruits. Even though we are a pesticide-free garden, we had 1 hive fail due to colony collapse disorder. Unfortunately, we cannot control pesticide use outside of our garden. Please be aware that bees travel up to 5 miles to get their food, and monarch butterflies can travel over 100 miles a day. Also troubling is our yearly decline in monarch butterfly populations, even though we have hundreds of milkweed plants and other plants to let them feast on. The main culprits are pesticides, loss of habitat, and climate change. Fortunately, we know how to help them. First, by protecting already existing bee habitat, then by expanding habitat by planting pollinator-friendly plants on public lands, instituting at least a no-mow April and May, and ending the use of many pesticides that are killing them. This bill is a great first step in saving our bees and other pollinators These insects pollinate 70% of the crops that provide 90% of our food. Our farms depend on them, and so do we. For these reasons, I strongly support SB 932 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the two virtual witnesses, part of the sponsor panel?
Just congratulate Megan. She was great.
Okay, okay, it's all good.
Mr. Chair and Madam
Yes.
Vice Chair, I just wanted to point out to you that Megan is a student in Montgomery County
Well,
Public
actually,
Schools.
Poolsville High School located
Poolsville.
in Senate District 15, but I didn't want to bring that up.
I wanted to make sure
Yes,
you knew.
I am aware. Vice Chair, did you have any other comment on this?
I just wanted to
Okay.
say that I thought Megan was terrific, and regardless of where she goes to school, she's got a wonderful future, and I hope you stay active and engaged, Megan. You're a very impressive young person.
Okay.
Thank you so
with-
much. I appreciate it.
With that, we're going to move to, is Rachel Jones from the Department of Agriculture here? Okay, Rachel, come on up. You were mentioned earlier that you were instrumental in some, and then we're going to move to a panel of unfavorables, okay? So you guys, you don't have to stay at the table,
wanna
but
listen to
Rachel Jones, you're signed up favorable with amendments, okay? And you're, we'll give you some latitude because you're from the department on the 2-minute clock, but why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. So as the sponsor mentioned, we did coordinate with her on these amendments. And so one of the things that MDA already does is we have pesticide management plans that we are able to share with schools and hospitals. And certainly we have a existing managed pollinator habitat plan that we also share with Maryland farmers and folks so that they know like the ideal way to manage pollinators. This bill as amended obviously just has MDA establishing a pesticide management plan for state-owned properties. We decided, and I don't believe DNR is here in the room today, but I know we had each submitted letters of information initially by the testimony deadline, and as we were able to work through the issues, DNR manages the majority of state-owned land. They already have a pollinator management plan that includes information on when and how pesticides can be applied, and that's like to the minimum extent possible to treat invasive species or what have you. But so DNR is exempted from this because they already have a management plan, and we did not want to interfere with how they manage the majority of state-owned land, knowing that they're already highly restricting their use of pesticides. And again, as the sponsor mentioned, that eliminates land that is leased by Maryland farmers from DNR from being restricted heavily. We also worked through a couple of the other issues as the sponsor mentioned, and so we no longer have concerns with the bill as amended, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, obviously, we don't have hard copies or copies of these amendments. Questions for Ms. Jones from the Department of Agriculture? Okay, seeing none, thank you for testimony. Let's move to the unfavorables. I see Tyler Huff in the crowd from the Maryland Farm Bureau. Unfavorable, got Lindsay Thompson. Is Lindsay here? Thompson, why don't you come up? We do have one final witness who signed up for information purposes, Anastasia Swearingen. Is Anastasia here? Why don't you just come up? You're signed up just for information purposes, but the extent of the testimony. So let's bring you all to the table. Okay, Ms. Thompson, why don't you lead off, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock. Then we'll go to you, Tyler, and then we'll go to our final witness. Okay, so it's all yours.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Thompson, here today on behalf of the Delaware Maryland Agribusiness Association in opposition to the bill as drafted. This legislation would disallow the use of non-organic pesticides on state land, with some of the exceptions that you heard from the previous proponents, theoretically based on the theory of pollinator protection. We hold that this is inconsistent with EPA's regulatory process that is in place for pesticide review and registration, and I did not hear that that specific item was going to be addressed with the amendments. Pesticides are reviewed and have a risk assessment for both human health and the environment, and must demonstrate no undue risk in order to be registered. EPA has also issued a specific pollinator risk assessment, which does result in mitigation specific to pollinators that are on the label. MDA also has a managed pollinator protection plan, which does mention pesticides, but does not make the recommendation of the utilization of only organic pesticides in conjunction with pollinator protection. So essentially, we feel as though this bill is putting forth that organic pesticides do not pose a risk to pollinators, although we know that there are several organic certified pesticides which do have a toxicity to certain pollinators. And given this inconsistency with the federal regulatory process and the precedent that this may set, we would ask for your unfavorable report on the legislation as drafted.
Okay, I just would say, since the sponsor said the bill had been substantially amended, if you get a chance, it would probably be helpful if you could submit some supplemental testimony so we could narrow, where the issues are. That, Tyler, you're up next, signed up unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau, here in opposition today of SB 932 as drafted. This legislation may not have significant impact on those currently leasing state land for agriculture. However, it sets a concerning precedent regarding pesticide regulation within the state. As you heard from the sponsor, she wants to use this as a guideline, as fundamental data collection for the future of pesticide management within our state. If such restrictions were to continue to expand, farmers and agricultural businesses may even face increased challenges in managing pests and maintaining crop yields. A broader ban on pesticide use could lead to higher production costs, lower efficiency, and potential impacts on food supply and pricing. We will review the amendments and get back to you as well, and we urge an unfavorable report as drafted. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Swearingen. You're again here for information purposes only.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Anastasia Swearingen, and I represent the American Chemistry Council Center for Biocide Chemistries. So as noted, the bill has been substantially amended, but we raised some questions around the definition of registered pesticide, and as written, our legal team believes it would include antimicrobial pesticides. So we would just ask for further clarification if that is the intent. And we look forward to reviewing the amendments, as there are significant antimicrobial uses that we would want to keep on state property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 932. I think I saw Senator Love walk in. There she is. We've got two bills from Senator Love. Senator, do you have any preference as to which of the two we start with? Or?
May we take 732?
Okay, so we're going to be on Senate Bill 732. You've designated 4 sponsored panelists. 3 are in person. 1 is virtual. But Brent Walls here. Is Mr. Walls here? Anna Roll. Matt Pluta. And then we do have one, Michael Lightfoot's virtually here, so we'll pick Michael up next. So, Senator Love, you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 732, then we'll go to your panel, and everybody else will be on the 2-minute clock today, okay? Senator Love.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, colleagues on EEE. It is nice to be here. Nice to see you all this afternoon. For the record, I am Senator Sarah Love, here to present SB 732. PFAS. Once again, I'm back here with a PFAS bill. So SB 732 builds on the great work that this committee has done on PFAS, which, as you know, is a class of toxic chemicals which cause significant health risks, including increased risks of several cancers. PFAS are known as forever chemicals because they never break down. So as a body, we have tackled PFAS in many products, including firefighting foam, food packaging, cosmetics, rugs, and carpets. We have, sorry, I wanted to say that we've tackled it in 3 different ways. So banning it in certain products. We have directed MDE to prepare a PFAS action plan, including minimizing our exposure to PFAS and identifying, assessing, and cleaning up historical PFAS. And then third, we have looked upstream and required MDE to identify significant industrial users of PFAS to develop PFAS action plans for addressing PFAS contamination from industrial discharge for pre-treatment permits, and develop mitigation plans for reducing the presence of PFAS in industrial discharge. If that last one sounds especially familiar, that's because it was something that I worked on in the House with Senator Hester. We passed that last year. Thank you, Senator Hester. Thank you all. So SB 732 is the next step. So SB 732 looks at what is coming out of our pretreatment plants, and it would require testing for PFAS prior to the biosolids being land applied, and it sets a limit of what level of PFOS and PFOA, 2 of the class that are most widely known to be the most toxic. So I just want to note for you that today, hang on, let me pull it up. Johnson County, Texas, declares state of disaster due to forever chemicals in agriculture land. The PFAS have caused death of fish and cattle, officials say, due to agriculture land being contaminated by biosolids used as fertilizer. So we are trying to prevent Maryland agriculture lands from being declared an emergency disaster. So I have a lot of folks here who can testify more about the biosolids and PFAS and the testing that we're looking at. I do want to let you know that we are in conversation with folks from the wastewater treatment plants and especially from MDE. We know the fiscal note is a bit of a beast, but the amendments that we are working on will address that. So with that, I request a favorable amendment, and we'll turn it over to my panel.
Okay, thank you, Senator Love. Do you have a order sequence you prefer?
I'll let them figure that out.
Okay,
Thanks.
sir, you grab the mic first. You're going to go first, tell us your name, and then you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brent Walls. I am your Upper Potomac River Keeper. I spent several years researching, studying, sampling, investigating PFAS. Yesterday, I spent all day collecting soil samples and water samples for a farmer who's extremely concerned. He manages and runs about 2,000 acres, and he's used biosolids for a number of years now. And he is concerned. He's concerned about his well water. He's concerned about the streams running off his property. He's concerned about the products that he produces and what that might do to the folks that purchase his products. And this is all stemming from just this wide-ranging communication about biosolids contaminating farms. We have milk being contaminated up in Maine. We have beef being contaminated in Texas. And you heard Senator Love's story that just broke about state of emergency from the county in Texas. It is rampant. It is all over. And we need to start doing something. And yes, there is limits, and there is going to be a cost to setting these lower limits. The EPA just came out with a health advisory in January that set it down to 1 part per billion. Now, it's looked at 1 part per billion because what's coming out of that 1 part per billion or even higher is parts per trillion. And that bioaccumulates in fish, and it bioaccumulates in the soils, and it bioaccumulates in us. And so this is a significant threat, and I think Maryland should start taking a stand on this particular issue. You've done a fabulous job over the last couple of years with PFAS, and I'm requesting the committee to return a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, why don't you go next?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Matt Pluta, and I'm the Chop Tank River Keeper with Shore Rivers, asking for a favorable report today. Let's wait for EPA to regulate this. That's likely what you're going to hear from the opposition. And I can give you a dozen reasons why we shouldn't, but in fact, we only have to look at a couple reasons. First being that the new administration's here, so we likely won't see any changes on this in the next 4 years. But in fact, we haven't seen any changes in this over 22 years since EPA has known about this. In my testimony, you'll see an attachment with the New York Times article highlighting that the industries using PFAS indicated or sent research to EPA in 2003, telling them on the harmful effects of this and its biosolids and land applying it. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Shore, we now have fish consumption advisories for PFAS, PFOS, and PFOA. Those are our rockfish, our white perch, our blue catfish that we're promoting to donate these to schools. And these are all showing up in areas of high concentrations of land application of biosolids. If you look at my testimony on the 3rd page, I have a map that shows you where these biosolid permitted fields are, and then in yellow dots, and then in the X is where the fish consumption advisories are. And those are just downstream from where we have high concentrations of these land application sites. This comes at the same time when MDA is recognizing that we do need to do something about biosolids. They first put a moratorium, a temporary moratorium on new sewage sludge permits from being issued. That has since been lifted. They've also done testing at wastewater treatment plants and found nearly all the biosolids generated in Maryland do have PFAS in it. And then finally, they issued a recommended limit for PFAS. And I'll note that these recommended limits are based off of statistical analysis in Michigan, not health-based standards here. And so at the very least, in addition to all we've been doing, we're asking that we stop putting PFAS on our food that will contaminate our drinking water and our food system. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to our final in-person member of the sponsor panel. Tell us your
Thank
name.
you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Dr. Anna Rule. I am Assistant Professor at the School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins University. Recent findings of the biosolids applied to Maryland contain high levels of PFAS, and many public health colleagues are very concerned. As you know, since 1999, the CDC, through the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey and HANES, has been measuring PFAS in blood of the U.S. population. This effort found that in 2020, about 97% of the U.S. people have PFAS in their blood. Even though companies stopped using and manufacturing PFAS, PFOS in 2002 and PFOA in 2015. Furthermore, an HANES study found that PFOA and PFOS in blood are declining, which is evidence that limiting the introduction of PFAS in the environment, as this bill is proposing, is the right approach. However, in a recent pilot study that I conducted with my colleagues, we found that PFOA and PFOS in every one of the 41 Marylanders that we tested, and 85% of those have PFAS levels in their blood at concentrations that trigger special screening by clinicians, including for breast, liver, and testicular cancer. As an example of how people are exposed, the Monocacy River has been found to be contaminated with PFAS. And this has been shown to be due primarily to the application of biosolids. Unfortunately, because of this, PFAS contamination is now in well water supplies in the local public schools and in groundwater where downstream urban communities recreate. The Maryland Department of the Environment has identified PFAS contamination in fish samples high enough to warrant a fish consumption advisory in the city of Frederick. So I urge you to please give favorable vote to SB 732. Thank you for your
Thank you, Doctor. We do have one additional virtual witness as part of your panel, so we pull up Mr. Lightfoot, and then let's take him, and then we can open up for questions. Yes, Mr. Lightfoot, you're signed up favorable as part of Senator Love's panel, and you've got 2 minutes, and then we'll take questions after that, so you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We hear you fine.
Okay, I'm a Virginia waterman. I fish the Potomac River. I grow oysters in a tributary of the Potomac River, and I fish primarily for striped bass. I absolutely fully support this bill, and there are a lot of watermen. I don't know one waterman that doesn't support this bill. Maryland sewage plants have PFAS that are passed from the sewage systems down the drain into the plant. They don't disappear from the plant. They ended up on farm fields as biosolids, and they leach into well water. That's a different subject. but most important to us, it leaks into our waterways. We are just starting to test our waterways in the last few years. We spent years, decades looking at our air pollution, and we never paid attention to what is under our feet. Now we have threats of PFAS getting into our waterways and into our fish, into our creeks, into our crabs. We absolutely support this. We've got to have these biosolids tested before they get onto a farm field, and only the worst of the ones should be prevented from going on the farm field. That's why we have this testing. We laud Maryland for this support. You guys are really, really stepping out big time, along with Maine and Massachusetts. And we really don't want the natural disaster, the time bomb that is happening in the county in Texas. Maryland's got $600 million contributed to its economy from the seafood. $45 million of that is crabs. Please approve this. The last thing we want is the public to have a perception that crabs, Maryland crabs, have PFAS. So thank you very much from the watermen on the Potomac River. You know, as all of you know, the Potomac River is Maryland water. You guys have control of it. Thank goodness Maryland has control of it instead of Virginia, because you guys are doing absolutely great with this. Thank you again, and we fully support this bill.
Okay, thank you. We actually had one late addition. Evan Isaacson signed up for in-person testimony as part of the panels. Mr. Isaacson here?
He has an ill child, so I
Okay.
don't think he was going to make it in.
Okay. Okay, with that, we're going to take questions for Senator Love or any of the sponsor panelists. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to next pivot to a group of unfavorable witnesses. So I'm going to call up, if you hear your name, you're going to come up to the stand. You're signed up unfavorable. Robert Smith. Mr. Smith here. Lynn Moss. Mary Baker. Richard Reinhardt. Okay, we've got 6 seats up here, so I'm going to call 6, and then there's some additional after this. Hayden Lindsay and Lisa Hoshenhurt. Is Lisa here? Okay. Okay, I've got 6 witnesses all signed up unfavorable, and each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock, and then we do have some additional witnesses after that. So why don't we start, why don't we pass the mic to the end here, and then we'll just go down the table. And again, each of you are on the 2-minute clock, unfavorable, and each of you tell us your name. So, sir, why don't you start?
Hello, my name is Robert Smith. I'm the Director of Engineering Utilities for the City of Cumberland. We operate a regional wastewater treatment facility that serves Allegheny County, parts of West Virginia, City of Cumberland, and the City of Frostburg. I do support the work that Brent is doing. What I'm asking is that it not be done on the backs of ratepayers who had no choice of whether PFAS was in the consumer goods that they use. It's in your dental floss. It's in fire protection equipment. It's everywhere. It's in the Tide Pods you all use. Passage of this bill will create a financial burden on our ratepayers. We're asking for time in following the current MDE guidelines, where I can agree that they are maybe not far enough. We are following, the recommendation is to follow Michigan. What I would like to continue that tiered approach while we figure out what the next step is to get rid of it. I'm not a fan of the idea of incineration. I don't want it in the air. Is pyrolysis going to be what we use in the future? I hope so. And I hope MDE pushes the permits through that allow those facilities to go into an industrial scale. We process about 1,500 dry tons of biosolids each year. Majority of that goes to farmlands, and it is well below the 20 parts per billion threshold that MDE's current guidelines state, and I believe with the amendment, it's in line with the amendments that are going to be coming out. So I simply ask that we do not pass the bill as drafted and look to the amendments so that the ratepayers are still getting a good quality service and farmers can be protected somewhat as we figure this bigger issue out. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go down the table.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Mary Baker, and I am the Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Biosolids Association. Created in 1997, the Mid-Atlantic Biosolids Association communicates the benefits of resource recovery within the biosolids community and the communities we serve. I'm here to express my concern about Senate Bill 732, which will negatively impact the beneficial reuse of biosolids. Biosolids are a valuable resource created during wastewater treatment. Land application of biosolids improves soil health, reduces the need for carbon-intensive synthetic fertilizers, and helps to fight climate change through sequestering carbon. It's important to recognize that wastewater treatment plants are passive receivers of PFAS, and they do not produce PFAS. The levels of PFAS in most biosolids are significantly lower than those found in common household products. Senate Bill 732 notes its basis on EPA regulation. The EPA's draft risk assessment is not finalized and should not be the basis for new regulation. It's premature to enact laws based on a draft assessment. In fact, the EPA directly stated that the draft risk assessment is not a regulation and does not compel action. I ask that you report unfavorably on Senate Bill 732. Let the EPA complete its risk assessment process and establish regulations before enacting potentially harmful restrictions on biosolids reuse. Please protect the clean water sector, essential service providers, and ratepayers from the unintended consequences of this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Moss, and I come before you as a Maryland-based environmental engineer who has focused on sludge and biosolids management for over 30 years. Others have spoken of concerns regarding this bill, which I share, but I'd like to focus on consequences. What happens if this bill becomes law? The bill, as written, is a de facto ban on the land application of biosolids. In that scenario, there are three alternatives that we could consider to manage solids, each of which carry their own concerns. First, utilities could install innovative technologies to treat PFAS in solids, such as pyrolysis, gasification, and more. These technologies are promising, but unproven, and there are questions regarding their long-term reliability. This is why even EPA noted earlier this year that further research is needed to assess their potential. Secondly, we could landfill biosolids and sludges, but this would increase greenhouse gas emissions, and landfills face physical limitations handling solids as well. They also have PFAS reduction pressures of their own that can impact their willingness to accept solids. Last, incineration could be considered, but there are no incinerators in Maryland, minimal existing capacity in the region. Siting new incinerators is nearly impossible, and there are questions about PFAS in incinerator emissions. So where does that leave us? Given the concerns with each of these options, all of which would increase cost to ratepayers, what can we do? The answer is to continue land application under the Maryland programs already established to reduce PFAS in biosolids. The new MDE biosolids guidance is modeled after the Michigan program, as we noted. That program has reduced PFAS levels in biosolids by 80 to 95%, well below, incidentally, the 20 ppb that they were targeting. All right, they're in the single digits. So before enacting a new law that will unduly hurt ratepayers and even farmers, we urge you to continue on your current path, implementing proven and pragmatic approaches to reduce PFAS in wastewater and solids.
Mr. Reinhardt, next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs. We represent the city of Frostburg to my left, and to my right, Robert Smith from the city of Cumberland. You already heard the testimony from Robert Smith, and you'll hear a moment from the city administrator for city of Frostburg. As written, we are opposed to this bill, and we've submitted our written testimony, so I don't want to go belabor some of those points, but I will make a few. We've had some very productive conversations with Brent Wells and the Upper Potomac Bay Keepers over the last couple of days. As the sponsor noted, Senator Love noted that there are potential amendments that are being drafted. We're very inquisitive and excited to see what those amendments look like. They may offset some of the concerns that we've initially presented to you in our testimony. So as written right now, we oppose the bill, but we are very much looking forward to seeing what progress we can make with these amendments, and hopefully we can continue those conversations offline, along with the senator and also the House sponsor, Delegate Stein in the House.
Okay, let's pass it down to our Frostburg administrator.
Yeah, so my name is Hayden Lindsay. I'm the acting city administrator for Frostburg. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the taxpayers and ratepayers. As it stands now, Frostburg's sewage and sludge, and a majority of Allegheny County's sewage and sludge makes its way to Cumberland's treatment facility. If this bill goes through as written, that would nearly double the cost of sewage treatment for Cumberland. Because of the way our network of plumbing works, that would nearly triple the cost of treatment for Frostburg. We do not have our own treatment. We send it to Cumberland. If that were the case, because of the network of pipes it has to go through, our treatment costs would nearly triple. And that's quite a few people in Allegheny County would be having to eat that cost fairly quickly. As it stands, we are also in the process of doing some combined sewer overflow separation projects, which are mandated by the state. So all of our extra sewerage funds are going towards that. If we have to begin eating these costs for the increased sewage treatment, we're not sure how we would do it with such a quick turnaround if the bill goes through as written. We're hopeful that talking with the proponents of the bill, that we can come up with some amendments to do a phased approach that we can work with and make more amenable to our ratepayers. So we would like to keep talking offline with them, but as the bill is written now, it would be nearly crippling to City of Frostburg. So we would like to keep pursuing some amendments, but as it is written, we are opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the final witness on this panel.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lisa Oxenhurt, and I'm here for the Maryland Association of Municipal Wastewater Agencies. MAMWA opposes Senate Bill 732 because it would be disastrous for the state's wastewater utilities, and a couple have already commented on this. Just to be clear, there are no wastewater plants in the state that can comply with the extraordinarily low 1 microgram per kilogram limit. Generating sewage sludge is not voluntary. Your wastewater plants cannot just stop producing these materials. If we can't land apply in state, then those plants will be forced to send the biosolids out of state if the receiving state will allow it, or send the biosolids to a landfill. That would be a loss because biosolids are actually an excellent nutrient source for farms. Just for the 6 utilities in MAMWA's written testimony, the estimated cost increase to truck biosolids out of state is in the tens of millions of dollars. And those are costs that would be paid by wastewater ratepayers and not by the industries that actually profit from PFAS. MAMWA's members are working with MDE to find these industries so we can reduce loadings to our plants, but those industries should be paying the cost for any environmental impacts they cause, not our wastewater customers. And looking at the bigger picture, why are we focusing solely on biosolids? Ketchup has 58,000 micrograms per kilogram of PFAS, and we eat ketchup, unlike biosolids. Eliminating land application will not address the chemicals that are in our food packaging, cosmetics, and in our blood serum, which, by the way, has 7 micrograms per kilogram of PFAS, 7 times higher than the level in Senate Bill 732. I'd like to echo other comments. We've been working with Senator Love and with the other stakeholders to try and make needed changes to this bill. We look forward to continuing those conversations, and we hope they will lead to a bill that is workable for everyone, including the state's wastewater treatment plants. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today on this important topic.
Okay, thank you to the entire panel for your testimony. We're going to go to Senator Hester for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have one quick question. I mean, I wish MDE was here, and maybe they'll hear me and answer this question offline. But I'm just financially, it seems to make sense that if you could stop the PFAS from coming in, then further upstream, then it wouldn't cost the municipalities quite as much money to treat it at the end. So my question is, have any of you guys undertaken like a study of where the PFAS is coming in, and what would happen if the point sources upstream were effectively turned off to put the treatment up further upstream?
Yes, we survey our industrial users. We have industrial treatment program. We do not have a significant processor of PFAS in our wastewater. So right now, through the testing that we were required to start doing, I think 2022, our PFAS PFOS numbers, forgive me if I get them backwards, is between 6.4 and 4.8 parts per billion. PFOA, it's down to 0.31. This is coming from the products that we're using, that you buy at the grocery store, at Walmart. So, yeah, we have our water filtration plant is in Pennsylvania. We do the same testing, and we're finding it's just slightly above the non-detect level, and that is being fed from dairy farms. It's getting in through unconventional sources or through the most conventional of just, you've lost your teeth today. Serious problem that needs to go back to the private industries that are benefiting, absolutely. It just can't be on the backs of ratepayers who had no choice to begin with.
I'll just add that there was an excellent bill that Senator Love mentioned from last year that really tries to address that issue, tries to find out, and you too, Senator Hester, forgive me, and that tries to address the source. And so a lot of the MAMWA members are working with MD right now to try and figure out where in their system there may be higher levels of PFAS chemicals. And the plan is to come up with a mitigation plan for those particular industries. So there's work underway as we speak to try and do that.
Would you agree with the gentleman who just said that it's coming from everywhere, and like our municipal wastewater, like just when I wash my clothes? And so even if we then stop the upstream, it will limit some of it, but we're still going to have a problem downstream.
Yes, but that work in particular with particular industries is really important to get the levels down as much as we possibly can. It's going to take obviously more work on a consumer product sort of ban to get it all the way out of the system.
So, of course, the MDE strategy based upon Michigan does require, if you have a higher number, you move upstream and you investigate, right? You're required to investigate. That has been stunningly effective in Michigan. Again, reducing, I think it might have been, he was at PFOS from 184 mean down to, I think, 8, something like that. So very significant reductions through that. You couple that with what Maryland has also enacted, and that is looking at the consumer goods, getting out of the manufactured goods. Now you're hitting it from both sides. And that's the way to do it. That's also in alignment with EPA, source reduction, source reduction. So what you're doing, I think, is pragmatic, effective, both.
Okay. Any additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, we're going to bring up, I've got 2 additional in-person unfavorables. We've got Chris Pio and Tyler Bryce. And then we have 2 final witnesses for information purposes only, but let's take the 2 unfavorables if they're here, and then we'll go to the final 2 witnesses after these 2. So, okay, sir, or both of you, why don't whoever sits down first gets to start. Okay, you're going to start, and you're going to tell us who you are, and you're going to be 2 minutes signed up unfavorable.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Bryce. I'm the Manager of Advocacy and Public Affairs at the Maryland Municipal League. On behalf of 161 local governments across the state, we are respectfully in opposition of Senate Bill 732. We've been working with Rich, as you heard before, and MAMWA before, so I'm not going to repeat any of those because we share the exact same position, but our main issue right now is the 14-day testing and reporting window for the PFOS and PFOA. It's not practical for many of our municipalities, as lab results typically take longer than this time frame to return, and the testing costs as well. The concentration limits, as you've heard already before, for the 1 microgram to 1 kilogram is also an issue for us. So we respectfully oppose Senate Bill 732. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Piot. I'm an engineer and director of resource recovery for DC Water. As a matter of background, DC Water operates the Blue Plains Advanced Wastewater Treatment Plant in DC with the mission of removing nutrients and carbon from the sewers and keeping them out of the Chesapeake Bay. Very important work. DC Water is not a for-profit utility, and the Blue Plains facility is a regional facility receiving 40% of its flow from 2 counties in Maryland, Montgomery and Prince George's County. And then in turn, they pay for 40% of our capital and operating expenses. Our digester system, which we jointly invested in 10 years ago, recovers those nutrients and carbon and generates green energy and a fertilizer product that we land apply on farms. This project reduced our annual carbon footprint by 50,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions annually. So that's the background. I want to impress upon you how low that the levels are in municipal biosolids. Because products containing PFAS compounds are ubiquitous in our society, very, very small sort of societal ambient levels show up in the biosolids. As has been mentioned, it's in the products that we use every day. Those products have thousands of times higher concentrations than municipal biosolids, and as a result, the average household dust has 10 times the concentration as a municipal biosolids, and a farm field in Maryland receives as much PFAS from annual rainfall as from applying our biosolids on it for corn growth. So it's very, very low levels. This bill would drive costs up significantly for Maryland residents. We have estimated that if we had to landfill our product conservatively, it would cost probably $33 million a year. So 40% of that would be the responsibility of our Maryland users. And DC Water shares the concern over PFAS in our society, but disagrees with setting these limits at many orders of magnitude lower than our daily household exposure. We don't want to impose these high additional costs on Maryland residents when it will do little to reduce their exposure risk.
Okay, any questions for the two panelists? Unfavorable? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to next move. We've got two final witnesses. I'm not sure they're here. Dom Butchko from MACO. Is Dom, you're here? Come on up. And Priscilla Toe, WSSC Water. Those are going to be the two final witnesses on this bill. Dom, why don't you start? You're here for information purposes only.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dom Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. This is a very nuanced issue, which is why MACO took a nuanced position. We are the boots on the ground implementing and operating a lot of the infrastructure that's been discussed today. And when we do find PFAS in our communities, it is largely on us to kind of operate that mitigation effort. That being said, it's been referenced several times, we're passive receivers of this. It's not counties putting this into our wastewater treatment facilities. It's the fact that it's used in everyday products, industrial products, et cetera. And so just as some of the other folks up here testifying said, this is basically the taxpayers subsidizing the producers of these products, and we're not actually reducing the impact in our communities. Again, very nuanced issue. We are working with the senator who's a good friend to MACO. We're working with MDE, and we really want to be part of the solution in PFAS here, because this is just going to get worse and worse.
Thank you. Ms. Toe.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dr. Priscilla Toe, WSSC Water Director of the Department of Operational Reliability and Resilience. WSSC Water, we are a bi-county state agency and self-sustaining public utility. We collect wastewater from 1.9 million residents of Prince George's and Montgomery counties every day and generate 96,000 tons of sewage sludge or biosolids per year. In our commitment to balance investment, affordability, and environmental stewardship, last year we commissioned a $271 million biosolids management facility to generate renewable natural gas, upgraded high-quality and nutrient-rich Class A biosolids, and green jobs. WSSC Water is committed to addressing PFAS contamination. We have enhanced our PFAS source tracking program, developed in-house analytical capabilities. We are testing waterways, participating in nationally recognized PFAS research, and conducting public outreach and education. Like many community water systems, we are passive receivers of PFAS. PFAS ends up in wastewater and biosolids due to this use in consumer and industrial products. But WSSC Water has advocated for science-based policy that targets PFAS at the source and places the responsibility on producers. This approach, similar to MDE's tiered biosolids management guidelines, is the most cost-effective and sustainable way to achieve environmental and public health around PFAS. The proposed bill, as written, could shift costs to PFAS receivers and ratepayers if it effectively bans biosolids land application. Landfilling could increase biosolids management costs for us by 200 to 250% and permanently uses limited landfill capacity. WSSC Water does not have any other available biosolids management options at this time. PFAS destruction technologies for biosolids are not yet mature for implementation, come at a high cost of $175 million, and they destroy all valuable nutrients in biosolids. So again, WSSC appreciates this opportunity to provide testimony as we seek to promote public health, manage biosolids responsibly, and balance affordability for our ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Toe or Mr. Butchko? Seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 732. We're going to next move to the second Senator Love bill, Senate Bill 898, and I'm going to call up Senators panel. We've got David Newborn from the University of Maryland, Brennan Starkey here, got Dirk Bartlett, Annie Richards. Those are the four I've got on your list. If I'm missing anybody, but Sarah Love, we're on Senate Bill 898, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Vice Chair, members of EEE, Senator Sarah Love, yet again, back to bring to you SB 898, which we are calling the Nearshore Farming and Finance Act. Its technical name is Nutrient Management, Tidal Buffer, Vegetative Buffers and Restriction on Fertilizer Application. I much prefer Nearshore Farming and Finance Act. So SB 898 is a direct response to several scientific reports, including the Chesapeake Bay Program's CSER report, which you all have heard a lot about, the Comprehensive Evaluation of the System Response, and the University of Maryland's Cooperative Extension Riparian Buffer Management Fact Sheet. So what SB 898 would do is continue our work cleaning up the bay by focusing on riparian buffers, by focusing on that area of farmland that is within 100 feet of tidal waters. SB 898 has 3 sections. First, it extends the setback for nutrient application. Second, it provides incentives to farmers who voluntarily adopt or extend fixed natural filters in that extended buffer. And third, it provides incentives for tenant farmers. So first, the setback. Right now in Maryland, farmers may not apply fertilizer within 35 feet of tidal waters. Yet research indicates that is not nearly enough, that the benefits of fertilizer reduction actually begin at 35 feet. And 75 to 300 foot buffers provide significant nutrient reductions plus sediment, pollution, and wildlife, climate, and benefits. So SB 898 proposes a 100-foot setback. This buffer would reduce nitrogen pollution by over 83,000 pounds per year. It would reduce phosphorus pollution by almost 2,000 pounds per year, and sediment pollution by over 1 million pounds per year. Furthermore, this will achieve parity with MDE's CAFO regulations that require a 100-foot setback for fertilizer storage, recognizing the importance of keeping fertilizer 100 feet from tidal waters. Second, SB 898 would increase incentives for farmers who voluntarily adopt or extend to 100 feet fixed natural filter buffers along tidal waters. So fixed natural filters are defined in code as the planting of riparian forest buffers, tree plantings, or wetland restoration. Third, SB 898 establishes additional incentives for tenant farmers who lease farmland in the critical area with fixed natural filters. Unfortunately, tenant farmers are actually often forgotten. They don't often benefit from a lot of the incentives that we provide to farmers, to the landowners. So farmers who lease the land they farm are approximately 1/3 of our farmers. Yet, as I said, they rarely see the benefits of these incentives because they are not the landowners. So SB 898 would recognize them and provide them a benefit. So by balancing mandates with incentives that target perhaps the most valuable area of land for conservation work, SB 898 will accelerate our successes in meeting several environmental goals. And for those reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 898.
Okay, Senator,
Thank
any
you.
preference on order? Or, okay, why don't we start with you and we'll just go down to the end of the table. Everybody's on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Annie Richards. I work as your Chester Riverkeeper with Shore Rivers on Maryland's Eastern Shore. I'm here in enthusiastic support of Senate Bill 898. Thank you so much to Senator Love for bringing this important bill forward. This bill creatively pairs nutrient application setbacks with comprehensive incentives for farmers across the industry to target the most important area of the state for conservation buffers, the 100-foot tidal buffer. This bill maximizes state investments, important in this current fiscal climate, and pollution reductions while minimizing impacts to Maryland's farmland. SB 898 will also help Maryland achieve goals stated in the Tree Solutions Now Act and will help Department of Natural Resources achieve their agency goal of restoring 2,000 miles of riparian forest buffers. When the critical area program was established 35 years ago, best available science recommended 300-foot setbacks for habitat benefits and 100-foot forest buffers for maximizing nitrogen and pollution mitigation. 35 years later, we are observing a much smaller nutrient application setback. By increasing this setback, we're going to create a policy driver that will increase participation in incentive programs for riparian buffer implementation, which achieves many different environmental goals the state has set. SB 898 will increase financial incentives for landowners and farm operators who lease land, which is a first for Maryland. 45% of Eastern Shore farmland is leased land. When conservation buffers are installed, the farmer is not compensated and loses out on future rentable ground. Paying farmers $150 per acre per year brings Maryland's leased land operators so that they can be included finally in conservation buffer implementation and partner with landowners to implement practices that protect the bay and farmland parcels from climate impacts like erosion and land subsidence. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Let's see if we get you in there.
Okay, yeah, grab that one.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, my name is
Just put
Brennan.
that mic a little bit closer, just a little bit closer. There you go, thank you.
My name is Brennan Starkey. I operate a farm in Kent County. I'm here today to request a favorable recommendation on Senate Bill 898. Our farm is bordered on 3 sides by the tidal waters of the Sassafras River and 2 of its tributaries. We've always recognized that crop production near the water has a high risk of nutrient transport to the river and creeks. And on our farm, we've established 100-foot buffers through the CRP and CREP programs over the years to act as a barrier between nutrients applied to the fields and to the water. I will also note that I'm a founding member of Shore Rivers and have been actively involved in the interaction between farming and water quality nutrient transport for about 30 years. While these 100-foot buffers have been a good fit for our operation on the land that we own and farm, it's not a good fit for many of the tenant farmers who farm so much of the critical areas on farms that are owned by people who do not actually farm their own ground. Senator Love and the Chester Riverkeeper did an excellent job of laying out the problems that they face when a landowner signs up for a conservation program and they lose their opportunity to participate in that program. Farmers don't want to see additional nutrient regulations. Custom farmers have never benefited from the types of programs that would establish benefits for the land. This bill does an excellent job of including those tenant farmers in the program, which will make it a much more attractive program for all farmers and custom farmers to participate in. I thank the committee for your serious and thoughtful consideration of this bill and strongly support a favorable recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm David Newburn. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland specializing in environmental economics. For the last 5 years, me and my colleagues have done a study on economic incentives for riparian buffer adoption and bay water quality. This is a study funded by the Hughes Center. In this project, we sent a survey out to 8,000 landowners across Maryland, and embedded within the survey was an experiment that allowed for different alternative buffer design programs, bonus payments, annual payments, and contract and buffer type varied, and farmers could respond, and it could analyze programs like this and CREP and others, as well as looking at the program costs and environmental benefits. I want to make 3 points in favor of this bill. One is that it targets a very narrow area of environmentally sensitive area in the critical areas of Maryland that are oftentimes actually vulnerable to sea level rise and saltwater intrusion. In another project that I worked on with several other people at Maryland, we look at satellite imagery and forecasted where agricultural areas on the Eastern Shore are most threatened in the coming decades. This bill targets that area and those farmers that are at disproportionate risk and help them transition with financial incentives, which would otherwise be flooded, have crop damages, and government payments for crop insurance. So it mitigates that. A second point is that it aligns incentives. As the other colleague said, many landowners, the tenant farmers, landowners get the money, but the tenant farmers are actually the ones aware of the program. They're not telling the landowners about the program, so they're informational barriers. This aligns those incentives. A third point is that this bill proposes fertilizer restrictions in these environmentally sensitive areas in the tidal zone. In our study, 46% of landowners were unwilling to enroll in any program, even with incentives higher than exists right now in Maryland at federal level. And this paired fertilizer restrictions coupled with incentives would help be more cost effective and increase enrollment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to our final witness on this panel. The table.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman and members of the committee. I'm here to just kind of try to bring this down to the level of the average homeowner. I own a 30-acre parcel outside of Easton, Maryland, and I moved there in 1998 with my family and twin 2-year-olds to take over a family farm. At the time, we had a 25-foot shoreline buffer and farm fields, and at times of heavy rain, we noticed a lot of the sediment and erosion going into the bay, and we thought we'd try to do something to improve the bay water quality. So we entered a 35-foot buffer for a warm season grass buffer that later was turned into a tree buffer. And so we ended up with a 60-foot total buffer from the farm field to the bay. And what we noticed over those 27 years was higher water quality, much better environment for marine animals, et cetera. Underwater grasses grew for the first time since the 1970s. We have abundant oysters on the shoreline that never existed before, clams, abundant crabs, fish, just for the simple purpose of creating a 60-foot buffer. It worked very well. And just to bring it down to the dollars, I get $1,000 a year from my farmer who farms 19 acres, and I provided a little chart of my farm so you could see. $1,000 of rental on the crops. I get another roughly $1,000 for the CRP grass buffer, now a tree buffer, which is the additional 35 feet. And so I doubled my income. I protected the bay, and we saw the benefits of it over those 27 years. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, we didn't catch your name on the front end. I think you.
I'm sorry, Dirk Bartlett.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Okay, questions for the panel. We're going to start with Senator Gallion, then Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel for your testimony. I was looking through the testimony, and I noticed Department of Agriculture had a letter of info, and they talked about, how this potentially could, I guess, conflict with the LEAF program, the Leaders in Environmentally Engaged Farming. So where are you working with them so you're like not doubling efforts and kind of working together with them on that? That'd be the first question.
I can speak to that. Thank you, Senator Gallion. So we advocates that have been supportive of this bill have had extensive conversations with Maryland Department of Agriculture. We support the LEAF program. The LEAF program is a new type of incentive program. What this bill is seeking to do is change the allowable uses of funding so that increased incentives can be provided through any of the incentive programs that MDA wishes to employ, whether that's LEAF, whether that's their current conservation buffer initiative, whether that's max cost share. Until recently, there was $2.5 million allocated annually through Tree Solutions Now Act to the department, which had been historically undersubscribed because there wasn't a policy driver to increase implementation of these riparian buffers. Shore Rivers is an enthusiastic advocate to see that line item restored in the budget, as this General Assembly will leave their mark on the budget between now and April. We know that Tree Solutions Now has a goal of meeting those tree plantings by 2030, and that is a very short-term environmental goal that has a lot of conservation benefits, both for habitat and for water quality. And if that was to be fully restored, there is no competition at all between MDA's LEAF program and our program. As you'll see in your fiscal note, there's a $1.1 million appropriation, $1.3 million, and then it drops down to $300,000 and less than $500,000 subsequently. So we hope to see that fully restored so that there is no fiscal conflict, and we see no issue with the LEAF program and this program working in combination. And we'll just say that it's so important that the incentive programs and the application mandate work hand in hand to drive up that participation, as Dr. Newbern outlined.
And you kind of touched on the, when you have different pots of money for different programs, you add something in and you got another hand, so to speak, drawing out of that pot. And with the budget issues we're dealing with that we hear about every day, that's a concern.
Sure.
But I think you kind of addressed that a little. So my last question would be about the acreage that's going to be taken out of ag production, because, we do have some, organic farmers that do that, but the majority are, what I would call more conventional, using fertilizer. So I read on one of the sheets, it looked like 3,000 acres potentially could go out of production. So that's kind of concerning. We're limited on acres, and we want to be able to produce crops and feed people. So what's your thoughts on that as far as losing that acreage out of production?
Sure,
by expanding that buffer up to 100?
Sure. So it's CBF did an analysis, a GIS analysis. It'll be 2,665 acres that will be taken out of production. In the fiscal note, you'll see that DLS has already noted that half of that acreage is already enrolled in conservation programs. So then it brings us down to about 1,300 acres. And then I would like to further refine that to talk about the productivity of that land. What does that land actually look like when we're talking about 100 foot from tidal waters? In areas like Kent County and Queen Anne's County, you are talking about what we would call traditionally productive farmland. It has a higher elevation above tidal waters, but we still know that there's significant nutrient impacts from that land. And so when we have erosion, we have decades and decades of nutrient application, legacy nitrates and phosphorus that is in that shoreline. And when we have climate impacts continually eroding that, there is significant impact. I want to also highlight that 80% of the 2,600 acres I outlined is on the eastern shore. About 50% of that is within Talbot County alone. And then another significant portion of that is in Dorchester County. And I wonder, Dr. David Newbern, would you mind speaking to the difference in soil productivity between the upper shore and the lower shore?
Yeah, in the report that's within the letter I wrote, it has a map of soil rental rates. And if you look at the lower eastern shore like Dorchester and Somerset, it's much lower. It actually is, this is money that would help transition farmers. They would be getting more than they oftentimes get traditionally, this $150 an acre. And not only that, but it's likely to decline because a lot of this area with sea level rise and saltwater intrusion is likely to be declined. This also saves money in the government because there's crop insurance payments. So a student of mine did a PhD, this part of a PhD, multiple students at PhD, and one of them showed that CREP has huge benefits. The benefit cost ratios are high because it's actually mitigating crop losses and crop insurance payments.
I'll just add.
Okay, I think we got a lot of work behind you
Sure.
guys. So We're going to go Senator Carrozza and then Vice Chair Kagan, and then if you want to weave in your response that way, and then I think we're going to have to move on to some additional panels here on this bill. Senator Carrozza, you're next, then the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. While the Senate sponsor was here, I wanted to just point out some of the thoughtful points that were made in Delmarva Chicken Association and the Maryland Farm Bureau, since I know they'll be testifying afterwards. But the Maryland Farm Bureau points out if the goal was to increase buffer establishment, then the approach should rely on voluntary participation rather than coercion. In its current form, SB 898 forces compliance under the pretense of voluntary action. And then it goes further and says a truly farm-friendly approach would remove the prohibition on nutrient application and instead focus on strengthening financial support for buffer implementation. We talked a little bit about that. And I just wanted to share with you, those of us who have actually been on our farms and have seen our farmers literally pull out their nutrient management plans, there doesn't seem to be really a recognition of what we've done so far in reducing our nutrient runoff with this kind of, coercive approach as opposed to voluntary. And I also wanted to point out that the U.S. Geological Survey recently estimated that meeting the nutrient reduction goals for the Bay would require taking approximately 44% of the region's 8.2 million acres out of farmland out of production. And so I think we need to recognize that this is not a sustainable approach to addressing our challenges. So I just want to go back to, an emphasis on the voluntary approach as opposed to coercive, and recognizing all of the efforts and some of the progress that we've made so far with these nutrient management plans.
Sure. Thank you for that, Senator Carrozza. Couple of things. One, absolutely want to recognize all of the things that the farmers have done and that our entire agriculture system has done to address a lot of the challenges that we have in trying to clean up the Bay. So say that flat out. Second, I'm a little confused by the statement, I'm not sure who had it, Grayson put it in, about the 44% of the 8.2 million acres. I don't think that's directly at this bill. I think that's talking about, as I read it, meeting the nutrient reduction for the Bay overall.
But
so
I think the point is,
this bill
the point is you're taking land out of that. The end result of your bill would take more and more land out of production.
Right. As I was saying, so I don't think that's accurate with respect to this bill. With respect to taking the land out of production, I believe Ms. Richards addressed a lot of that, and it's not, I think she broke it down very well, so I'm not going to repeat what she said. And then finally, with respect to mandating a setback versus voluntary setback, I believe it is a difference in approach, and I think that voluntary actions can be paired with a required setback. And I think that's what we're trying to do with this bill, is push forward both of those to incentivize and to put some requirements. And I think Annie had something else to add.
I would just add that, in regards to the 44% that you mentioned, what I really appreciate about the Caesar report is that it outlined that the state, moving beyond 2025 for our restoration, must target the areas of land that have the highest nutrient delivery potential. And we have 40 years of scientific data that points to the critical area and the 100-foot tidal buffer. So instead of spreading our incentive programs across the watershed, first come, first serve for all of them, to be able to target specific practices and implementation within that 100-foot buffer is going to be more effective so that we can keep more farmland as farmland. To achieve the same nutrient reductions that Senator Love mentioned in her opening testimony, upland outside of the 100-foot buffer, you'd have to plant 15,000 acres of trees instead of 2,000 acres of trees. So this is actually keeping more farmland in active farmland. And then I would also just say Dr. Newburn's research, when he surveyed 1,600 farmers about what incentive programs could we include, what higher financial payments could we offer to increase participation, 47% of all farmers said, it doesn't matter what incentive you offer me, I'm not going to enroll. So we feel that
I think there's different
to
information on voluntary compliance. There have been other successful programs with conservation that have relied on a voluntary approach. So I think that's an area that we would disagree.
Okay, we don't need to get into a debate here. Any additional questions? Vice Chair Kagan, you have a question?
Thank
Panel?
you, Mr. Chair. Probably for the sponsor of the bill, Senator Love, just a quick one. This bill goes into effect June 1. In the bill on page 3, on or before July 1, the department shall adopt technical specs for a fixed natural buffer practice to be eligible for cost-sharing funding under this section. The department's okay with 1 month to get everything ready?
So we have spoken with MDA and said we would be very open to delaying the effective date of this bill so that it lines up favorably with developing other incentive programs the agency has goals of developing, and to better complement nutrient management planning as they become open and rotate. So we're very open to that discussion and deferring to MDA on what the best start date would be.
Can I just add, Ms. Jones is testifying from MDA, so maybe that's...
Ms. Jones, maybe you can speak to how much time you would ideally need.
Well, when she testifies.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm going to call up a few additional favorables, then we're going to pivot to the unfavorables. I've got Taylor Swanson. Is Taylor Swanson still here? There you are. Marissa Olszewski. Marissa, come on up. And Matt Stegman. So these are the extent of the favorables, and then we're going to go to panel of unfavorables next. So Mr. Swanson, why don't you lead off? Each of you have 2 minutes, and you're all signed up straight favorable.
Wonderful, thank you. For the record, my name is Taylor Swanson. I'm the Executive Director and Assateague Coastkeeper for the group Assateague Coastal Trust. Chair Feldman and honorable members of this committee, I'm here today to express my strong support for Senate Bill 898. You've heard some wonderful testimony already, so I'll aim to keep mine short. I represent a voice of our membership from across the Lower Eastern Shore, which includes people from Wicomico, Worcester, and Somerset counties, as well as millions of visitors who come to see our coastal bays and southern tributaries of the Chesapeake Bay. For our region, there is no greater threat to water quality than excess nutrients. I propose to you that this bill has done an excellent job of threading a needle between the need and necessity for comprehensive solutions to nutrients entering our waterways, while also focusing on benefits that farmers will need to ensure that they can remain in business and pursue their line of work. As farming productivity continues to be strained in these regions, it is imperative that we take proactive steps to both protect this agricultural land and the waterways enjoyed by millions and by thousands and thousands of residents for our region. On the Lower Eastern Shore in particular, where I will focus, the impact to farmland will be minimal. For my 3 counties that I represent, we are talking about direct effects to 65 acres in Somerset County, 65 acres in Wicomico County, and only 12 acres in Worcester County. However, despite the size of this effect, the minimal size of this effect, this represents a major benefit for conservation work in our region. This bill offers a forward-thinking solution that provides measurable benefits to water quality while also preserving farmland. I urge you today to take a favorable report on this bill and understand the profound impact it could have for our waterways. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Olszewski.
Hi there, Marissa Olszewski. I am the
Environmental Policy Manager for Maryland League of Conservation Voters. And in the recognizing how many other people you have to hear from today and everything that was already said at the first panel, I will just emphasize that this bill is a priority piece of legislation for Maryland LCV. We identified it as one that could have a significant positive impact on water quality that is reasonable for farmers and includes tenant farmers. We really liked all of those provisions, and we urge a favorable report on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stegman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Matt Stegman, I'm the Maryland staff attorney for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. CBF supports Senate Bill 898. We think that this bill strategically incentivizes conservation resources on a relatively small number of acres of land. I think it works out to about 1/5 of 1% of the farmland in the state in a way that maximizes the value of the public investment, of the incentives, and minimizes farmland loss elsewhere in the state. Again, I understand you have a lot of other witnesses to hear from, so I'll be really brief. When we came before you last month to talk about the state of the Bay and the state of our efforts to restore the Bay, one of the things that we identified is that runoff pollution in the agriculture sector is one of the most persistent challenges, but also one of the great opportunities for continued restoration of the Chesapeake Bay. Again, this isn't because the agricultural sector is doing anything wrong. In fact, again, want to recognize, as Senator Carrezza said, it is a place where tremendous progress has been made. But we have an opportunity to respond to the recommendations of the CESAR report and to expert guidance to really target those incentives into that area that's immediately adjacent to the waterways and really have a outsized impact. So with that, we urge a favorable report.
Okay, any questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to next go to 2 unfavorable signups in person, Grayson Middleton, Tyler Huff, Farm Bureau, actually Lindsey Thompson. Lindsey, come on back up. And let's just bring up Rachel Jones. You're the final witness in person, so why don't we bring you up you're signed up for information purposes. There was a question earlier from the vice chair, so you can play clean up at the end of this panel. So Ms. Thompson, why don't you start off? Again, all 3 of you are signed up unfavorable, and then we'll end with our information purposes only witness from the Department of Agriculture. So Ms. Thompson, it's 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsey Thompson on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association. Unfortunately, in opposition to this legislation, I first want to say thank you specifically to Annie with Shore Rivers for her transparency and communication on this bill. We said, look, if we are going to take additional land out of production and our existing cost share programs do not allow for farmers and landowners to be compensated for that, please find us a guaranteed funding source for this cost share moving forward. And they absolutely tried to do that. But given the current fiscal climate of the state, we are not convinced that that funding will continue to be there. And therefore, this would put a burden on the farmers, both the landowners and those renting the property. If they are not allowed to apply nutrients within that 100-foot buffer, then let's be clear, they cannot farm that buffer, right? You cannot farm what you cannot fertilize. And so this bill requires nutrient management plans that are renewed after June 30th of 2025 to include this buffer. So that would be for the cropping year starting in 2026. So to give you an idea on implementation, this would actually require that land to be taken out of production starting in essentially, let's call it April of 2026 when those crops are put in the ground. We are also not convinced that a program can be stood up in that short period of time, which would result in financial hardship starting in 2026. We understand and agree with the need to meet our water quality goals, but would much prefer to see this implemented through voluntary programs, which we are happy to help with and communicate to our farmers the importance of these targeted voluntary buffers in the areas that would have the greatest water quality benefit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Middleton. Why don't you go next?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Grayson Middleton here with Delmarva Chicken Association in opposition to SB 898. I think rather I will use my time to make a few clarifications rather than read my original testimony, because I think that some things have been thrown around that maybe aren't necessarily true. But first off, to suggest that farmers wouldn't use a voluntary program to reduce nutrients is just not backed up by history for me. We, in 2023 alone, have reduced nutrient runoff by 2.7 million pounds of nitrogen and over 3,000 pounds of phosphorus using voluntary programs set up through MDE and MDA. To the second point of, my figure that I put in my original letter, which was that the Geological Survey had estimated 44% of ag land needed to be taken out of production to meet our nutrient runoff goals. I was only suggesting that we should stop to ask ourselves, at what point do we say we've done enough to that end, and start looking at other strategies? Because again, what I was really suggesting is, 100 feet now, why not 200 feet 5 years from now? And to make kind of a slippery slope argument, to be honest, there's no reason to see why we wouldn't. We don't refute that it would clean up the bay, but agriculture, unlike certain other industries, is not an option. We needed to live, we needed to feed ourselves. And so that's what I meant by that. We are in favor of the voluntary programs that are set up through this. I'm just a little bit skeptical, given the fiscal climate, that we can fund those. And then what we're left with is 2,665 acres of ag land taken out of production. And with that, we urge an unfavorable vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huff.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the EEE Committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. I won't belabor the point any further. You have my written testimony. Maryland Farm Bureau agrees with everything that Ms. Thompson and Mr. Middleton said. Therefore, me too. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to Ms. Jones, why don't we, any questions for our three witnesses unfavorable? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Rachel Jones from Maryland Department of Environment, Agriculture, my apologies. Testifying for information purposes only, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. So again, as it's already been said, we thank the sponsors for the intent of the bill, and certainly we met with the advocates in the fall and discussed this bill with them as a department. MDA traditionally has believed that incentives are better than mandates, and while we appreciate the incentives offered in the program, our main concern is the funding mechanism. So the bill as written specifies that these practices, these incentives, these reimbursement payments would be an allowable use for the Tree Solutions Now Fund, which MDA currently uses for tree plantings. Now, when we had a discussion previously, we received some complaints from groups that said the trees that we had planted in recent years hadn't been enough. And there were questions about MDA's eligibility criteria, and it was said that our criteria was so restrictive, and maybe that was one of the reasons why enough trees weren't planted. But that's a cost share program, and so we plant trees based on how many farmers apply for that funding. And because in the past 3 or 4 years, that fund has not, we've not spent more than $500 grand, right? There was $2.5 million annually allocated for that fund for MDA to plant trees, and we've only spent $500 grand at the most. And so with that, the budget cuts this year reduced that fund for MDA to by $2 million to $500 grand annually. Our estimate for this 2,700 acres would mean a little over $1.2 million annually would need to be allocated for these allowable reimbursements. There's only going to be $500 grand in the budget allocated for tree plantings. And so while we appreciate the intent, we also know that we're standing up the LEAF program, which you all were briefed on as part of the Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act a few weeks ago. And so we're going to be working to try to stand that program up. For MDA's intents and purposes, this would be an entirely new program we would also have to stand up with no funding.
You heard the Vice Chair raised a question a little earlier. Were you able to hear? Do you want to address that?
Sure. So for us, that's part of the conflict is on a good year, June 1st would cut it very close, right? Session ends, the bill gets signed, and then our team starts working to draft those regulations. The AELR committee then reviews them. We have to typically allow for some sort of public comment process where we talk with stakeholders and folks across the state about those regulations. So June 1 is already kind of cutting it close for us. But given the fact that, again, we're looking to hopefully be standing up LEAF, which already incorporates so many incentives. We did discuss with the advocates incorporating some of these into LEAF, and they have been invited to participate in those feedback sessions and listening sessions we've been hosting to get feedback from stakeholders across the state about what kind of incentives they'd like to see in LEAF. And so we certainly would hope in the future to be able to incorporate some of these into LEAF, knowing that there's a separate funding source for that program allocated in the governor's budget. But as is, the MDA has some concerns.
Okay, any additional questions, Senator Washington? For Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you and for expressing concerns about the funding. I think you also raised something, sort of this robbing Peter to pay Paul approach to your incentive, to some of the incentive programs, and that the LEAF program. Well, I guess I want to ask you specifically about the existing tree planting program and the goals that were set when the legislation was passed. I just want to get the timeline to sort of evaluate the statements that the tree planting program was not working or was flawed in some way, and therefore we could justify moving it to start a whole new program rather than evaluating what could be done to keep the existing program and create additional sources to fund incentives for farmers to engage in these types of practices. So I see you folks at the panel shaking your head as well, so I don't mind.
We don't need four answers.
I just want one.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my answer with the shaking head. But I'd like to hear from the Secretary.
Certainly, Senator, that's an excellent question. MDA didn't feel like there were flaws in the process. That was feedback we heard from certain stakeholders, certain groups that felt like we should have planted more trees. But again, that was based on applications. And while I believe that legislation creating the fund passed in 2021, of course, we were on the heel ends of the pandemic. And so we believe had there been more time to sort of advertise and promote that, then we probably would have seen greater interest and had more folks apply for that funding, and we would have allocated more funding. But again, given the state of the budget, the $2 million has been proposed to be cut from that program. And so we were already proposing with LEAF, originally our concept for LEAF is that we could use up to $2 million, since that's what we had been reverting back to the general fund. Initially, we suggested we use up to $2 million from that fund based on whatever wasn't spent for planting trees that year, we could use for LEAF. And then, things changed. And so a separate allocation specifically for LEAF was then put in the budget for $900,000, and Tree Solutions now was cut down to $500,000. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 898. Thank you, Senator Love. We're going to next move to Senator Hester, Senate Bill 563. Senator, why don't you come up to the witness stand? I'm going to call your four panelists. Tyler Huff, now you're on the proponent side here. John Faber, in Arundel County. Suzanne Richards and Ella Burrier. Okay, those are your four panelists designated. We're on Senate Bill 563. And Senator Hester, why don't you start off?
Thank you very much, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the esteemed EEE Committee for your consideration of Senate Bill 563, which will provide a stable source of funding intended for agricultural education, county fairs, and the Maryland State Fair. As you all know, agricultural education programs and county fairs are not only a cherished part of our culture, but also an important driver of our state's economy. County fairs and Maryland State Fair serve as economic engines that provide critical support to our rural communities, local businesses, and agritourism. Recognizing this, the state committed $1.4 $1.45 million annually from the Racing Revenue Special Fund, supported by uncashed betting slips to fund these programs. Now, I went back through the library and like looked at the legislative history of this. These funds were first established in 1946. So if you took like $700 in 1946 and valued what that would be like today, that would be like $11 million. So just keep that in mind as we talk about the rest of this bill. So unfortunately, the $1.45 million, which is currently in this Racing Revenue Special Funds, that fund has been declining due to digital sports betting and other racing delays. And so this fund last year generated only $574,000. So we were missing the we were $900,000 short of the money that was needed to for these funds. And this has been going on for several years. Over the last 6 years, the Maryland Agricultural Fair Board has had to defer nearly $4 million in grant requests needed for the county fair's continued operation. So you should have received by email at some point today this chart that shows all of the grants that that counties have been asking for. And so that is the $4 million of grant requests that we have not yet received. And so what this bill does is it takes it out of that shrinking Racing Revenues Fund, and it creates the Maryland Fair and Agricultural Education Promise Fund, which would be a stable and reliable funding source under the umbrella of the Maryland Lottery Fund. So the ag education will receive the full promised grants that were promised since 1946. So it would divide this into the same amounts that are currently in statute. $825,000 would go to the Maryland Agricultural Fair Board, $75,000 to the Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation, and $550 to the Maryland State Fair and Agricultural Society. It would then repeal the requirement that currently exists in this other fund, the Racing Revenue Special Fund, to fund it out of that fund since the money is no longer there. So there are no new taxes, no fees associated with this bill. The $1.45 million appropriation is simply moving it from one part of our code to another part of our code where there is funding, and it would support critical support for ag education and safeguard the future of the ag industries and our economic engines of the county fairs. And for these reasons, I would respectfully request your favorable report on Senate Bill 563.
Okay, Senator Hester, do you want to just pass it to your left and tell us who you are? And you're going to be on, each of you on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Richards. I'm the Executive Director for the Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation. We would benefit under this bill. Some of our more familiar programs that you may know about are our mobile lab programs, which go to elementary schools throughout the state. We have 4 labs that go to the schools and allow students to conduct hands-on science experiments using agriculture as a context. It's a tremendously popular program. In addition, we have mobile showcases that go to the state and county fairs and shows. They help people understand agriculture, how their food is grown, and the value of agriculture in their lives. And while these mobile showcases are at the county fairs and shows, they're visited by about 1.5 million people who attend these. That's 25% of the Maryland population that attends these local fairs and shows. It gives our residents a chance to meet local farmers, to learn through competition with others, to be inspired to try something new, like gardening or canning or baking or raising animals. They're buying animals and selling animals at auction, and the funds are going back to invest again in 4-H and FFA projects. So each person who attends these fairs is paying an entrance fee, they're buying food, they're buying gasoline to get there. They're really strong economic drivers for our communities. These are all good things, and for these reasons, I urge your favorable vote for Senate Bill 563. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ella Burrier, and I'm currently serving as the Maryland FFA State Vice President this year. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak in front of the committee today. My state officer team and I represent over 2,400 students enrolled in agricultural programs throughout Maryland in 50 FFA chapters. Today, on behalf of Maryland FFA, I ask for the committee's support on Senate Bill 563, ensuring that Maryland's agricultural fairs and education opportunities continue to thrive for generations. Each year, Maryland FFA gives students the opportunity to attend one of our 5 regional leadership conferences, as well as our chapter officer leadership training. These conferences are statewide and have made an impact on many FFA members throughout the years. Attending these conferences builds a strong foundation in students' leadership skills, communication skills, career readiness, and it also allows them to create connections with other FFA members from across the state. One of the main reasons why we are able to hold these conferences each year is because of the funding that we receive from the Maryland Agricultural Fair Board. The Maryland Agricultural Fair Board has been a longtime financial supporter of the Maryland FFA Association, and the funding from this board goes directly back to our FFA members. It gives them the support that they need to grow in their FFA journeys. We also submitted a written testimony, which is submitted by our Executive Director, Ms. Teresa Shank. So please refer to that for more information on why we support this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we hope you will join us in supporting Senate Bill 563.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huff.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. We want to thank the senator for sponsoring this bill and very important legislation. There's been work on this problem going on well before I started in this position at Maryland Farm Bureau. You heard the technical side. I want to talk about the importance of this bill from my experience being a 4-H'er growing up in Howard County, still being involved as a volunteer with Maryland and Howard County 4-H. These programs and these fairs, these shows, offer a great opportunity for our youth. They get the opportunity to decide what they're going to use, whether it's livestock, arts or crafts, baking, various other programs, and they get to learn with that aspect. They get to grow with that aspect. It teaches them life skills. It teaches work ethic, other aspects as well. And that Maryland Ag Fair Board is essential for providing funding for those shows, whether it's a county fair all the way down to the small spring shows, which have as much value to the youth learning and growing as anything. The Maryland Ag Education Foundation is vital for making sure our programs such as FFA and others are being able to go out and learn and expand their growth, market themselves, make connections. That program, FFA and MAFER, vital for continued ag education within our schools and throughout the state. And the Maryland State Fair is a huge showcase of Maryland agriculture. It is a great event. It offers great opportunities for 4-H'ers, and I still even exhibit at that show today. So it's something that is very valuable. I think all 3 of these programs are phenomenal ag education opportunities, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir, Mr. Faber.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. John Faber with the Anne Arundel County Fair. I'm a bit concerned what the future would hold for the county fairs, the state fair, all these spring shows, and everybody that that currently benefits from the current funding. Anne Arundel County Fair is an all-volunteer organization, nonprofit, and we take agriculture education seriously. It's in our work statement. We have many 4-H and FFA members that exhibited our fair. I couldn't imagine what would it be like if we wouldn't be able to use this funding to continue providing what we do provide in the way of agriculture education for our fair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Hester or panel? Okay, seeing none. We do have some additional favorable testimony. I'll call up, is Bruce Bariano still here? Bruce? I don't see him. Mark Feinroth, I see Mr. Feinroth, come on up. Teresa Shank. Teresa Shank here.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting for them to come up, I just wanted
Sure.
to point out that Senator Gallion is on this bill, so it is a good bipartisan bill.
Oh, that's
And
okay.
we
Thank
urge
you
a
for pointing
favorable
that out.
committee report.
Deanna Tice? Is Deanna Tice here? Okay, there you are. Deanna, why don't you come up, and then we do have one, do we have the virtual?
Space.
Okay, our one virtual witness is not here, so you're the 2 final witnesses on this bill, and you're both signed up favorable. So, Mr. Feinroth, why don't you start? Okay, we have a 3rd witness. Okay, Mr. Feinroth, why don't you start?
Fire away. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Mark Feinroth on behalf of the Maryland State Fair. You've heard extensively already about the importance of the state fairs. I'll just mention that the state fairs and the local fairs are struggling financially. That's not just because of the status of the parimutuel funds, the uncashed tickets. It's because their physical plants are aging. They're in need of upkeep. We've got a pending request to the Capital Budget Subcommittee for additional funds at the State Fair to work on their physical plant to make it more accessible and to upgrade their roofing system. So there's all kinds of needs and all kinds of problems associated with the State Fair, challenges that they're facing to try and continue this important educational and cultural activity at the state and local level. And we'll appreciate your support for this piece of legislation to at least shore up the funding on this particular issue.
Okay, why don't you put it, just stand to your left.
Pass the mic.
And tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Dina Tice. I'm a full-time farmer here in Anne Arundel County. I also am the Anne Arundel County Farm Bureau president, and I sit on the board of the Anne Arundel County Fair. I grew up in 4-H and FFA organizations raising projects every year to enter the county and state fairs. These projects would sometimes be sold at the fairs to raise money to start the next project. This brought the love of agriculture and a pathway to college for me. My children and my grandchildren have followed in my footsteps, participating in the fairs too. My story is the same as many Maryland farm families. But fairs are more than just kids participating in 4-H and FFA. They are a way that farming communities can bring thousands of people to fairgrounds for family fun, but also receiving agriculture education. Most families are many generations away from the farm, so the fairs are a great way to show them where their food comes from and maybe ignite a spark in them to get involved in agriculture or the fair in some way. Fairs also include local businesses, community organizations, political affiliates, startup companies, vendors, police, fire, EMT services, as well as concerts, family shows, livestock shows, and much more. It's the greatest week of the year to see the entire community come together. No other event brings in such diversity. Having the county and state fairs once a year not only brings agriculture education to communities, but community togetherness, as it takes many volunteers to put these fairs on. Please help support the fairs and ag education in Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You'll be the last witness on this piece of legislation. Tell us who you are.
Thank you, Senator Feldman. My name is Terry Shank, Teresa Shank, and I serve as the Maryland FFA Executive Director. I submitted some written testimony on behalf of this bill with the Maryland FFA Association. I just wanted to reiterate what my young people have shared, that this bill supporting the Maryland Agricultural Fair Board does provide opportunities for young people in high school agriculture education programs throughout the state of Maryland, reaching more than 2,400 students. And the funding has been significant in holding our programs and activities for those students year after year. So I express my appreciation to Senator Hester for sponsoring the legislation, and again, express a favorable, hope you vote favorably for this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 563. And I believe Senator Hedelman is en route. She just told me she's en route via text. In the meantime, why don't I call up her designated panelists? And there she is. She's walking in the door. So we're going to call Rachel Jones from the Maryland Department. We're on Senate Bill 913, and the sponsor's coming to the table. And we're going to Rachel Jones from Maryland Department of Agriculture, Ben Baker from the Maryland Public Service Commission are the two designated panelists. So let's just start with sponsor, Mr. Baker. I don't know if Ms. Jones is still here.
She ran to the House.
Okay.
I think she had to testify there.
Sounds okay.
But
well,
I can cover.
Senator Hedelman, you lead off. Take the time you need to present Senate Bill 913.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the EEE Committee. Nice to see you today. My name is Shelley Hedelman, and I'm here to present Senate Bill 913. This bill is the outgrowth of a work group that you all sanctioned last year. We were looking at the infrastructure for EVSEs, electric vehicle infrastructure, how we all charge electric cars. And we came together during the interim under the leadership of Ben Baker from the Public Service Commission. A very diverse group of stakeholders came together and did a pretty intense deep dive on the different entities, the different state agencies and entities involved in overseeing electric vehicles. I, for one, I'll just speak for personal experience. I do not own an electric vehicle. I hear from people, and I'd like to. And one of the things that is holding me back are the stories, and in fact, they shall remain nameless, but a couple of secretaries of important agencies in this area that have shared with me their experiences, and maybe some of you have had them, of going to sites and going to charge their cars and finding equipment that was not working. This is incredibly frustrating for our constituents. It is really one of the major things that is holding me back from buying an electric vehicle. We do not yet have a complete rollout of the kind of support and infrastructure that we need to be able to assure consumers that their purchase of a vehicle that we all want folks to do, because as this committee well knows, we have very important climate goals and clean energy goals that we want to meet in this state. And our transportation sector is the largest contributor to greenhouse gases. And so we all want to be rowing in the same way to encourage people to adopt this form of transportation. So what this bill does is takes the recommendations of the work group and implements a number of them. We are growing in the number of sites that we have and the number of vehicles that we have. I will say that they have, we're just under 129,000 electric vehicles that were purchased. That has more than quadrupled since 2020, so that is good. It's not good enough, I think, to be able to get us to where we need to be. We have about 1,545 sites. Those are both level 2 chargers and DC fast chargers. We want to, through this bill, have some accountability for those faulty chargers that are out there, and to create the infrastructure that can support the proliferation of more of them. We do not, and you'll read some of the testimony that is against this, and I should say we're coming in with a bunch of amendments. Right now, the bill really has the Secretary of Agriculture leading this charge. We have divvied that up to share responsibility between the Secretary of Agriculture, who has the responsibility currently for weights and measures, enforcing through Handbook 44, NIST Handbook 44, weights and measures, and sharing the responsibility between Ag, the PSC, which already has a lot in their mission, and a small piece for MDOT through the NEVI program. There is a lot of, obviously, I'm going to state the obvious, there is a lot of uncertainty at the federal level. We have heard about freeze at the federal level on NEVI funding. That is, of course, of great concern to all of us. At the same time, we need to move forward. We can't just stop. And so the amendments that we're going to come to you with share the responsibility for the enforcement. And I'm totally open and willing to continue the conversation about how best to not freeze. We want more companies to come into Maryland. We want more investment in these chargers. We do not want to provide onerous regulations that prevent businesses from wanting to be here. So I want to be really clear about that. At the same time, we want to ensure the consumer, when they are on their last, drips of energy, that they can pull into a site, an EVSE, and be assured that it is functioning properly. So that's what we're trying to do through this legislation. Again, we have worked with the Department of Agriculture and the PSC and MDOT to come to some mutually agreeable amendments, and we will have them to you ASAP. So without further ado, I will turn it over to my
Okay, we'll hear from Mr. Baker, although, Senator Hedelman, when you mention the word, the agent, the NIST, you're supposed to acknowledge, she just left, you're supposed to acknowledge that it's in the 17th legislative district of Maryland. You
I'm
didn't
so
mention
sorry.
that. Okay, Mr. Baker, good to see you again. I know that we had the briefing a few weeks ago on EV and EV charging, and some aspects of this topic came up with that joint briefing over in the joint hearing room. So the floor is yours, and I don't think we're going to time you because I think just go. Tell us what you got.
Well, thank you for that. So, Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about this proposed legislation. I had the privilege of chairing a work group that focused on this topic over the summer to try and come up with a regulatory process for how we could improve, I would say, reliability and customer satisfaction with public charging in Maryland across all charging stations. And so we met several times, lots of back and forth on it, and that resulted in a report that was filed with you all November 1st of 2024. And that's also posted on our website if you would need a link to it. The commission is informational on this proposed legislation, as none of the chargers that are in it are under our jurisdiction. My understanding of the amendments is we are going to coordinate with Department of Ag in helping them draft the rules and set up the procedures by which they will oversee these chargers. I believe there's also desire for us to help with effectively the data mining of the reports that will come in to when we're looking at the reliability of these stations. So generally, though, this is good policy. I think trying to increase customer satisfaction around these stations is a good thing, but there is going to be a needle that needs to be threaded with any policy that comes out of this between increasing customer satisfaction while still remaining a desirable place for charging businesses. And a lot of that tension does play out in the report and the recommendations that come out of that report for your consideration, and I think also starts playing into some of what we'll be discussing here today as well. And so I think it's a good discussion, something that we should all look forward to engaging in. I will note that there was one of the key amendments I want to make sure isn't missed is making sure that the utility stations that are under our purview and that do have reliability standards attached to them continue to remain subject to the weights and measures accuracy standards, and that weights and measures continues to have exclusive jurisdiction over those as they have the infrastructure to do that, and we don't want to double up on tasks that don't need to be doubled up on. And so, but generally, I find that what has been put in front of you tries to strike a balance between what we propose, but also trying to understand the policy that the senator and hopefully all of you will look forward to implementing or giving us. And I'm happy to answer any questions or dive in on that with you. So thank you for your time. And
okay.
Happy to answer
Why don't we
questions.
do this? We've got two virtual witnesses, one from Tesla and one from ChargePoint. Why don't we bring them in, and then we'll take any questions from the members. So we've got Mal Scourin from Tesla in the queue, and Emily Kelly from ChargePoint. Okay, Mal, you're on behalf of Tesla. Why don't you lead off? You each are going to have 2 minutes, and we're on Senate Bill 913, and you've signed up favor with amendments. Why don't you start? 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mal Scoron. I'm a senior policy analyst testifying on behalf of Tesla. Tesla operates 60 supercharger stations with 546 individual connectors in Maryland, representing over half of the state's fast charging ports. We continue to invest in our supercharger network, which is now opening to use by non-Tesla EVs, and it's always been our ambition to open the supercharger network to encourage more drivers to transition to driving on electricity. We submit written comments with our recommendations to ensure that this bill proceeds in a practical way on implementation, which is why our position is favorable with amendments. And we hope to be helpful in highlighting best practices from other states that Maryland can adopt to oversee and make sure EV chargers are reliable while also ensuring positive driver experience and continued investment in charging infrastructure. First, regarding the Department of Ag's enforcement of Handbook 44. We've been engaged with the development of that specification for many years. These are requirements related to consumer protection and price transparency. While the specifications have been final for a few years, implementation has been an entirely separate issue, and we see a need for a statewide approach, which we believe we can work with the Department of Ag on. However, in our experience, it'll be important to focus the definition of private shared chargers so that chargers at workplaces and multifamilies that charge a fee for use are exempt in order to make sure that chargers continue to be deployed in those hard-to-reach use cases, and to minimize the implementation burden of the Department of Ag. A few other states have proceeded with that focused implementation as well. Secondly, we think it's really important regarding the later sections of the bill to be focused on public chargers that receive public funds. And I believe that's my time.
Finish up. You can finish up. Finish that second thought. Yeah, second issue.
So there is no jurisdiction in the country that has applied uptime reporting requirements to privately funded chargers. We're concerned that doing so would require significant resources for both the state and the industry to be able to report that data. And those are resources that could otherwise be used to directly improve driver experience, improve service, decrease per kilowatt hour cost for drivers, and other things that directly improve and accelerate EV adoption. And so we appreciate Senator Hedelman's commitment to improving the EV driver experience, and we'll be suggesting some amendments to help get at the bill's goal of improving driver access and experience for all. So thank you so much, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's get Emily Kelly's testimony in, and then we'll open it up to the sponsor and all the witnesses here. So, Ms. Kelly, you've got 2 minutes, and again, you're signing up also favorable with amendments and on behalf of ChargePoint.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on Senate Bill 913. I'm Emily Kelly. I'm a Senior Policy Manager with ChargePoint, a leader in electric vehicle charging solutions. We sell network charging solutions to businesses, both small and large, like convenience stores and entities like cities who want to provide charging as an amenity to EV drivers in the state of Maryland. We commend Maryland's commitment to clean transportation and applaud its ambitious goals to reduce climate pollution and expand EV adoption. However, as drafted, SB 913 poses challenges that could hinder charger deployment, discourage private investment, and impose unnecessary costs on station owners, and therefore we've taken a favorable, if amended, position. First off, we support the enforcement of NIST Handbook 44 for EV charging pricing, transparency, and meter accuracy, but we propose 2 key amendments. Number 1, pay-per-price private share chargers should be exempted from these requirements, as enforcement costs are significant and could discourage installation in multi-unit dwellings and at workplaces. Number 2, we propose allowing flexibility on the enforcement timeline, deferring to the Maryland Department of Ag to determine the appropriate start date. Second, regarding uptime reporting standards, we recommend aligning Maryland standards with the federal NEVI guidance to avoid a costly patchwork of regulations. Additionally, we propose restricting uptime reporting to publicly funded chargers only on a go-forward basis, ensuring accountability of taxpayer dollars while reducing the costs and reporting requirements on station owners, again, many of which who are small business owners in the state of Maryland. Finally, while we recognize the importance of consumer protection standards, we suggest the bill allow the current EV charging work group with key stakeholders from both the private and public sector to determine which standards specifically are necessary for a reliable driver experience. So with that, we look forward to collaborating with Senator Hedelman and the committee on this bill and potential amendments. Thank you again. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we could take questions, actually, I think I missed one. Is Lanny Hartman here? Lanny? My apologies, I missed you. Why don't you come up here, and then we'll take questions. You're signed up similarly favorable amendments. So, Mr. Hartman, you're on the 2-minute clock, and then we'll take questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Lanny Hartman. Hi, my name is Lanny Hartman. I was part of a group of 13 EV drivers that visited nearly every fast charger in the state of Maryland to see how they were working. We went to 304 sites and assessed over 1,000 charging ports. Here's what we found. Tesla and Rivian, who operate just over half of the ports, were nearly flawless. Only 2 were down. Among the rest of the chargers, 31% were dead, offline, or wouldn't activate. Why the discrepancy? Tesla understands that a positive charging experience is crucial for car sales, so they developed their own supercharger network, prioritizing reliability. Now consider the other half of the chargers we evaluated. Those are operated by various owners and network providers, many funded through state grants or funded by ratepayers. The various ownership models, differing business priorities, combined with the challenge of maintaining and repairing equipment from third-party vendors, all contribute to the performance disparity that we observed. Maryland already mandates 97% uptime for utility-owned chargers. However, when they fail to meet the standard, the Public Service Commission does not penalize them. Instead, utilities seek approval to spend millions more to replace equipment that is sometimes less than 2 years old. Despite the existing mandate and additional spending, the uptime is not significantly improved. I suggest an amendment to remove the uptime regulations. The many exceptions make them difficult to enforce effectively. Instead, this bill should focus on providing the Weights and Measures Department with the resources they need. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or any of the witnesses that signed up here today? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Senator Hedelman, for the bill. We do have 3 witnesses signed up unfavorable, actually 2 witnesses unfavorable, and I'm going to call them up next, Michael Krauthammer and Anthony Willingham, and who are signed up unfavorable. And then after this, we will transition to 3 Augustine bills next, so for those of you waiting. Okay, each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock, and you're signed up unfavorable. So, sir, why don't you proceed?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Krauthammer. I live in Montgomery County, and I represent the Alliance for Transportation Electrification. In addition to my work with the Alliance, for more than a decade, I've installed EV chargers across the state. I also advise utilities, hotels, shopping centers, and multifamily communities all on EV charging. Previously, I served as the Executive Policy Advisor to the Maryland Public Service Commission. Because EV charging is critical infrastructure, we support clear requirements for accuracy and reliability, including consumer protection. But as described in my written comments, SB 913, while well-intentioned, does not strike the necessary balance to achieve Maryland's goals, and in fact is contrary to those goals. First, the bill will bring costly registration and inspection fees. These costs will, in nearly all cases, be borne not by charging companies, but directly by Maryland businesses, including small businesses. Second, requiring specialized technicians and inspectors, known as RSAs, will increase the cost of installation, increase the cost of maintenance, and increase the cost of repair, resulting in fewer chargers and longer outages. Third, enforcing the EVSE provisions of Handbook 44 will require the state and private companies to invest heavily in testing equipment. Recouping these costs will impose an excessive burden on site hosts and will likely result in fewer chargers being installed and even existing chargers being removed, not solving, but exacerbating the very problems the bill seeks to fix. Fourth, the bill imposes ongoing reporting requirements which are burdensome and intrusive. Finally, the fiscal note does not quantify what will be prohibitively high compliance costs. In conclusion, the market is nascent. States seeking to promote EV charging should take a light-touch approach, particularly given the federal government's anti-EV stance. Now more than ever, Maryland should not introduce these barriers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Willingham.
Greetings, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. My name is Anthony Willingham. I'm the State Government Affairs Manager at Electrify America, and I appreciate this opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 913, regulating EV chargers. Briefly about Electrify America, we are owner-operators of one of the largest networks of fast-charging infrastructure in the country. We have over 1,000 stations in North America, and in Maryland, we have about 20 stations with 100 chargers and more underway. Electrify America understands the intent behind this legislation, but is concerned that as written, it could repel private investment in charging infrastructure in Maryland. So we submit these comments highlighting two recommendations. One, that any charger registration framework allow a station to operate if the delay in completing the registration is due to inaction on the state's part. And two, that any penalty or enforcement action regulating reliability apply only to stations funded by state dollars. With respect to registering fast charging infrastructure, Electrify America is concerned about the state's or any state's ability to perform inspections efficiently and the potential for a station that is ready and capable of beginning service being prohibited from doing so because the state has yet to inspect it. This industry being in its nascency, the economics are precarious, so a station waiting indefinitely for the state to inspect it, unable to service vehicles in the meantime, can significantly injure that station's economic viability. Additionally, with the station's economic viability in mind, setting and enforcing reliability standards on stations financed with private dollars only punishes early innovators and may significantly disincentivize investment in fast charging infrastructure in Maryland. With support for charging infrastructure at the federal level wavering, charging providers are looking to states to foster stable and attractive regulatory environments in which to invest. But this bill does the opposite. By potentially subjecting private investment to enforcement and penalties, this bill renders investment in Maryland a liability rather than an opportunity. Again, reiterating our two recommendations. One, that stations be able to operate if the registration being complete is held up by the inaction by the state, and that private chargers be exempted from any regulatory framework.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our panel of unfavorables? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 913. And we're going to next move to Senator Augustine. Three bills. Start with 5991. We're going to go with Senate Bill 591, and Senator Augustine's going to come up there. I'm going to call up four designated sponsor panelists. I've got Kitty McElroy. Is Kitty there? We've got Gina Vanderwall, Don Butchko from Mako, and Christine Griffith. Those are the four I have here. Yes. Who are we missing?
What was the fourth one? What was the fourth?
Christine Griffith, Gina Van Wall, and Kitty McElroy.
Oh, Christine left.
But Drew Vetter.
Okay.
Either one, Drew or?
Is somebody else here that from the same group? Drew Vetter, you want to be the sub?
All right,
here?
let's get, well, yeah.
Okay, we're
All
good.
right.
That's your panel. Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 591.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 591, Environment Covered Electronic Device Recycle Program Establishment, the Electronics Recycling Health and Safety Modernization Act. As you have heard, this is going to be one of three producer responsibility pieces of legislation that we're going to hear. There are a number of folks who are here who are experts on this matter. This one is one that you all heard as well. There's some modifications that the panel will go through, but just very, very big picture. This is about us doing a better job with being more circular with our electronics. And those kind of covered materials are like your computer monitors and your televisions and your video screens, that they don't end up in the landfill largely, and that we have a good solid process for getting them recycled. That's what this bill aims to do. You will hear from my panel about why they are supportive of it. I'm going to ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 591. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, give us your name, and then each of you be on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Yes. Good afternoon, EEE Committee. I'm Kitty McElroy here as President of Maryland Recycling Network to support SB 591. I bring my experience managing electronics recycling contracts over the last 11 years at the Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority. I am not speaking on behalf of the authority. MRN members include public recycling managers, private and nonprofit recyclers, and the public. We thank Senator Augustine for sponsoring this bill. Maryland's electronics law is outdated and does not fund recycling. In 2014, local governments saw costs, and most began landfilling TVs and computer monitors, the bulk of e-waste. We were recycling over 19 million residential pounds per year, now under 6 million. 6 Maryland jurisdictions have spent over $8 million since 2014 to run these programs. Now, Maryland has 21 years left of landfill life. This is unsustainable. This bill will take that financial burden off taxpayers, grow local jobs, and increase our domestic supply of rare earth minerals and precious metals for the auto, jewelry, electronics, and clean energy industries. It will allow jurisdictions to divert much-needed tax revenues to other critical public services, eliminate fees at collection sites, and expand programs, especially in rural areas. Fires have already occurred at county electronics collection sites. These battery fires burn longer, hotter, and are more difficult to extinguish. They escalate much faster, are prone to reignition, and can burn for days. We need to protect our essential workers, first responders, and recycling infrastructure. This bill will do that. This bill is a true shared responsibility model among government, consumers, retailers, and producers. We already have this program for tire and paint recycling. This bill complements those laws, ensuring difficult material is responsibly managed. Maryland has proven itself to be a leader by passing the third e-waste law in the country back in 2005. We are asking you to lead once again and finish building on what is already in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you go next?
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. I'm going to keep this brief. This is a phenomenal bill. It is a smart approach. It offers flexibility, and it's a really innovative use of public and private resources. Counties wholeheartedly love this piece of legislation. We order a favorable report. Thank you.
Why don't you pass that back to your right? Okay. Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon, Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Gina Vanderwall, and I'm a recycling coordinator here on behalf of Howard County. I have direct experience managing the county's electronics recycling contract. Over the past decade, the economics of managing electronics recycling programs have been challenging for local governments, including Howard County. Since 2012, Howard County has recycled over 14.5 million pounds of electronics received at our public drop-off site, costing over $1.6 million to do so. I am also aware that many of my colleagues in other counties have been unable to obtain the funding needed to sustain full electronics programs over the past 10 years and have been left with no other choice but to landfill these devices. I am here not only to ensure Howard County's recycling program is set up for permanent success in the future, but also in solidarity with my colleagues to get them the funding they need in order to reinstate the full programs they once had. Howard County has already experienced battery-related fires in our electronics public drop-off sites and on our curbside trash and recycling collection routes. This bill will provide us with thermal imaging, fire detection, and 24/7 monitoring technology, as well as suppression equipment to catch these events before they become fires and to help us safely extinguish them when they do occur. Lithium-ion battery fires are not regular fires, but toxic chemical ones. We want to ensure workers who manage these materials have all the tools necessary to keep themselves safe and protect our recycling infrastructure. We ask for your support on SB 591. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vetter, should you go next?
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Drew Vetter, representing the Maryland chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association, here to support this bill. Our association broadly supports EPR approaches for difficult to manage items in the waste stream, including electronic devices. We've already adopted this approach for paint, for tires. Lithium-ion batteries, which are commonly found in electronics, are a leading cause of fires in waste and recycling facilities. These fires put our workers at serious risk and damage critical infrastructure. When improperly disposed of, they can ignite in collection trucks and at facilities, creating dangerous and costly emergencies. An EPR system for electronics would ensure safer disposal pathways, reducing fire hazards and protecting lives. Additionally, electronics contain hazardous materials that pose risk to workers and the environment when not handled properly. a strong EPR program for electronics would promote safe recycling and ensure that these materials are managed responsibly. With that, thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Augustine or his panel? Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you. Senator Augustine, this is awesome. I love it. Could you just explain to us how the fee would work?
Yeah, I can, but I'll let Kitty do it, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
Since
sure.
she was ready to do it.
If you don't mind. Yeah, so there would be two types of fees under this model. And I'm going to go back and say, Maryland Recycling Network, we started a work group on this in late 2021, so that's essentially what this bill came from, a bunch of these recommendations. So what we evaluated starting back then, we really liked the manufacturer fee model that funds MDE, and what we recommended was that stay in place, and that would fund their administration of the program and their ability to hire like a third-party nonprofit, which exists in many other states to help with administration. The consumer fee side, which I believe is what you're getting to. Yeah, so that there's no fees that have been decided yet. That would be decided in regulation with feedback from an advisory council, which would be made up of every type of stakeholder related to electronics.
I see the members on the council,
Yes.
one senator, one delegate, Mako, blah, blah, blah. I get all that. When we passed Senator Brooks's paint bill, which took a few years, one of the areas of interest was how much more am I going to pay to repaint my living room?
Right.
And we all had to, and the calculations were there, and it wasn't that much, but it felt like a lot to some of our colleagues and all that. If I've got an old laptop, I'd love to know, are we talking about $1? Are we talking about $20? I think having some of that information and not signing a blank check of, we support this concept, but we don't know what we're foisting on our constituents gives me a little bit of pause. But I love the concept. I just wonder how much of this is either going to be a cap or some indication before it's actually implemented. So
what I would say is, and I wish I remembered the fees off the top of my head, California is another state in our country that has a model like this. It's very similar to what Canada does. They also have a consumer fee model like this. So California's model, from what I can remember, but I will follow up and provide you the exact current prices that consumers are paying under fees. I believe it's between $1 to $5 per device that they're buying new, and then that funds the end-of-life recycling program.
they pay it when they buy their new laptop, and then at the end, it's free to just dump it at the recycling center and all that. Okay. Thank you. We're not California. And Canada is not our 51st state yet and all that, so we are different and we can do things differently, but it is interesting information and comparison. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions for Dom and Mako. Last year we worked together on that lithium-ion work group bill. So, like, how would this join with that or work together with that task force, I guess, that we passed?
Yeah. So that phenomenal group. They're great. It's still ongoing right now. They're due to issue their report at the end of this year. They were mostly looking at the large kind of utility scale batteries. That being said, when they kind of deliver their recommendations, I'm sure that it can inform some of the work that this group is doing as well.
Okay. Any additional questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you. We do have some additional witnesses I'm going to bring up next. We've got Martha Ainsworth. Is Ainsworth here? We've got Adele Rodriguez. Is Adele Rodriguez here? And do have one, is our virtual witness in the queue? Moria? Yes. Okay. And we have one virtual one. Okay, Ms. Ainsworth, you're signed up straight favorable, and our virtual witness is favorable. Then we do have one unfavorable witness. So, Ms. Ainsworth, you're on the 2-minute clock. Again, you're straight favorable.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club's Zero Waste Team, speaking in support of SB 591 on behalf of the Chapter's 70,000 members and supporters. Maryland has had an electronics recycling program since 2005, but the program's funding based entirely on manufacturers' registration fees has been inadequate to reimburse local governments for the cost of collection and recycling. In the past decade, residential electronics recycling has dropped precipitously. Many programs have halted collection of the most expensive devices to recycle, namely TVs and computer monitors. Their disposal poses environmental and health risks. Furthermore, access of the public to recycling drop-off points has remained very low. Of the 8 counties that provide year-round collection of all electronic devices, 3 have only a single drop-off point. 7 counties have no public drop-off at all. So SB 591 would update the electronic device recycling system to ensure financial sustainability and effectiveness over the long term, while improving public access and reducing environmental impact of discarded service devices. Specifically, it would put in place a sustainable source of finance linked to the program's actual costs. And it would authorize an evaluation of accessibility of electronics recycling drop-off sites and develop a convenience standard across the state. The program would be administered by MDE, but MDE may do so through a contractor. The program launch has been accelerated by 1 year to minimize the environmental impact of continued inappropriate disposal of electronic devices. So we congratulate the sponsor and the Maryland Recycling Network on all of these important improvements since last year, and the Sierra Club respectfully requests a favorable report on SB 591.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ainsworth? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Let's go to our virtual witness signed up favorable, Kristen Aldendorf. Kristen, you're on the clock at 2 minutes, and again, you're similarly signed up straight favorable.
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Oldendorf. I'm Senior Director of Public Policy and Communications for the Solid Waste Association of North America, known as SWANA, which I'm representing today. Personally, I am a resident of Baltimore City. I previously worked for the City of Baltimore Department of Public Works, including as Chief of the Office of Waste Diversion, where I did manage the city's recycling contracts, including electronics recycling. So I am not representing Baltimore City today, but I wanted to note that background of my experience and the experience of some of those costly invoices. I am representing SWANA, as mentioned, which has headquarters in Silver Spring, Maryland. And we are a membership association for professionals in the waste and resource management industry, mostly public sector. So our members include the individuals who are actually managing the electronics drop-off centers, transporting materials, doing that public outreach, and much more. So this bill would have many benefits. We are supportive of this, and safety is really a key benefit of this bill. Safety is a priority for SWANA. Fires caused by lithium-ion batteries are increasingly common and becoming just more and more of a concern. We're hearing almost daily about fires happening in the collection vehicles, happening at facilities as many of these electronics make their way into the household trash and recycling, get damaged, explode, start fires. So it's causing very costly damage and is a major safety concern. So this bill would really provide additional options for consumers to properly recycle electronics, and it would also provide funding for some of that really needed safety infrastructure like the heat spot and fire suppression equipment. It's also really important to keep electronics out of landfills so that we can actually recover and recycle the valuable materials that they contain. My written testimony provides additional points and information. Thank you for your consideration of this bill.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We do have one unfavorable witness, Sarah Price from the Maryland Retailers. Ms. Price, why don't you come up, take to the table, and you'll be on the clock of 2 minutes, and you're signed up straight unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I do want to note that one of our concerns from last year's bill regarding the covered goods that would be impacted has been cleared up by some of the language around white goods, but unfortunately we do remain opposed to the legislation. Stewardship programs like this increase costs for customers due to the administrative cost of joining the program for the businesses, and then the implementation of a point of sale fee on top of the price of goods. We do not believe that there has been enough oversight when private entities are authorized to run programs like this. Historically, the organizations that have been set up to explicitly run stewardship programs have been known to overcollect beyond the necessary funds needed to run that program, and there's basically no way to return that money to the customers and taxpayers. In this bill in particular, excluding the manufacturers from the definition of an authorized retailer can disincentivize the industry from expanding and innovating in recycling methods and the use of recycled materials in electronics. And due to the existence of private label goods, this can capture a lot of prominent electronics retailers in addition to the well-known brand manufacturers. We do feel that it would be meaningful to include the manufacturers in this process if we're trying to move forward with more of a circular economy around electronics. But ultimately, the bill would explicitly raise prices for customers, and I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this is but one of dozens of bills that are being considered by the legislature this year that would increase the costs of goods and services and other taxes. So for that reason, we would urge an unfavorable vote. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Ms. Price? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 591. We can go next back to Senator Augustine on Senate Bill 686. And Senator, the lone sponsor panelist you've designated is Scott Cassell. Mr. Cassell, why don't you come up here and you can take a seat at the table next to Senator Augustine, and then we'll start with the two of you. Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 686, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 686, Environment, Extended Producer Responsibility for Batteries and Battery-Containing Products, Battery Stewardship Act. So, colleagues, we just heard a bill that was around the electronics. This is, and you also heard within that conversation, a significant amount of discussion about the importance of batteries and the challenges that are associated with batteries. And this piece of legislation is a little more directly focused, and it is a different approach to a more circular economy with regard to batteries as defined in the bill. And these are really the smaller batteries, not the big, huge ones that we're talking about, up to 25 pounds. So, there's up to a fairly decent sized one, but yes, Madam Vice Chair, including the small batteries that are in part of this. What I will share with everybody is that although we are not California, we are not Canada, as the Vice Chair mentioned, I did look to the state of Illinois for a successful sort of like best practices, one that a lot of things had already been worked out amongst a lot of the stakeholders as a model for this piece of legislation. And this piece of legislation is different than the one before, in that this is one where we have a definition of the covered materials, and then after the covered materials, we have a set of producers, and the producers are really the people who have manufactured the batteries themselves. They are the ones who are pretty much defined as the producers. And what we do with this is a stewardship act and a stewardship group that then basically we determine that total cost of managing these things, and then it goes to the producer themselves to pay for a portion of that cost. So it's a little bit more putting the onus more directly on the manufacturer, and then incenting that way. We incent the manufacturer. You heard some of those things before. We incent the manufacturer then to reduce some of those costs in the process. It has certain timelines, of course, with doing that, that we will work out on this from this process. I talked about the covered materials and sort of like the way it's set up. It's set up similar to the next bill that you will hear, where it also will have an advisory council. So it's a similarly situated piece of legislation, and it's trying to deal with this very challenging and difficult material that we have, which is these batteries. Senator Gallion, you did have the work group on that was looking at the looking at the batteries and fires and stuff like that, and that is ongoing. But it really, the focus of it, even though it is one of the subsections, as you heard from the previous panel, like this is not, this part of it we kind of know, and there are others who have already worked on it versus some of the larger fire situations, big utility scale and things like that, that's more associated with that work group, and that work group is ongoing. The interim report, I'm not sure if you saw it also. I mean, there's just not a significant amount of the depth that would be where we know sort of already by what's already happened in other states and what we're doing to manage this, that this is actually in a place where I think that we can move forward successfully with a piece of legislation to help us to be more circular, get these more of these rare earth minerals and things like that back into the system in a very positive way. And so I'm going to ask for a favorable report. There is still work to be done on the bill. I will say that. You'll hear from some of the stakeholders about some of the things that need to be updated and fixed. And we will surely are open to that in the process. So I will ask for a favorable, and as will be amended once worked out. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator Augustine. Why don't we go to our panelists here? Sponsor panels.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Scott Cassell. I'm the CEO and founder of the Product Stewardship Institute. Our organization has promoted and pioneered product stewardship, or EPR, in the United States for the past 25 years. And I'm here in support of SB 686. I have personally worked 40 years on battery EPR and legislative models that have led to most of the state laws that have recently passed, so I can speak to those. SB 686 is, as Senator Augustine mentioned, it's modeled after the EPR law that is passed in Illinois. Our board members, local governments, the state of Illinois, the industry, the battery industry, Call to Recycle, the recycler, have all worked together on these bills. We're very close together. The recyclers also are very interested because of the fires, so there's a lot of support in every state that we've worked on for some type of battery EPR law. This is different than the previous consumer fee on electronics, that it is internalized. This is cost internalization from the battery industry. They're paying for not only the state government's costs, but they're paying for the collection, the processing, the recycling of those batteries. This bill also includes battery-containing products, which is the crossover with what you just heard on electronics. That the Washington, D.C.'s battery law also includes the battery-containing products, and it would be the producer of the batteries that would be responsible in the products or in the electronics or toys or medical devices. And if those were included, it would be the responsibility of the battery product themselves, the manufacturer. And I see I'm out of time here, but similar bills have passed in D.C., California, Washington, Vermont, and Illinois, and there's a dozen other bills similar to this one that are introduced this year in the United States.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Augustine, the sponsor, or Mr. Cassell? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to call up some additional witnesses. I've got Kitty McElroy, signed up favorable with amendments. Bill Kress, I see Mr. Kress also favorable with amendments. Josh Fisher as well, FWA, George Kirchner and Dominic Butchko are all signed up FWA, so that's 5 witnesses. And so if all 5 of you can come up, I'm not sure who I'm missing here. Again, Kitty McElroy, Bill Kress, Josh Fisher, George Kirchner, and Dom Butchko. Okay, Mr. Kress, why don't you lead off? And
Sure.
each of you are going to be on the 2-minute clock, and you're all favorable with amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bill Kress. I'm here today on behalf of the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. The Alliance is a trade organization of car manufacturers and technology providers for automobiles. I appreciate the sponsor taking some time to talk to me about this bill, and we understand the intent, and we certainly support EPR programs. However, with respect to the automobile industry, there is a very mature industry that has developed alongside for recycling. When a car is retired in the state, 95% of those cars go to a recycling facility, and then 86% of that material is recycled and reclaimed. I know the bill exempts lead batteries. What it does not exempt is lithium batteries and other batteries that may be contained in a car. So what we would respectfully request is an amendment to make it identical to the bill passed in Illinois to exempt any battery that is a component of an automobile. And that would put us in line with the legislation in Illinois that you've referenced and also maintain the current recycling industry.
Okay, Mr. Butchko, why don't you go next?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here, favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 686. I have to say, Senator, 2 for 2, 2 great bills in a row. We do have one small amendment on this one. We want to add some language to the Stewart plan that would require looking at how we would install adequate fire suppression systems. I think we've kind of covered enough how these fires could be rather combustible and dangerous. Other than that, we really like this piece of legislation. We urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next witness.
Yep.
Go on.
Good afternoon again, EEE Committee. I'm Kitty McElroy, President of Maryland Recycling Network, in support of SB 686 with amendment. MRN members include public recycling managers, private and nonprofit recyclers, and the public. We thank Senator Augustine for sponsoring this bill. I bring my experience managing electronics and battery recycling contracts over the last 11 years at the Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority. I also bring my experience as a member of the Commission to Advance Lithium-Ion Battery Safety in Maryland. I am not speaking on behalf of the authority or the Commission. Most end-of-life battery collection and recycling programs come at a cost to local government and other collectors. Thus, widespread year-round cost-free programs for battery recycling are very limited. There is no standardized statewide program set up to educate the public or fund a network of sites that accept batteries at no cost. Thus, batteries often end up in the wrong collection streams, causing fires. Fires are already frequently occurring in public and private solid waste and recycling collection sites, trucks, and recycling facilities in Maryland. The Commission to Advance Lithium-Ion Battery Safety in Maryland has been charged with addressing these issues comprehensively. Thus, MRN requests that the Commission is given time to finish its research and recommendations and deliver the final report, including policy best practices, due December 2025. MRN looks forward to reading the final report results and working with Senator Augustine on creating the best model possible and creating a comprehensive solution for the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McElroy, why don't you pass that to your left?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is George Kirchner. I am the Executive Director of PRBA, the Rechargeable Battery Association. We represent the major manufacturers of lithium-ion batteries and other rechargeable batteries, as well as the product manufacturers that are powered by these batteries. We've been around since 1991, and we got our start in this EPR space. We are generally in favor of the intent of this bill. As Mr. Cassell said earlier, there are 12 other states that are working on this type of legislation that is generally consistent with this bill here. The types and size of batteries that are covered here are consistent with other states. It does not interfere with the collection of automobile lead-acid batteries, which we think is important. It requires the products and battery manufacturers, again, to fund the bill. It does mandate the establishment of a battery stewardship organization, which we do support, and it places very little responsibility on the retailers. And so we think that's all very important, and those are points that we do support. Our number one concern with this bill is that it does mandate the collection of battery-embedded products. There are several states, there are no states that have passed battery bills with provision that requires battery-embedded products to be collected. Those are wholly different collection programs, and you really can't mesh the two. And we think that needs to be removed from the bill. We also don't support the fact that a stewardship organization should be encouraging certain design attributes, nor should they be managing eco-modulated fees. Those are very complicated issues, and I think that goes beyond what a stewardship organization should do. And lastly, the Maryland Lithium-Ion Battery Safety Commission, I know, is looking at this issue, and I think it would serve this committee and the legislature well to see what kind of recommendations come out of that commission before proceeding with this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, we do have two witnesses unfavorable, one in person, one virtual. Sarah Price, come back up here. And then we do have one virtual witness we're going to queue up. Take that witness next. So Ms. Price, you're signed up unfavorable, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance to express concern with this bill and generally over the passage of stewardship programs that can increase costs for customers. My apologies for being repetitive, but just for the record, we are generally opposed to the establishment of these programs that would impact the day-to-day costs that customers are paying for goods. Even if there is not a fee established directly with the purchase of that product, we do believe that the administrative burden of participating in these programs will ultimately impact the costs that the customers are paying for goods. So for that reason, we would urge an unfavorable. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Price? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to our last witness on this piece of legislation, Ashley Seward, also signed up unfavorable, and she's appearing virtually. So Ms. Seward, why don't you begin your testimony? You've got 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
A little bit louder. I think you might need to put the volume up there, okay?
Okay, I'll speak as loud as I can.
Okay, that's better. That's better. We hear you now.
Great. Well, dear Chair Feldman and the honorable members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Seward, and I'm testifying on behalf of Redwood Materials in an opposed unless amended position to this bill. Redwood Materials is building the first U.S.-based closed-loop supply chain for lithium-ion batteries. This involves the collection, recycling, and remanufacturing of batteries into critical components like cathode materials. We support the intent of this bill, and we have a shared want to enhance the collection and recycling of end-of-life batteries, preventing them from ending up in waste streams and landfills, and ensuring the recovery of the critical minerals and metals that the batteries contain. But with all of that being said, we must unfortunately oppose this bill unless amended. If passed as written, this bill will dilute battery recycling efforts in Maryland. This is because the bill language currently focuses heavily on collection but lacks guardrails for responsible end-of-life management downstream. This is because the bill does not require batteries to be sent to a specialized battery recycler for final disposition. Such recyclers support the creation of a domestic closed-loop battery supply chain by collecting, recycling, and refining end-of-life batteries into materials that can be used to create new batteries. Secondly, the bill limits battery collection rates by not providing clarity if recyclers, including specialized battery recyclers and e-waste recyclers, can continue to directly collect outside of a battery stewardship organization. The bill discourages retailer participation by not empowering retailers with the choice on what batteries they can collect and who they can partner with for collection. And lastly, the bill monopolizes battery collection by limiting battery stewardship organizations to only nonprofit entities. I am going to follow up with specific bill language proposed amendments for your consideration. I believe that the adoption of these amendments will improve the effectiveness of this program and bolster recovery rates and allow for the state to take strides in achieving its increased safety, sustainability, and circular supply chain goals. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our virtual witness, unfavorable witness? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 686, which brings us to the third and final Senator Augustine bill, Senate Bill 901. And Mr. Cassell, why don't you come back up? You are the designated panelist again on Senate Bill 901. Senator Augustine, the floor is yours.
All right. The third one. I've tried to move it as fast as possible, Mr. Chair. Have we been successful at that? All right.
So far, so good.
Okay. All right. Senator Malcolm Augustine here for Senate Bill 901, Environment Packaging Materials, Producer Responsibility Plans. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. As presented, this bill, well, let me just back up. So a couple of years ago, this committee, save our newest member, Senator Attar, heard this, the bill that you have in front of you. And we voted it out. And just going back to what this is about, this is, again, producer responsibility, but this time it's for the packaging. And we had the conversations in here, if y'all recall, and we had all of the, the Tide can and stuff like that, or the Tide holder, to demonstrate sort of like the differences about how we wanted to do a better job of maybe clear plastic versus the orange plastic, trying to get those things and then aligning the incentives to make sure that we were doing it in a way that the producer of it, just going back to what we talked about before, the producer of it, the manufacturer, the person, the brand owner, has an incentive to make their packaging the most circular that it could possibly be, such that we're able to use it. Clear plastic is way more recyclable, more useful than a colored plastic is. And trying to make it such that when it comes to packaging, that we're making sure that we are helping to increase the amount that we are able to recycle, that we're able to get. We're also aligning the costs in an appropriate way. For all three of these bills thus far, the costs right now are really borne by by us through our taxes, because of our collections and everything else. And there's really not a real way for those costs to be picked up, or there's no incentive for those people who are putting these products out to us right now, because we haven't put together this type of legislation to do so. Like I said, a couple of years ago, we worked hard in this committee. You all, I'm grateful for your patience on that. We made some, we came to some compromises, and we passed out a piece of legislation that went over to the House. In the House, they took it, they looked at it, and they, in essence, sent back, and you all passed, we all did, thankfully, a couple of the key elements to get this thing rolling and started. That included a part of that legislation was the actual creation of the group that is the brand owners, an initial building of those brand owners, and that's the Producer Responsibility Organization, similar to the stewardship organization that we talked about in the previous bill. We also created an advisory council. That advisory council has been diligently meeting, and been working on and bringing forward some recommendations and things like that. We also set forth the request for a needs assessment, which would look at our recycling system to make an assessment of where we were as it related to our recycling, that would then help us to and be what we could then use in order to establish the program itself. As is often the case, things are not as kind of like as neat as what you would want them to be, and that's just the case. So the needs assessment got backed up a little bit. The good news is that the needs assessment is almost here. There's a draft that's already been finalized, and the publication of that needs assessment should be, it's imminent. We should have that fairly soon, which will help us with regard to moving this kind of legislation forward. The second thing that occurred as well is, like I said, the advisory council has been meeting. They did share a letter to the chair, vice chair, of an initial set of sort of recommendations that they have that we can take into consideration as it relates to this piece of legislation and trying to put this thing together. So those are elements of the sort of like broad concept that I think that are important to include in the conversation. Similar to what I said before with the batteries stewardship one, there really has been kind of a consensus. It's like, in the intervening a couple of years, some other states have worked on this, on packaging producer responsibility. And there really has been one state where there's been some pretty good consensus, and that's Minnesota. And so I've been talking to stakeholders. I was talking with and just giving April the blues, because I just gave her a lot of work to do on this thing. She's, she knows we've been working on this as far as trying to really take and incorporate some of the compromises and some of the things that were done in that Minnesota model and bringing that here into some of the things here in Maryland to be able to utilize that because it really has worked out and worked through the really getting it into a good place. So just for the committee, just big picture, sort of like the things that are a part of this EPR include the covered materials. So that's going to be the definition of those things that are the materials that are included in this packaging definition. So that's an important thing. And then the covered entities, those are the brands and things like that that are also going to be are an important part of what we're doing. And then the collection and convenience. And what I'll share about collection and convenience, that's the collection of the materials and everything else. I feel, and we've looked at a shared responsibility between the municipalities and the haulers, but understanding that this is taking Maryland into consideration, that we have to appreciate and incorporate existing relationships that are already there. So there are already existing relationships between the haulers and the material recycling facilities. Madam Vice Chair, I'm doing my best, no acronyms as much as I can, with the material recycling facilities. So they already have some relationships. We want to make sure that we incorporate that. So these are some of the things that, of course, we have that are for the state of Maryland, still within this context of this Minnesota. We also know that we're going to make sure to look at who the responsible party is. These are some of the key elements for EPR overall. Governance, we've already, like I said, we've already produced the Producer Responsibility Organization and have established the Advisory Council. The funding inputs and funding allocation. So we think it's very important that there be eco-modulation. What does eco-modulation mean? It just means that the way that they're developing their products, if they make it more recyclable, then we charge them less at the end of the day. So it's like if we are able to retain more and it makes sense, it's just making sure that the incentives are aligned on the products that are out there. And that's a part of both the inputs and then the allocations, which of course the allocations will be, we'll get more on the allocations from our needs assessment. It may be, though, that we may need to bolster some of the information that we are going to get from this existing needs assessment. We may need more. So we may need to expand that. But the thing is with this organization, the way that this is organized, the expense for that would be borne by the Producer Responsibility Organization itself. We're going to make sure that we do that. So this first pass of the needs assessment with the graciousness of this committee and also the graciousness of Maryland Department of the Environment, we work together to fund the needs assessment as a priority of the state. But if we need to do additional, we surely would want to make sure that that was, as has been the case, best practice kind of across the country, that would fall into the purview of the Producer Responsibility Organization itself. Now, as it relates to the reimbursement mechanism, just sort of fill you all in on that, we had a model that had like a 50% reimbursement. Well, the Minnesota model actually has a cost recovery that moves up and moves all the way up to actually a 90% recovery. So it's a little bit more than what we had proposed, and I think it really makes a lot of sense. And again, a number of the stakeholders have already kind of come to an agreement on that. And then there's, of course, the design to the environment, that all the materials must be recyclable or compostable by 2032. We will have a performance standards, outreach, education requirements, equity and environmental justice. And then, of course, there's the work on the implementation timeline over time. We already have done a couple of the steps, but we surely will work on the implementation timeline for this. Another thing that I think is going to be important and must be a part of this bill is that we want to make sure that if a bottle deposit return system is enacted in the future, that it will be harmonized with this act to ensure that materials covered in the deposit return system are exempt from this program, which will ensure that basically make sure co-location of the drop-off collection sites are maximized and education outreach is integrated between the programs. Trying to make it that these things are not negatively impacting or having an impact on others. Colleagues, there's a lot of work still to be done. You will hear from folks who will share sort of their perspective of working really hard with them on it. And I will ask for your patience. So kind of come back to you all with a much, worked out product. But I'm here to present the bill today, Senate Bill 901, and have the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Augustine. Mr. Cassell, we'll go to you next. And again, we're going to have, everybody's going to be on the 2-minute clock at this point, okay?
Thank you, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I am still Scott Cassell, founder and CEO of the Product Stewardship Institute. We're a national nonprofit. We work on all of the products across the waste stream, including packaging. So I would just want to say Maryland really needs SB 901. And based on data from the state of Connecticut, Maryland could save local governments and taxpayers about $50 million a year. Okay, it's a lot of money for local governments. We know that, and it's internalized by those governments, and it would be taken over by the producers. 5 states have passed similar laws. Similar, they're a little different, but they're producer responsibility. Minnesota's one. We've worked on all of them. Minnesota is one that I worked on very much as well. It does have phases into it. I think it could go beyond 90% into full responsibility as well. But that's up to all of you. You can take advantage of the implementation over the past 3 years. So there's a lot of work that's been done. You don't need to wait. You can get this done now. Maryland's passed SB 222, as Senator Augustine mentioned already. It's laid a great foundation. The needs assessment is critical. That is done, and you're going to take advantage of it. You have multi-stakeholder advisory council. You have the producer responsibility organization. Really important to build upon. The advisory council recommendations that I just read yesterday have a lot of best practices in it. It's great, great recommendations by the council chairs. SB 901 is a solid bill. Again, many of the best practice elements are in there for all the other bills. But let me just finish up, if I can, with 2 key lessons, if I could just take another few seconds. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. These are big bills. Get something going. It's more important to get something going that you all can agree on and then add to it over time. Phase it in over time if you need. The bottle bill, containers, that can be done over time. It hasn't been done together yet, but it has in the United States, but it has in Canada and Europe. It's got to happen, but that's that one. And then the other is, well, I think I mentioned them, putting all the provisions in, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Senator Augustine or Mr. Cassell? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to, we've got several favorable with amendment witnesses. I'm just going to call folks up, fill up the table. Martha Ainsworth here. Michael Okorofer from McCormick. Michael. Let's see, Scott DeFife. Andrew Hackman. Chaz Miller. Don Butchko. Let's see where that leaves us. Okay, we got 6 witnesses, 6 seats, I think. Sorry. Yep, okay. So why don't we, let's start at the far right. Don, why don't you hand that to your left and tell us who you are, and each of you are going to have 2 minutes, and you're all signed up in favor with amendments, okay?
Good afternoon, Senator Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. My name is Andy Hackman, here on behalf of Ameripen. Ameripen represents the entire packaging supply chain, from folks that make packaging components of every material, paper, glass, metal, plastic, to brands that actually, am I close enough?
Okay, you're good.
Okay, I'm good. All right. Brands that actually use the packaging in their consumer goods. So folks that make cereal, make spices, make cleaning products all across the board. And then folks like Waste Management are also members of ours. So the entire packaging supply chain is our membership. We worked hard with Senator Augustine over the last 2 years around legislation, Senate Bill 222. We worked hard last year in Minnesota in reaching what we think is the next chapter in extended producer responsibility, and appreciate the reference to that. In terms of some of the key issues that have already sort of been discussed and would echo Senator Augustine's testimony, definition of producer is really important. We spent a lot of time in that in Minnesota. That definition is about a page and a half, and it's a really important one because we've run into issues in the other 5 states relative to defining who is the responsible entity, who has to pay fees to the producer responsibility organization. The funding formula was also mentioned. That was something that was a real balancing act in terms of making sure that we have the existing relationships preserved and that we have clarity for who's paying for what and at what levels. And then also important that we have a good relationship in terms of registering service providers, registering producers, and timeframes in order to get that done. So we do believe that amendments are needed to align this current draft a bit more with Minnesota, but appreciate the great work that's gone on with Senator Augustine, and we stand committed to helping get a product to move forward and out of the committee.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties, here favorable with amendments on Senate Bill 901. Counties just have one very small concern. At the end of the bill, it calls to do an analysis by December 1st of 2025. A few things talking with our members. First, that analysis could cost several $100,000 to over $1 million, depending on the jurisdiction. The fiscal note estimates about $100,000, but it does acknowledge that could be exponentially higher. Additionally, the timeline to do that type of analysis, there's just no practical way that we can get that implemented by December 1st. We respectfully request that language to be stricken from the bill. Everything else, though, we love it. So we urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Okay. All this Augustine from Mako, it's just, it's unbelievable.
So much
Valentine's Day, you know?
Okay. Ms. Ainsworth.
Yes, Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members. I'm Martha Ainsworth, Chair of the Maryland Sierra Club's Zero Waste Team, speaking on behalf of the chapter's members and supporters. In support of SB 901, with adoption of amendments to the bill's framework and to strengthen the oversight, accountability, and effectiveness of the bill. The Sierra Club embraces the principle of producer responsibility, in which producers of packaging materials are responsible for minimizing their environmental and social impacts at all stages of the life cycle. Producer responsibility requires more than simply reimbursing local governments for recycling their products. There should be incentives for producers to redesign their products to minimize waste, make them reusable or recyclable. There must also be strong public oversight and accountability to ensure that targets are met and funds are used appropriately. We thank the sponsor for improvements in this bill since it was introduced 2 years ago and look forward to discussion of ways to improve oversight, accountability, and effectiveness. In our written testimony, we request 2 amendments for the program framework. First, broaden the intent of the framework to include minimizing the environmental and human health impacts of packaging. Link it to upstream and downstream policies using definitions adopted in other states. And second, exclude deposit beverage containers from the bill in the event that a separate beverage container deposit system is adopted to fight litter. If adopted, the 2 programs must be harmonized. The packaging bill and the bottle bill both make producers responsible for their products. They complement each other. The bottle bill's refundable deposit aims to reduce beverage container litter. The packaging bill should be addressing source reduction, redesign of packaging for recyclability, and better recycling, reuse, and waste reduction. They coexist in other states. There's no reason why they can't coexist in Maryland. With these amendments and the others we'll be discussing with this sponsor, we respectfully request a favorable report on SB 901.
Okay, thank you. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Scott DeFife. I'm the president of the Glass Packaging Institute, which represents the glass manufacturers and glass recyclers across North America. I'm also one of the several members of the advisory council that's sitting before you today, so we're very happy to have been able to do that and help with this, and also want to applaud Senator Augustine and the sponsors of the bill for the work that they've been doing and support this with some amendments. Rather than, because I know it's a project in work, I'm just going to speak to a few general concepts that we would like to see introduced into the language as it goes forward. While we generally agree that Minnesota is a good model to follow, I would just say not every single provision in the Minnesota legislation applies to Maryland. There was one in particular that was added very late in the Minnesota process that we think would inhibit new innovation in infrastructure being brought into the state. And most of Minnesota, but not quite exactly all of Minnesota. We also are very concerned with that most of the fees are weight weight-based fees. There is eco-modulation that is supposed to offset some of that, but since the fees are largely weight-based, that does have a disproportionate impact on heavier materials such as glass, I would say also paper, that have a higher weight than the volume of material that's in the system. We also believe that there should not be one single unilateral PRO that handles everything. In addition to the potential of a deposit return system that we support, as Martha was suggesting, there are going to be independent producers, very small packaging options in Colorado. I sit on the Colorado Advisory Board. The fluid motor oil people got together to do an independent producer plan for fluid motor oil packaging, and I think it would be best served to include that. Lastly, very quickly, I hope the bill would take into consideration greater concern with contamination. The glass stream in particular ends up getting a lot of the additional contamination that flows through the system, and that can adversely impact glass producer fees. And with that, nearly half of the glass that's collected in Maryland today goes to landfills as alternative daily cover, and we would want to make sure that that is not allowed going forward in the future.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to, sir? Yes, give us your name. I know you're from McCormick. We've met before.
Yes.
So give us your name, and you're on the 2-minute clock, okay?
Thank you, sir. I am Michael Corafor, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for McCormick and Company. And I'm here today to support this bill from Senator Augustine with some amendments. And before I get to that, I just want to reinforce the fact that McCormick is vested in having a viable EPR in Maryland. We're doing that because we've also been dealing with EPR around the globe for the last 20 years, specifically in France, and I meet with them every year to make sure that every money we're contributing goes to really advancing viable EPR that leads to circularity, because the era of make, use, dispose is over. We're not talking about make, use, reuse, and that's why I'm here. I also want to say, yes, I am the co-chair for the Maryland EPR Advisory Council, but I'm here on behalf of McCormick. And as you know, McCormick employs a lot of people in Maryland, about over 2,500 employees in the state of Maryland. By the way, the largest spice manufacturing plant is in Hunt Valley, Maryland, and I think that's something that people need to know. So 2 things I'd like to add quickly on this amendment is I think it should be, when I talk about the amendment, it should be aligned with the Minnesota bill, because it has some of the good things that we think will lead to a viable and workable EPR. That's 1. 2, I'm bringing experience from outside the country, from France specifically. As I speak, for 2023, the recycling rate in France, consumer recycling rate, is at 67%. And I say that that's some of the things I think we need to align. And the PRO should be allowed to handle the money that the producers contribute. That's 1. And finally, a PRO also should be the one that will determine if there's excess money, that money goes into either reducing fees for the manufacturer, because we, the manufacturers, are willing to pay for it. But it has to be done with a clear transparency. And lastly, the PRO is like an NGO. They don't make money. So that's why we think they are most equipped to handle all the money that needs to be dispensed. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, you're the final witness on this panel. What's your name?
Thank you. I'm Chaz Miller. Unfortunately, this time you get me instead of Kitty McElroy, but she's also very good and did an excellent testimony earlier on Senator Augustine's first 2 bills. We supported the bill that passed the Senate last year. We were proud that our amendments were accepted by the senator because those amendments wanted to make sure we had an EPR program that fit into Maryland's unique and unusual structure for solid waste management. It also included a very important amendment to ensure that local governments remain in charge of their programs and that the public and private sector material recovery facility operators remain in charge of their facility and how their facilities are operated and the equipment they use. That said, those provisions were in that bill, and they're very important to our members, keeping that local control involved. We share with Mako's concerns about Section 2 at the very end of the bill. We think it's, our members just look at that and they say, how are we going to pay for it to do that kind of feasibility study? We definitely are looking forward to seeing the amendments that are proposed for this bill so we can see how they fit into the amendments we've supported in the past and if they work or if they may not work as well as we'd like them to. And I'd just like to conclude by saying we appreciate Senator Augustine's dedication to improving recycling in the state of Maryland. 3 EPR bills in one day. I don't know any other state that's had a hearing like this. Thank you, Senator.
He's a historic figure is what I think we're doing. Okay, we'll start with the sponsor for this panel. We do have some additional witnesses, so we'll go Senator Augustine, then to Senator Hester. You question for this panel?
No, I do, but I also just wanted to say thank you to everybody. They've just worked so hard on this. It's an ongoing process, but they really have just been really dedicated to this process, and we still have a lot of work to do, but I'm really grateful for the amount of dedication that you all have put into this. The only question that I do have is for Mr. Okorafor. What is that you have in front of you, and why do you have those two things in there?
Thank you, Senator Augustine. The reason I brought this is you actually said earlier about eco-modulation. And that is the real example here. This is product in the marketplace. It's a new red cap. If you haven't seen it, if you go to any of the stores, you see it. This is a good example of an eco-modulated, well-designed packaging. This packaging was optimized to give you the lightest weight. It's plastic, but more importantly, it contains 50% post-consumer recycled content. And we're doing this to demonstrate what a good EPR could mean, because we need to encourage all those things to happen, and that's where the money that we pay will go into. That's why we have this. We have features that you probably wouldn't even know, like when I open it, you hear the little sound. When I close it, says you're closing it freshness, type of thing that consumers love. You can put that and still design this thing to be eco-modulated, to use your word. And that's why I brought it to as a prop. And I recommend people going to see it or buy it, and definitely it's a good thing to.
Are you also recommending we buy McCormick Spices?
Absolutely. That's how we're going to fund the EPR.
Old Bay.
We've been paying into France. I want to pay into Maryland.
Okay, any additional questions for this panel? Seeing none, we are going to move to some additional in-person witnesses favorable with amendments. I've got Scott DeFife. I've got David Lefebvre and Tiffany Harvey. I think I saw Tiffany earlier. And then we've got a couple virtual witnesses and a couple unfavorable. So we still have a few additional witnesses. So let's, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just went, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. Okay, so we're going to go to David, welcome. And then we'll go to Tiffany Harvey, and then we'll take a few virtual witnesses. Are they in the queue? Okay. Both of you are signed up favorable with amendments, okay?
That's right. Thank you, Chair Feldman, Madam Vice Chair Kagan, and the members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here representing the Circular Action Alliance. We are a not-for-profit U.S. pro, and we are the selected pro producer responsibility organization representative on the Maryland Advisory Council. I also want to thank Senator Augustine. I was heartened to hear that there's a commitment to continue to work on this. We are favorable with amendments, and I want to speak to some of those amendments that we would like to suggest based on what we've seen in some of the other states where we are active. We are the only approved U.S. pro in the U.S. for EPR laws for paper and packaging. We're actually currently preparing to launch our program in Oregon on July 1st. We just submitted our program plan in Colorado on time, and we're working on the California program plan. 3 primary concerns that I just want to bring up with the committee today. First is producer definition. We need a crystal clear producer definition to assign obligation. We are supportive of the producer definition in Minnesota. We feel it's currently probably the best practice. Scope of covered materials. We note that the current bill envisions both residential and commercial upon implementation being obligated. We would strongly recommend that you begin with residential materials. Commercial materials are dramatically different and it is much easier to start a program with residential, and you can look at commercial materials in the future. I can tell you that in Canada, where APR has been around for a very long time, they have yet to introduce commercial materials. Last but not least, the pros' responsibilities. It's very important that the bill limit the pros' responsibilities to areas that a pro can actually influence. The source reduction components that were taken out of the California regulation are untested. They're difficult for the pro to influence with global supply chains, let alone measure and achieve. With that, we are looking forward to working with all of the interest holders to come up with a successful result.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Harvey, and I'm here on behalf of our client, the Maryland, Delaware, and DC Beverage Association. Like everyone else, I want to applaud Senator Augustine for his work on this issue. Thank you for the other members of the committee who have taken time to meet with us and talk with us about this bill. I don't want to rehash. I don't want to waste. I'm not even use all my 2 minutes. I might not even use 30 seconds. I'm just going to very quickly say we align our testimony with a lot that you've already heard regarding Minnesota. I think we know we have a commitment from Senator Augustine to work through this bill. We submitted written testimony that has kind of the broad strokes of what we think, where we can go to align Maryland's bill with Minnesota's bill. I think we're going to have some in-depth conversation on what those specific amendments look like, what that language looks like. Feel strong about the commitment, and we want to continue to be a voice and a player at the table as we continue to work through this and build a really amazing EPR system in the state of Maryland. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this panel of two witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to next move to two virtual witnesses also signed up favorable with them. Three? Okay, we see two. Peter Blair, we've got Alex Trulove, and, well, I'm talking about favorable.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, we've got favorable with amendment. Two witnesses signed up favorable with amendment. Mr. Blair, you are signed up, again, favorable with amendment. Why don't you start 2 minutes, and then we'll go to Mr. Trulove next, okay?
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony on SB 901. My name is Peter Blair. I'm an environmental attorney and the policy and advocacy director for Just Zero. Just Zero is a national environmental nonprofit. We work to implement proven and effective policies that reduce waste, improve recycling, and benefit the environment. We strongly support the development of an EPR for packaging program in Maryland. When these programs are properly designed and implemented, they can reduce waste, increase recycling, and require companies to redesign their products and packaging to be less toxic, more sustainable, and easier to manage. The key word there is when they're properly designed and implemented. We currently have a lot of concerns with the way the bill is drafted, and we proposed several amendments in our written testimony. This includes things like adding definitions that expressly prohibit chemical recycling technologies from being considered part of the program. As we explain in the written testimony, these technologies like pyrolysis, gasification do not result in any meaningful recycling. They're dangerous, polluting, and don't have a place in Maryland's system. Add language that empowers the department to determine what type of packaging material types are recyclable and compostable. This is a determination process that's included in every EPR for packaging program in the U.S. Strengthen the performance standards and also make sure that they're actually enforceable. We're very concerned with the language around enforcement. And amend the fee structure so that it's clearer and more aligned with the structures in the existing U.S. programs. We tell you to turn to Maine and Minnesota. We think those are the clearest, and they have a wide range of eco-modulation factors. These amendments are based on our experience working in all 5 states that currently have these programs. To support your deliberations, we've included a breakdown of all 5 laws in our written testimony. I hope it's helpful to your deliberations. Looking forward to continuing to work on this proposal. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Let's take Mr. Trulove's testimony, and then we'll open up to the two virtual witnesses. Mr. Trulove, you've got the floor, 2 minutes. You're signed up favorable with amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Trulove. I'm with the Biodegradable Products Institute, or BPI, to many of you testifying in support with amendments to Senate Bill 901. BPI is North America's foremost organization for the circular bioeconomy. Many of you probably have held our products. Our rigorous certification scheme has verified the performance and safety, including the first scheme to prohibit PFAS of tens of thousands of compostable products. So food scrap collection bags, produce stickers, other packaging designed to facilitate the diversion of food waste to composting and away from generating methane in the landfill. We've also supported EPR legislation across the country, applaud the senator's efforts. We hope to support this bill contingent on some of our proposed amendments that we provided in writing. A couple quick things I'd like to note. One, we'd like to see the fee modulation, which folks have talked about, for compostable products aligned with recyclable products, that there's parallel incentives for sustainable design and disincentive for landfill products. For that reason, we're also concerned that this bill, as written, includes anaerobic digestion facilities that generally screen out packaging and send them to the landfill. No other EPR law in North America allows this, to my knowledge. We believe that only systems that actually process, and by that I mean deliberately recycle, compost, reuse packaging, should be funded through EPR. So if you, for example, exclusively process non-packaging organic waste like banana peels, coffee grounds, yard waste, those have benefits, of course, but it's outside the scope of EPR for products and packaging, and it would siphon funding away from more relevant activities. We provided more details in our written comments. We hope to support this bill and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for our virtual witnesses? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, we've got one in-person unfavorable. Fraser Willman. Is Fraser here? And then we have one virtual unfavorable. So let's take the two unfavorable witnesses. Then we've got two information purposes only. So Mr. Willman, you're signed up unfavorable, 2 minutes. And why don't you proceed?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Fraser Willman with the American Forest and Paper Association. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns with Senate Bill 901. EPR policies typically address hazardous or hard to recycle materials, and this is not the case for paper packaging. The paper industry recycles nearly 60% more paper today than in 1990. In 2023, the U.S. recycled between 65 and 69% of paper and 71 and 76% of cardboard. Recycling is integrated into our business. Our members own and operate over 100 material recovery facilities, and 80% of paper mills use recycled fiber. We are investing $7 billion from 2019 through 2025 to expand recycled fiber capacity by 9 million tons. So our concerns with Senate Bill 901 is that it creates a one-size-fits-all approach, and in doing so prescribes problems that do not match the reality for paper packaging. Presents an undefined financial burden that will put pressure on supply chains and potentially raise consumer prices. And it does not protect against cross-material subsidization. Simply, our industry should not fund improvements for the materials with lower recycling rates. Further, off-ramps like California's EPR model must be considered to exempt producers meeting the program's recycling goals. AF&PA serves on the SB 222 Advisory Council, a diverse group of stakeholders tasked with providing EPR legislative recommendations. SB 222's required needs assessment, a substantial but important waste management baseline study, remains unavailable, despite multiple requests from the Advisory Council to review. Without this key data, the Advisory Council voted 11-4 in December to recommend more time, warning that rushed legislative recommendations for 2025 would be substandard. And no U.S. packaging EPR program is operational yet. Oregon is leading the way, but its real-world impact will not be fully understood until after it's launched this year. Moving SB 901 forward now leaves additional information and opportunities to learn from experience on the table. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Please review our written testimony and reach out if we can be a resource.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan has a question for Mr. Willman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Willman, briefly, all the witnesses have been talking about the brilliance of Minnesota, and even if they had a tweak here or there, we're hearing a lot of good things about Minnesota's law. My understanding is that Minnesota includes paper, so why shouldn't we be looking at that in Maryland, in your opinion?
Certainly, I mean, I would start by caveating that my testimony is in response to the bill as introduced, and as it relates to the Minnesota model, I'm happy to discuss. Yeah, paper products being distinctly singled out does not make sense considering, you know, you're talking about first of all products such as copy paper, stuff with very, very high recycling rates, as illustrated by our recycling rate of 65 to 69%. So it's just simply not needed.
Okay, additional questions? Okay.
There seems to be a big gap between 65% and 100%.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Willman.
Senator Carrozza?
Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. Mr. Willman, you pointed us to your written testimony, and I noticed as I was skimming it, you stated any EPR system must fully and fairly credit the early voluntary action our our industry has taken to advance the recycling rate of our products. Can you talk about those voluntary actions?
Certainly. Well, that's the $7 billion of investment in infrastructure to increase the capacity for recycled fiber. So by doing so, we create end markets for our materials. So it gives folks, when they collect, service providers, they collect the material, they know that there's a market for it. So it's the opportunity to build an infrastructure, new technologies to maximize the recovery of fiber.
And those, I mean, you don't have numbers as far as how many might have participated in those voluntary actions as far as employers or?
Certainly would happy to look into some additional numbers, but it is the broad idea of over the course since the 1990s that we have a track record of success based off of industry investment that has led us to the recycling rates that we are at now. And so that is the voluntary action that we were discussing there.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, we'll go to the sponsor, Senator Augustine, then we'll go to Senator Watson after that.
Thank you, Chair Feldman. Thank you for your testimony. Have you, as you or your industry, provided any payment to local governments for the cost associated with the recycling of the products that you end up getting back?
I'm not entirely sure I can speak to, grants. I wouldn't want to speak out of turn, and certainly happy to look into, it's a very broad question, so I'd be happy to look into some additional details.
But I think we know the answer. The answer is no, that you all have not paid into the system, as it were, and you're a significant part of our recycling system. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree insofar, too, that as responsible users, creating those end markets as previously discussed creates
right
value
now,
in the
doesn't it just
system
really
itself.
benefit you? I mean, you're not helping us at all as far as the costs that are associated with it, which is a part of this bill, is to have those who are actually producing help to defray the costs that are associated with it. Right now, you're just getting a free ride.
Well, I would qualify as it relates to EPR and certainly the Minnesota model and producer responsibility. We are responsible producers. We would certainly look into opportunities to increase our recovery of material and the finances associated with that. The key point here is that an industry that has a track record of success does not want to be paying for materials that have not made the same voluntary measures.
But you're doing it at our expense right now. That's the only thing that I'm saying. You're doing it at the expense of the locals because you're not paying into the cost that we are having to incur, which is really central to this bill. We're trying to make sure to get the money aligned to where it should be. So I appreciate your.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Senator Watson, you're up next.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You had briefly mentioned something about off-ramps. Can you elaborate more on that issue?
It's in some respects the opportunity when you take the needs assessment, you know where you're at. You have, I think, you have your program goals. It's looking at producers, looking at materials that may be meeting those program goals and exempting them from the program. And in some ways, it's the opportunity to cash in or measure the voluntary action that has already been taken place in the past, because your recycling rate is a measure of every action that has been taken up to that point, paired with the important information from the needs assessment.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. We do have one virtual unfavorable witness, Christopher Breesy. Mr. Breesy, we're going to bring you up. You're 2 minutes and you're signed up unfavorable, so why don't you start?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Chris Breesy, Senior Manager of Government Affairs for the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute, or AHRI. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to SB 901 unless it is amended. AHRI endorses the goal of reducing the waste from packaging as well as supporting municipal waste systems, but we believe this bill requires certain amendments that address the unique packaging requirements for certain industries, such as for HVAC and water heating equipment. Our products require specialized packaging to prevent damage during transit and exposure to debris and environmental elements. Because of these needs, there's limited opportunity for further reduction in packaging materials and weight. So to improve this legislation, we urge the inclusion of some amendments, which are included in our written testimony. These include exemptions for packaging critical to health, safety, storage, and transport, alternative compliance pathways for producers whose packaging is not collected at the curbside, harmonization of materials and administrative requirements with existing EPR laws in other states, to reduce the compliance burdens and costs, de minimis and low volume producer exemptions. We want to continue supporting inclusion of that. We also do think that consideration of product design timelines needs to be better represented in EPR bills, as HVAC manufacturers operate on a 5-year design cycle roughly. We also believe that generally a revised definition of producer to fairly distribute costs across the supply chain rather than placing the full financial burden on manufacturers is beneficial to an EPR bill. AHRI also believes this legislation should recognize existing recycling efforts, particularly for HVAC or packaging, which is typically handled by contractors and installers rather than municipal curbside programs. We do generally support sustainability efforts, and this bill would, as it's currently written, impose significant costs on manufacturers and ultimately consumers. We urge these amendments to address these concerns, but we look forward to working with policymakers on practical solutions and appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to Senator Augustine for a question.
Did he leave? No, just real
No,
quick,
sorry.
yeah, how you doing? So is there something like a law or something like that with regard to the materials? Because when the HVAC material was delivered to my house, it was then left for me to handle. The materials, the packaging materials were left for me to handle, and I had to cut it up and put it into the recycling and everything else. So it became a part of the system. So how is that not packaging? Is there something specific that you all are doing?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. This is actually something we are working to get more concrete information on, but we do know that many contractors do handle at least the bulk of that packaging themselves when installing HVAC equipment for consumers.
They did at my
obviously,
house.
in your case,
Yeah.
I was going to say, obviously, in your case, that didn't quite work out that way. But that is something we know many contractors do.
All right. I mean, if you could share
consumers.
like something along those lines, I mean, that's the struggle that I have. It's just that it ends up becoming a part of the total stream. So, but I appreciate your testimony.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We do have Sarah Price signed up for information purposes only. So Sarah, why don't you come up here? And then do we have that virtual witness information? Okay, so Ms. Price, you're going to be the final witness on this bill, and you're signed up for information purposes only. So why don't you proceed?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening now, honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We have gathered a lot of feedback from our members on this proposal, and we basically have not reached a majority position on it. Some members are indifferent, others are opposed for very specific line item reasons, and then we know that on a large scale, industry does prefer the Minnesota model. So we do appreciate the direction that the sponsor has taken this legislation. Some of the constructive feedback that we have received has included recommendations about the definition of producer, certain product exemptions, rate reduction targets, scope of covered materials, and the effective dates. So we would be happy to share those details with the sponsor and the committee. But ultimately, looking back at the legislation that this body originally passed, we were supportive of the needs assessment and the advisory council making recommendations. Because that information is not available yet, we have some concerns about legislative action occurring before the legislature and the impacted stakeholders have had an opportunity to actually review and digest that information. I recognize as informational, I'm not urging for any particular vote on that, but that's where we stand right now. So I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Price? Okay, seeing none, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 901, which brings us to the final two bills of the day, both from Senator Brooks. And we're going to start with Senate Bill 345, and the Vice Chair is going to handle this one, and I shall return.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Brooks, we have PFAS chemicals prohibition, and we have a panel. So if Mike Ikonowski, Brent Walls, Linda Birnbaum, Bonnie Raindrop. If those four can come up, please, and take seats. And then we have other witnesses as well. But Senator Brooks, welcome, and we look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And members of my great committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 345, pesticides PFAS chemicals prohibition. The bill requires the Department of Agriculture to maintain a list of registered pesticides that contains PFAS as an active ingredient and phase out known PFAS pesticides from being registered and sold in our state. PFAS, or forever chemicals, are extremely persistent in the environment and have a long-term impact on people, animals, and life in general. PFAS compounds have carbon-fluorine bonds, one of the strongest in the organic chemistry. These bonds make PFAS incredibly stable. They resist heat, water, and oil. As defined by current Maryland statute and many other states, 22 of them, PFAS is a class of fluorinated organic chemicals that contains at least one fluorinated carbon atom. PFAS stands for per or polyfluoroalkyl substances. SB 345 provides continuity to existing statute by relying upon that existing definition. PFAS pesticides present a broader risk to Marylanders and our environment because everyone is subject to PFAS forever pesticides, which are widely used in our state. Through the continuous use of PFAS pesticides, these forever chemicals enter our state's water, vegetation, and have detrimental impact on human, aquatic, and terrestrial health. One exposure to a PFAS can last more than a decade in your body. At very low levels of contact, PFAS is known to cause kidney, testicular, prostate, breast cancer, birth defects, and developmental damage in infants, childhood obesity, thyroid disease, high cholesterol, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and impaired immune function. Many departments, Maryland Department of Agriculture registers over 14,000 pesticides for use in Maryland each year. Of these, just 1,000 have PFAS as their active ingredient. These pesticides are used in schools, daycares, hospitals, where our most vulnerable people are exposed to these products. They are also used on farms and on yards, contaminating food, water, and putting people at risk. Maryland Department of the Environment has issued fish advisories. PFAS has been detected in school drinking water fountains, and a first of its kind study conducted by Johns Hopkins University of Maryland Pesticide Foundation Network has found it in every blood sample from participants across the state. Even with small sample sizes, 41 participants, it is clear that most Marylanders have this in their blood, according to Dr. Anna Rule, Assistant Professor of Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health. Other bills this year are working to limit PFAS exposure from sludge, which is important, but it is far more effective and economical to limit its environmental exposure by proactively restricting the use of pesticides with active PFAS ingredients. SB 345 requires the Maryland Department of Agriculture to develop and maintain a list of registered pesticides that list PFAS as an active ingredient. Further, it creates the process for phasing out the forever chemical pesticides. Specifically, by January 1st, 2026, the department will post a list of registered PFAS pesticides on its website and distribute the list to certified pesticide applicators. Beginning June 1, 2026, a person may not use a PFAS pesticide listed by the department at a healthcare facility, a school, a daycare organization, for residential lawn care or commercial mosquito spraying operations. Beginning June 1, 2027, MDA may not register as a PFAS pesticide for sale in the state, and beginning June 1, 2028, a person may not use a PFAS pesticide for all other uses, including commercial and agricultural applications. There are PFAS alternatives, and of the 14,000 pesticides registered in the state of Maryland, those known to have PFAS all have alternatives that are already registered. We must promote and encourage these alternatives to enact change. Turning off the PFAS pesticide tap will significantly limit the exposure, especially to our most vulnerable children. The state must at the forefront The state must be at the forefront of protecting future generations against needless and repeated exposure to PFAS pesticides. For these reasons, I request a favorable report on Senate Bill 345.
Thank you, Senator. What order do you guys want to go in? I've got Mike Ikonowski up first.
Yes, I'll go first. Thank you.
Go for it. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Dr. Michael Ikonowski, and I'm representing the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here today because of concerns about the health effects of PFAS pesticides on children. PFAS are hazardous and persistent, and even one fully fluorinated carbon allows these chemicals to persist in the environment where they can contaminate the soil, the water, and the crops where they've been applied. Studies of these pesticides have identified increased risks of cancer, developmental problems, immune suppression, neurotoxicity, and endocrine disruption, as is detailed in my written testimony. Children are more susceptible to toxic effects from hazardous substances because they ingest more and inhale more relative to their size. They are uniquely susceptible to toxic exposures that affect their growth and development. It's not the dose that determines toxicity, it's the vulnerability of the exposed person. A fetus is also highly vulnerable since PFAS cross the placenta and enter the fetal circulation. Exposures during this critical time of brain development and organ growth can have substantial, long-lasting effects. PFAS pesticides are used in schools and daycare centers, on athletic fields, and in residential neighborhoods where children are certain to have contact with them. Because PFAS chemicals persist in the environment and are poorly excreted, the potential for accumulation over a child's lifetime is substantial. Eliminating PFAS pesticides will reduce some of their toxic burden. You will hear that Maryland should rely on the EPA to decide whether a chemical is safe or not. I searched the EPA website for information on fipronil, a PFAS pesticide that is widely used in Maryland, and found that they had not updated the health assessment for this pesticide since May of 2011. In the years since that report, studies have found that fipronil is directly toxic to human liver cells and impairs thyroid function in newborns. Maryland should not wait to protect its youngest citizens, especially since the EPA is likely to lose staffing and funding under the current administration. Maryland's children deserve the safest environment that we can provide for them, and this bill can make them safer. We request a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Brent Walls.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. 2 PFAS bills in one day. Aren't you all lucky? I would imagine you all are experts now on PFAS with all the great work you guys done in the past, as I've stated before. There's a lot of properties with PFAS that we should probably really think about. Senator had already mentioned about waterproofing, and I think that's a key important fact for PFAS and pesticides. And the PFAS that are in these pesticides is not the active ingredient that protects crops and protects buildings from bugs. It is only there so that that pesticide that is there can weather rain events. That's the only reason the PFAS is there. And so that's why it's a valuable tool. That's why it's a popular tool, and that's why it's widely used. Yes, there is a slight savings from these companies to be able to use this PFAS pesticide, but at what cost? We have now this poison that's in with this pesticide that lasts for a long time, that gets in our groundwater, gets in our streams. And you can see my written testimony about the USGS study on pesticides and as a source for PFAS in fish, smallmouth bass, in all of our rural areas where there are really no other sources of PFAS. Also, the senator had mentioned about the fish consumption advisories. There's a map in my testimony. I encourage you to look at that map and check out where all the advisory locations for PFAS are in the state of Maryland. And you'll see several of them are in rural areas where there are not a whole lot of other sources of PFAS except for pesticides and biosolids. And so I believe that this is an important step that we need to take. You've already done a great job in turning off some sources of PFAS. This is an easy step since there are so many alternatives. So I'm requesting a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace. Ms. Birnbaum? Bonnie Raindrop.
Dr. Birnbaum can go next.
Yes, go for it. Oh, okay, sorry, if she's virtual, let's wait. Bonnie?
Okay.
Bonnie Raindrop, you're up.
Thank you. I'm Bonnie Raindrop, representing the Smart on Pesticides Coalition of 112 organizations and businesses. And I'm going to underscore what you will hear from Dr. Birnbaum on the scientific definition of PFAS as a class of chemicals that contain at least one fully fluorinated carbon atom. This scientific definition is used by EPA in their decades of PFAS work. Maryland has also codified this definition into Maryland law. And besides EPA, it's also used by the Department of Defense and Congress, 22 other states, and 37 countries, including the United States. But opponents will try to confuse you on this point by saying that this one carbon definition is not the EPA definition. This is false. EPA has not reversed decades of work on PFAS by adopting a two-carbon definition that eliminates half the known PFAS. My written testimony includes the 66 PFAS pesticides as identified by EPA in their PFAS toolkit and a letter from 163 PFAS scientists who urge Maryland to resist the chemical lobby's false definition. Industry lobbyists falsely claim a two-carbon definition is the official EPA definition of PFAS, and it's not. They refer to the Office of Pesticides Programs, who uses an unofficial working definition favorable to the agrochem industry because it excludes most pesticides. The Pesticide Programs Office does not work on PFAS. It has no experience or expertise in PFAS. So EPA allows departments to use a narrower working definition to reduce their scope of work. This two-carbon definition has not gone through an EPA rulemaking process. It is not, as industry lobbyists may claim, FIFRA's definition. FIFRA has no legal definition for PFAS. So given that PFAS are highly dangerous and impacting Maryland waterways, using a bad definition will not safeguard Marylanders. Thank you.
Colleagues, we have more in-person witnesses, proponents, and we have more in-person virtual witnesses. But Dr. Birnbaum is on the sponsors panel, so we're going to go to Dr. Birnbaum first, and then we will go back to more people who are in the room. Are you okay with waiting for Dr. Birnbaum, Senator Gallion? Okay. Linda Birnbaum, welcome. Thanks for taking the time to be here.
I'm Linda Birnbaum, a toxicologist and environmental health scientist. I'm the former director of the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, as well as the National Toxicology Program. I worked for the EPA for 19 years prior to my work at NIEHS. I'm sounding the alarm on PFAS and addressing their serious health effects. Of great concern is that commercial PFAS break down into other PFAS, which are often more toxic and persistent than the original PFAS that were intentionally produced, but all fall under the widely accepted OECD definition of PFAS, which is considered the scientific definition accepted by 37 nations, including 22 US states. There's sufficient evidence that PFAS cause multiple health problems, as you are aware. For immune system damage, kidney cancer, and elevated cholesterol in humans, the data are very strong. And I want to make clear that we have studied PFAS enough to know that they are all persistent, both in the environment and many in us, sometimes for decades, and have similar toxicological effects. High persistence, mobility, accumulation, and hazards of PFAS studied to date warrant treating PFAS as a single class, as we do for PCBs and organophosphates. It's not necessary to study all 15,000 PFAS to act. PFAS cause harm to so many systems within our body. PFAS are readily absorbed through the skin, creating a dangerous occupational hazard for farmers and farm workers exposed to PFAS pesticides used in the fields, in the air, and when produce is handled. All PFAS pesticides cannot be removed from our drinking water or our soil with currently available remediation technology. We need to eliminate this available source of PFAS from pesticides. We cannot rely on US EPA to adequately address needed PFAS protections. States need to protect their residents. I urge this committee to take a crucial step in protecting Marylanders by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Birnbaum. We have a question from Senator Gallion for this first panel of witnesses.
Chair, just reading through some of the testimony, I looked at a few. Animal Health Institute, for example, talking about treatment of fleas, ticks, and mites. Says there's no current alternatives to the PFAS. Farm Bureau said banning an entire class of pesticides without viable alternatives threatens ag productivity, and that was kind of backed up in MDA's statement, where MDA also talked about the rigorous testing these pesticides go through. So there's 3 different points there kind of saying the same thing. So my question is, if this ban gets enacted, what is the alternative to treat against these pests? What's a viable alternative to replace them?
One of our witnesses, Dr. Robin Todd, will be speaking to alternatives on Zoom shortly. But I can say in terms of like the flea and tick remedies, there are 122 that are using fipronil, one of the popular PFAS pesticides, and there's 3 times as many that are alternatives that are currently registered in Maryland that do not use any PFAS pesticides. So we do have plenty of alternative products.
Okay, I see no other questions for this panel, so thank you, and thank you, Senator Brooks. Next up, we will bring up Emily Ranson, Clean Water Action, Jason Davidson, Friends of the Earth, Anna Rule with Hopkins, and Sean Lynch, Maryland Pesticide Education Network, and let's get one more in, Caitlin Sirius. Series? Yeah, great. Okay, we should all grab chairs. Emily, you want to kick us off since you're on the list first?
All right. Good evening, members of the committee. I am Emily Ranson with Clean Water Action here in support of Senate Bill 345. PFAS poses a significant threat to our waterways, and this is not an abstract concern. PFAS has been found in Carroll, Howard, Hartford, and Washington, and Wicomico bodies of water and drinking water sources. Methods for removing PFAS in water is expensive, and these costs are going to be borne by the state, municipalities, and the people who did not put the PFAS there in the first place. You certainly heard a lot about the concerns about people who are left holding the bag in a previous hearing. And so this is about turning off that tap. We need to eliminate it in our upstream uses so that way our municipalities and our taxpayers are not left paying for it at the end. This bill also really focuses on eliminating it first where it is sprayed in close proximity to people, as well as on our food and throughout the environment. I also had the honor of supporting the previous PFAS legislation that this body passed in previous years. And Maryland's PFAS definition was carefully crafted, and that is what this legislation models, uses the same existing definition that Maryland uses. Creating a new definition could have unintended consequences, and we have serious concerns about altering the definition of what currently is in Maryland law. So thank you, and we urge a favorable report.
You want to, let's just go down the line here. If you could make sure you identify yourself and you get up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Anna Rule, and I am assistant professor at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins University. As you heard before, I am the principal investigator of a study in which we found every single Maryland resident that we tested had elevated, had PFAS in their blood. 4 of the 41 people that we tested had higher levels than those recommended maximum levels by the National Academy of Sciences of 20 nanograms per milliliter. At these levels, there's sufficient evidence for concerning health effects, such as increased cancer of kidney, high cholesterol, decreased infant fetal growth, and decreased antibody responses. Of our 41 participants, 85% of them had levels between 2 and 20, which triggers special clinical screenings, including for breast, liver, and testicular cancer. There's estimated cost about the healthcare cost for the United States from PFAS pollution and disease, up to $62 billion annually. Maryland's portion of that bill is between $689 million and $1.1 billion. As an example of a pesticide that is also a PFAS, bifenthrin, that is used in healthcare facilities, home lawns, and agriculture, and mosquito control, is also an endocrine disruptor and a neurotoxin linked to autism, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's disease. There is very little research on the effects of exposure to women and children, but bifenthrin is just one of 1,000 PFAS pesticides products allowed in Maryland. I do worry that we are one large human experiment, and that with health consequences that are unexpected, but expected to impact generations. Thank you.
Let's see, Caitlin.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Series. I'm a registered nurse and an assistant professor at Towson University in the College of Health Professions. As a nurse, public health researcher, and expecting mother, I am deeply concerned about the impacts of PFAS pesticides on pregnant women, the developing fetus, and children. I'm also a member of Dr. Rule's study team. Our study includes 6 women and 3 men of childbearing age. All of these participants had levels of PFAS in their blood that are above the National Academy's level of clinical concern, and several were much higher. 3 of these participants also reported reproductive health challenges, all of whom have 4 to 5 different PFAS compounds in their blood. PFAS pesticides represent a significant exposure pathway for pregnant individuals, developing fetuses, and children. Studies show that maternal PFAS exposure can increase the risks of miscarriage and preterm birth. And PFAS can also cross the placental barrier, impacting fetal thyroid levels, which are crucial for healthy fetal development. The effects of in utero PFAS exposure persist into childhood. Higher maternal PFAS concentrations during pregnancy are linked to poor immune functioning, increased susceptibility to certain infections, and lowered vaccine responses in children. PFAS exposures also reduce fertility in both women and men. In women, the likelihood of experiencing a pregnancy and live birth decreases by as much as 40% when compared with a woman with lower blood levels. In men, PFAS exposures are correlated with elevated risk of testicular cancer and decreased sperm quality. Senate Bill 345 would protect pregnant people, their infants and children, and couples trying to conceive. I ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Series, and good luck with the rest of your pregnancy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Sean Lynch, and I'm the project director for Maryland Pesticide Education Network's Integrated Pest Management, or IPM, in Healthcare Facilities project. Our project assists Maryland healthcare facilities in reducing pesticide use around vulnerable healthcare populations. We review healthcare facilities' pesticide vendor logbooks, and we have seen some of the very PFAS pesticides addressed by SB 345, including fipronil, bifenthrin, and indoxacarb, being used at our healthcare facilities. These pesticides carry the added risk that they are forever chemical, with potentially serious health impacts. And this becomes a serious issue because As you'll be familiar with these numbers, these PFAS pesticides are being used at not only in Maryland's over 100 hospitals, but also in our 1,640 schools and 230 nursing homes. They're also used in daycares, and in fact, those are the first locations that this bill would protect. You have the power to protect the most vulnerable among us, the elderly, infants, young children, and pregnant mothers. So when they are in a healthcare facility, all precautions are taken to minimize exposure to unnecessary PFAS. As you're well aware, PFAS have significant health impacts. And in fact, I recently had my own PFAS levels tested and was alarmed, although not entirely surprised, to learn that my PFAS levels are in the range where there is a potential for a health impact. I already largely do what I can to avoid PFAS as well. So please act now to protect the most vulnerable Marylanders and deliver a favorable report on Senate Bill 345. Thank you.
And wrapping up with Mr. Davidson, Jason Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman Feldman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jason Davidson. I'm a senior food and agriculture campaigner at Friends of the Earth, a national environmental advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. You've already heard a lot about the health impacts of PFAS and how this bill could help address a major source of exposure, and so I'll focus primarily on federal inaction and federal uncertainty. So the Biden administration did take some steps to address exposure to PFAS related to pesticides. Notably, it did ban 6 chemicals that are used as inert ingredients, meaning they are not the primary ingredient, the pesticide that you'd normally hear about in pesticide products, and that is not addressed in this bill. There's also a roadmap under the Biden administration that did take some significant steps, particularly around water quality, but did nothing to proactively regulate pesticides with PFAS as active ingredients. And right now, as you all are very well aware, there's tremendous uncertainty about essentially all regulatory programs at the federal government. We've heard directly from congressional offices that chemical policy under EPA could be very directly under threat as they go agency by agency, dismantling a lot of protections we've relied on all these years. And frankly, that's not necessarily new under EPA. And while you will hear about the rigor involved in registering pesticides under EPA, those reviews happen once every 15 years and are often delayed, taking even longer. They don't take into account all relevant studies, and certainly they do not take into account the cumulative effect that different chemicals acting on the human body can have on both people and the environment. And so I'll just leave you with a memory of the pesticide chlorpyrifos. When this administration came into power last time in reverse course on chlorpyrifos, the Maryland legislature stepped up and banned that pesticide with the administration. Perhaps most notably, the legislature actually hedged at that moment and had a ban go into effect in 2021 with a sunset in 2024. And while EPA did eventually propose a full ban, a court struck that ban down, EPA capitulated, and right now Marylanders are protected from chlorpyrifos while most of the rest of the country is not. Thank you.
For that reminder. Appreciate that. We have, do we have any questions for this panel of witnesses? Senator Hester.
Thank you very much. And probably just one person could answer this. You know, I care a lot about this issue, right? But I'm also like looking at MDA's letter of information, and they note that the bill may have initial unintended impact on public health. And that's right after they're talking about, you know, how many rodents, 73 of the products are rodenticides that are utilized by pest control companies. And then they talk about the mosquitoes. So like, are there actually other things that work? Just because there's a couple of, every once in a while you do have mice in schools, and when that happens, the teachers call me, the parents call me, and like, so I just want to be able to tell them, like, you know, that we're going to be able to get rid of the mice, rats, whatever.
I mean, I can say, like we heard before, the PFAS is not the pesticide. The PFAS is there to make the pesticide last longer. The pesticide is a different compound that exists. There are 14,000, and this bill only addresses 1,000.
analysis, because it would be super helpful if we just knew, like, these are the ones that have the PFAS, and here are the alternatives that we can use instead. If we could get that data, I think it would make it it would really help the bill.
I think we're going to hear it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Oh,
So, sorry, one witness, I think. It's a long day. But if you want to share information with Senator Hester and with legal counsel, I know the committee will be interested in learning from all of your work. Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I see no other questions for this panel. Want to thank you all for being here and for your work. We have 4 witnesses that are virtual who are supporting the bill. Cleo Braver, Robin Todd, Ruth Berlin, and Alexis Temkin, and I believe they are all with us. So the 4 of you, let me just say that because you haven't been sitting here for 5 hours, and we've heard a lot of testimony about this bill, if you have value added, you each get up to 2 minutes, but if you have value added, please share that with us. But if it's repetitive, we're going to encourage you to go fast and maybe not do so redundantly. So Cleo Braver, why don't you kick us off? And you will have to unmute, Ms. Braver.
There we go. Sorry. My name is Cleo Braver. I'm the co-owner with my husband of Cottingham Farm in Easton. Unfortunately, you didn't get to hear from Steve Kraszewski on the sponsor panel. Steve is one of Maryland's largest organic grain growers, and he and I are both representing 170 Maryland farmers who signed on to our joint written testimony from all around the state. We're farmers who grow all the crops that are grown in the state of Maryland: grain, vegetables, fruits, meats, poultry, and we all grow them without using PFAS. Our farms are, for the most part, they're conventional farms. Steve and I happen to be organic farmers. They're farms from a few acres to 156 acres for our farm to almost 1,000 for Steve's 5th generation farm family. What's transpiring in other states is nothing short of catastrophic, a nightmare for farmers that are impacted by PFAS contamination of their farms. More than 70 farms in Maine alone have been so contaminated they have been put out of business. It's cost that state more than $60 million to help them even buy them out, these farms that have tested at unsafe levels of PFAS. A Texas county just this week declared a state of emergency because of PFAS on farmland. An insidious source that's contributing to this poison land is PFAS pesticides. We want Maryland to avoid this horrific outcome. We think SB 345 turns off the tap, protects us from further continued poisoning of irreplaceable resources like farmland, soil, and waterways by direct application, but also aerial drift and runoff. Without turning off the tap, these are all ongoing pathways of ever more intense contamination. And more intense contamination means more and more crops cannot be grown because of their PFAS uptake. We don't think agriculture can continue to be our #1 industry if we're poisoning the farmland on which we're growing our food. And we know that there are hundreds of alternative inputs out there that can be used because all of us do our farming without PFAS. So on behalf of the farmers who've signed on and those who didn't get a chance to, we urge a favorable report, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Braver. Ms. Berlin.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Berlin. I'm the founder and the executive director of the Maryland Pesticide Education Network, known as MPEN. So in 2012, the Maryland Governor's Bay Cabinet requested that MPEN conduct a pilot project transitioning the Maryland State House grounds to organic care to assess its success as a model for all state land. This happened due to the Cabinet's concerns regarding a scientific report on a decade of pesticide impacts on the Bay presented to the Cabinet mostly by federal agency scientists. 2 years later, by 2014, the grounds care vendor we brought into that project, KW Landscaping, successfully accomplished this task. I'm testifying today also on behalf of KW owner Kevin Wendernook. Since Kevin's transition from conventional to organic land care in 2009, his company has demonstrated effective natural strategies and products for pest and weed control and fertilization. KW has been entrusted for the past decade by the Maryland State House Trust and the Department of General Services to care for the State House grounds without synthetic pesticides. The grounds have been beautifully maintained for the 12 years to date, despite constant heavy foot traffic. Even with conventional lawn care that relies on pesticide applications, there are alternative Maryland registered products available to effectively replace the PFAS pesticides that opponents claim are irreplaceable. As you will hear from Dr. Robin Todd, who's a former industry entomologist, while there are 22 Maryland registered PFAS pesticides for lawn care, KW uses none of them on our State House grounds or on their clients' land. Our State House, KW clients, and Maryland Pesticide Education Network, no, we don't need to use PFAS pesticides for land care. We urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Berlin, and now we'll shift to the aforementioned Dr. Robin Todd. Up to 2 minutes.
Hello, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and committee. My name is Robin Todd. I'm a retired board-certified entomologist who worked for 7 years on Grand Cayman for the Mosquito Research and Control Unit. I came up to Baltimore in 1979 and spent the next 36 years testing and registering insect control products for chemical industry clients, and then 3 years consulting for similar clients. I'm in favor of SB 345 because of my concern about the insidious, long-term, persistent adverse effects of PFAS pesticides, both on the environment, our wildlife, and on ourselves. And I recently had my own blood tested and was somewhat alarmed to find that I have a moderate level of just under 10 nanograms per milliliter of blood. Now, one of the main objections that you'll hear about this bill is that it would restrict the pesticides available to Maryland's farmers, pest control operators, landscapers, etc. However, this ignores the fact that there are 14,000 products already registered. And if this bill is passed, only a little bit less than 8% of these would be taken off the market, leaving fully 13,000 products to choose from. Now, surely that's enough. My written testimony lists the top 10 PFAS pesticides by MDA 2022 data and links to all the alternative products for each pest group that these PFAS pesticides are labeled for. So in summary, I see no downsides to approving the bill, and I appreciate your listening to my testimony. Thank you.
And I think we want to join you in Grand Cayman with your research. Alexis Temkin from the Environmental Working Group, why don't you wrap up this panel?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me, and good evening to the committee. So I'm Dr. Alexis Temkin. I'm a senior toxicologist at the Environmental Working Group, which is a nonprofit based in DC with extensive experience on researching the health effects of PFAS and pesticides and their impacts on human health. I want to speak a little bit to the EPA has this covered sort of rhetoric that I think you'll hear from the opposition. We know from these well-studied PFAS compounds that immunotoxicity and developmental and reproductive toxicity are some of the most sensitive endpoints in terms of PFAS. But there was an assessment from the EPA recently that showed that actually 35 of these PFAS pesticides don't even have updated developmental and reproductive toxicity studies to analyze those effects. And 40% of pesticides with immunotoxic effects were PFAS active ingredients, which that 40% represents a much larger share than these PFAS pesticides make up in terms of their registration. So it suggests it's an enhanced sort of effect for these PFAS pesticides. The other thing I just want to mention is that one way people can be exposed to PFAS pesticides is through food. So about half of the registered PFAS active ingredients have been detected in USDA produce, and that's even after that produce has been washed. And 9 types of those fruits and vegetables, which are also grown in Maryland, have detections of 5 or more different PFAS pesticides in them. And there's more details in my written testimony. And then the last piece is just to close with the fact that PFAS are extremely persistent chemicals, and PFAS pesticides can break down into those really persistent chemicals that last for generations. We've seen from studies that these breakdown products are increasingly being detected in people in the environment, and they're higher in agricultural areas. So there's maps in my testimony as well. And I urge you to support SB 35 to reduce exposure to PFAS in Marylanders. Thank you.
Questions for any of these panelists? And Dr. Todd, you are no longer visible. If you could turn your, there you go, turn your hand. Okay, the sponsor of the bill, Senator Brooks, has a question.
I'll be quick, Madam Chair. Thanks. Ms. Braver, you said you operate your farm without using any PFAS chemicals. Have you experienced any difficulty finding alternatives?
Not at all. You know, there are alternative biological inputs you can apply. There's cultural practices that you can do, like rotations and physical barriers, and introducing predator insects to take care of the insects that are a problem. You know, that is what organic is about. But the really notable thing is that the vast majority of the 170 farmers who signed onto this letter in support of this are not even certified organic farmers. I mean, I have to use other things because I'm precluded by the organic standards from using it. But there's plenty of farmers, hundreds of farmers in the state of Maryland who voluntarily abstain from using it because they don't want to be poisoning their customers, their food, the soil that they're growing in, the adjacent waterways. We're trying to do the right thing, and we can do the right thing. And literally every single crop that's grown in Maryland, every food, feed, and fiber crop that's grown in Maryland, it can be grown without PFAS and is grown without PFAS.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think probably the same argument could have been made back in 1972 when we banned DDT.
Yes.
And the argument was that, hey, what are we going to do? But we found alternatives, and we survived. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Question for this panel comes from Senator Hester.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill forward. I really appreciate your effort. My question doesn't even require a verbal response, but I was just curious, do we know which other states have done a piece of this, like either the healthcare facility, the school, lawn care, or mosquito spraying? So if anybody could get back to the committee with just...
I imagine the sponsor could get that, or council, or something.
It'd be helpful to connect and just see what the experience has been like, I think.
Good. Okay. All right. Thank you to these panelists. We're going to bring up opponents now. These folks who are in the room, unfavorable. Logan Freeman with the Maryland Turfgrass Council. Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. You can start coming forward. Grayson Middleton with the Delmarva Chicken Association. Lindsay Thompson with the Grain Producers. Charles Barton, if you're here, come on up. American Pest and Anti-Semex. And we have a few more, so we'll stop there. Let's run through. I'm going to say the same thing. If you guys could please listen to each other. The day is long, and so if you can try not to repeat, but we also want to hear your thoughts. So, Ms. Thompson, do you want to start us off, and we'll go down the line?
Sure, sounds good. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson, delivering this testimony on behalf of Maryland Grain Producers Association. I want to start out by saying we do have confidence in the EPA risk assessment process, despite what you may have heard. It has been in place under FIFRA, which is the Fungicide, Insecticide, or Federal Insecticide Rodenticide Act. I'll tell you later. These reviews occur at least every 15 years or as new information becomes available. EPA has an official guidance for identifying, electing, and evaluating open literature studies. So just because new science becomes available doesn't mean that it's sound science or that it's relevant for that EPA evaluation. EPA does, in fact, use different working scopes and definitions for PFAS depending on the class of chemicals they are talking about, and this bill uses a definition that is inconsistent with the Office of Pesticide Programs. The OECD report that was cited by the proponents for this legislation in Chapter 3 states that PFAS is a broad, general, non-specific term which does not inform whether a compound is harmful or not, but only communicates that that compound is under the term that shares the same trait of having a fully fluorinated methyl or methylene carbon. While you have heard that there may be some alternatives to these pesticides, not all pesticides are labeled for all uses. For example, this bill removes nearly 50% of the available pre-emergent herbicides for soybeans. Not all products work in all landscapes or all production types. Not all of our farmers are organic. Some farmers use different methods. So having these options is important not only for efficacy, but also to avoid resistance. We really just don't want to see these tools removed from our farmers' toolbox based on this broad definition that, as you heard, does not necessarily communicate risk. Thank you.
Grayson, you want to go next?
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Grayson Middleton. I'm with Delmarva Chicken Association here in opposition of SB 345. Pesticides, particularly rodenticides, are imperative in chicken farming for animal and human health and safety, as vermin are well-known vectors of a wide range of potentially fatal diseases. Rodenticides keep these vermin from entering our chicken houses, thus preventing the spread of disease and possible transference to humans. They are particularly critical now given the recent rise of HPAI and the necessity of strict on-farm biosecurity. According to company veterinarians, several rodenticides used in the poultry industry would be banned under this unusually broad definition of PFAS. This includes bromethylene and bifenthrin, both of which have undergone extensive risk assessments for human health and safety. The proponents have argued that there are alternatives to some of these chemicals, and on the surface that is correct, but this is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how pest management works. Effective pest management control requires applying a rotation of different products to prevent resistance, much like humans can build up resistance to antibacterial medication. By removing a large selection of these products, we risk severely diminishing the effectiveness of others. This is something we cannot risk during an ongoing HPAI crisis in this state. We urge an unfavorable vote on SB 345.
Since we haven't heard HPAI yet today, can you translate that for us?
Oh, sorry, high-path avian influenza.
Bird flu.
Yes.
Thank you. That we know. Appreciate it. Mr. Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Tyler Huff, Maryland Farm Bureau. While environmental safety is a priority for farmers, banning an entire class of pesticides without viable alternatives threatens agriculture productivity. Many of these pesticides are integral in managing pests that can devastate crops, and their removal would place an undue burden on farmers struggling to maintain yields in an already volatile agriculture economy. One of the foundational principles of effective pest management is the ability to rotate pesticides with different modes of action. The practice is essential in preventing weed and insect resistance, which has become increasingly challenging in modern agriculture. With fewer pesticide options available, farmers will be forced to rely more heavily on a limited set of alternatives, accelerating resistance and ultimately reducing the effectiveness of all pest control measures. This bill fails to account for the unintended consequence of increasing resistance and reducing the long-term viability of crop protection strategies. SB 345 applies restrictions to all use of pesticides, including broad agriculture operations. While there are valid concerns about potential risk of PFAS exposure in non-agriculture settings such as schools and healthcare facilities, lumping agriculture usage into the same category ignores the critical differences in application, exposure risks, and risk mitigation strategies used in farming. Many of the pesticides targeted in the bill play a critical role in integrated pest management, and without them, farmers will be left without effective means to combat invasive weeds, fungi, and insects that threaten crop yields. If certain pesticides are phased out, it is imperative that farmers have access to equally effective and affordable alternatives. The members of Maryland Farm Bureau respectfully urge an unfavorable report and happy to answer any questions.
Next, sir.
Hi.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Charles Barton. I'm a state certified pesticide applicator representing the Maryland State Pest Control Association. We oppose SB 345 because it severely limits our ability to protect Maryland residents from dangerous pest infestations by bypassing the scientific process used by the EPA to regulate PFAS. So my key concerns is the EPA is already addressing PFAS. PFAS is a serious public health issue, but banning thousands of products, including the products that is used in pest control treatments, is not the solution. The EPA is actively researching, restricting, remediating harmful PFAS by preserving beneficial uses. We encourage that let the legislator follow the EPA's lead by regulating pesticide products used in the public health and infrastructure. The bill bans nearly all termiticide products, jeopardizing home sales, construction, and the compliance with federal safety laws. Both VA and VHA loans require termite inspections and treatments. But if we can't treat, buyers can't get loans. Public health is at risk. These products help to control disease-spreading pests like mosquitoes, which cause West Nile virus, malaria, Zika. Also, it helps to control bed bugs, cockroaches, which contaminate food and spread allergens. We already use integrated pest management to minimize pesticide use. This bill removes our last line of defense. The EPA, not the state legislation, should regulate PFAS based on science. SB 345 removes critical pest control tools, jeopardizes public health, food safety, and home protection. The professional pest control industry strongly opposes SB 345. Thank you, and I can answer any questions.
Freeman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, my name is Logan Freeman, and I'm a golf course superintendent in Harford County, a certified pesticide applicator for turfgrass, and the vice president of the Maryland Turfgrass Council, an organization of 1,300 plus individuals tasked with managing much of the turfgrass in the state of Maryland via golf, sports turf, sod production, lawn, and landscape. The turfgrass industry provides the state major economic benefits, countless recreational opportunities, preservation of an ever-shrinking green space, as well as extensive environmental benefits, including carbon sequestration, runoff, erosion control, noise reduction, and beneficial cooling, especially in urban settings. I'd like to mention quickly 3 of the many active ingredient tools that would be removed from my industry based on this legislation. Dithapir and prodiamine are key pre-emergent herbicides that provide extended, flexible, and effective control of major troublesome weeds, including crabgrass. Without proven pre-emergent herbicides like these, repeated applications of post-emergence would be needed to achieve season-long control. The insecticide Novalorin, a relative newcomer to the golf market, has allowed me personally to reduce my overall insecticide applications by over 50%. In the last few years, I've done that. Last year, I cut down to just 2 applications. However, without Novalorin, I'd likely need to return to a program having upwards of 6. In closing, losing key active ingredients can lead to increased applications, greater risks to the applicator, as well as the environment. Resistance issues from the increased pressure on a limited number of active ingredients and modes of actions, overall increased operational cost and reduced revenues, and unintended negative environmental impacts. For these reasons, the Maryland Turfgrass Council respectfully requests this committee give this bill an unfavorable report. Thank you.
And I see no, Senator Carrozza? Okay, can you, really brief question? Go ahead.
This is directed to Ms. Thompson. With your farm experience and the review of this PFAS bill, can you explain if this PFAS bill, Senate Bill 345, is seeking to address the same issues as the biosolids bill we heard earlier today? And you might just, that seems now hours ago. Yeah. So if you could connect the two, that would be helpful to us.
Yeah, no, appreciate the question. So this bill utilizes the broad definition of PFAS, which contains 1 or more fully fluorinated carbon. You heard me from the OECD report talk about that broad definition does not necessarily communicate risk, right? The biosolids bill from earlier today does not include the entire class of PFAS chemistry like this bill does. It's specific to PFOA and PFOS, right? And those are two of the classes of PFAS that have been designated for drinking water standards by EPA, in addition to, I think, 3 or 4 others. But no, so this bill addresses a much broader scope than the biosolids bill, which is looking at PFOA and PFOS.
So if I were to translate that.
Sure.
Does that mean that because it's a broader definition, that the impact on the farming community and beyond is more impactful? I'm just trying to connect the definition to the broader definition.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand then
Yes.
translating it to the impact.
Yeah, so this bill would definitely have a much broader impact on the agricultural community than the biosolids bill, which focuses on 2 specific classes of PFAS, PFOA and PFOS, which have known risks to human health and the environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to the witnesses. We're going to take a pause in our opponents. We know we've got one more opponent, but the Department of Agriculture, Rachel Jones, why don't you come up and give your informational testimony, and then we will take our last panel of opponents. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so Rachel Jones, I won't repeat anything that's already been said. I will start by saying we thank the sponsor for bringing the bill. We appreciate that there's a staggered phase out for when the use would no longer be allowable. That gives farmers and it gives the pest control companies, folks that have invested in these products and stocked up on them, gives them time to finish using those before the bill would go into effect. However, we do also want to talk about the current products. I know it's been said already. There are currently over 14,000 pesticide products registered for use here in the state of Maryland. 1,063 of them would be impacted by this bill. And so that's products that we used. It's not even just the pest control companies, it's MDA. We ourselves have a mosquito control program. We have spotted lanternfly that we treat, and midges and different pests across the state that MDA is charged with actually spraying and doing the treatment for. I want to highlight that during the MACO conference in 2023, there was an outbreak of malaria in the state. When that happens, we're not allowed to specify exactly where that outbreak is, but we do have to act right away. And so it will impact products that MDA, that we ourselves use. I know that there are alternatives, but as it has also been mentioned today, we will need a little bit of time to figure out what alternatives are as effective as the existing products that are so prevalently and widely used. And so out of those 1,063 products that are currently impacted under the bill, 73 of them would be rodenticides used to treat rodents. 653 of those would be insecticides. 205 of those insecticides contain the ingredient bifenthrin that's already been mentioned, and so it's a highly popular ingredient because it is effective. 261 herbicides, 76 fungicides used for weed control and pest control. And so we understand that PFAS has negative impacts, but we also want you to understand the impact of the products that are currently used.
Senator Hester has a quick question for you.
Could you get back to us? I mean, I know you said it would take some time to understand what's effective and what's not. But is there anything you could share with us about what we have now and what doesn't have PFAS that could be considered?
That's a question that was asked at the ENT hearing last week as well. We can try to compile that information for you. One of the things that makes that difficult is we register the products for sale and for use here in the state, but because the retailers are the ones that sell them, we don't have any type of data collection from the retailers to know what people are buying most, what alternatives are most effective. And so we think we might need some third-party assistance to pull together research like that, like asking University of Maryland or something like that for help with trying to collect some of that data on what alternatives are as effective as some of these very popular products that are currently under the provision of the bill.
Okay. And then what about the avian flu? Like, where's the link between this bill and bird flu?
Well, certainly biosecurity measures are necessary for HPAI. So currently, we've talked about HPAI, and I'm trying to remember right now if we've given this committee a briefing on it. We probably haven't. But HPAI is very prevalent in the wild bird population. And what happens with our commercial and our backyard flocks is that if there are not proper biosecurity measures utilized, that means if you're not covering your feet and changing any type of clothing or shoes or boots that you may have worn when you are out, essentially out in the open space or out in the wild, and then you take those, germs essentially into your backyard flock or into a chicken house, then it can spread. Certainly our chicken houses and folks in the poultry industry do utilize certain products in order to sanitize and to try to keep those spaces sterile. And so that's the connection that MDA would say is that there are products that they may use for sanitation purposes that could contain that.
Thanks, Chair. No, not a question, just a quick statement. Based on the numbers you just shared, we're talking about 7.6% of the pesticides being impacted. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, this is not an opposition testimony. We just want to share the information.
Jones, we appreciate your testimony and all that you do. Please get home safely. We have another panel of opponents. Karen Reardon, Sarah Price, Manojit Basu, and Anastasia Swearingen. Please come on up. We look forward to hearing your testimony. But as I said to others on both sides, if you've heard something said and you can abbreviate, we sure would be grateful. We still have another bill, and we're going to be here a while with that one. So, Ms. Price, since you sat down first, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, honorable committee members. Sarah Price here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in opposition to this legislation. A ban on use is effectively a ban on sales, which obviously has an impact on our members. I do not at this time have data on the products that are, on the alternative products that are sold that was asked about of the previous speaker. I can ask our members about that. I don't know what might be available, but I'll see what I can do if that information might be available for the committee. Ultimately, though, our industry has concerns about the broad categorization of PFAS chemicals and proposals to ban all of them, even though some products have been proven to be safe and effective for use in public spaces. So for that reason, we would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony and your brevity.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anastasia Swearingen, and I am the Executive Director of the ACC Center for Biocide Chemistries. We represent manufacturers of antimicrobial pesticides, including preservatives, disinfectants, industrial biocides, and anti-fouling paints. So CBC opposes this bill because of the broad definition of PFAS and the sweeping approach to banning thousands of products that have been previously approved by EPA and states for these specific uses. Unlike other PFAS restriction bills and laws where there may be questions as to which PFAS chemistries are used in which applications and the health and environmental impacts of those chemistries, pesticides are unique. These chemistries and uses are well known and documented. We've talked about the EPA reviews, but state regulators also play an important role with individual states reviewing and registering pesticides before they can be sold. Some states like California perform their own independent review and assessment of all data before choosing to register a pesticide. These assessments allow federal and state regulators regulators to evaluate the risks alongside the benefits. Utilizing the one fully fluorinated carbon approach to ban all such pesticides in Maryland does not necessarily mean that it will improve the safety or sustainability of pesticide use or improve public health. It fails to consider which alternatives would be needed to control pests or microbes in those uses, their efficacy and use rates, their costs, and those alternatives' human health and environmental impacts. CBC notes that state actions on PFAS in pesticides have created challenges for industry, as broad definitions have captured chemistries like critical wood preservatives that have emerged as alternatives to phased out heavy-duty preservatives and that provide important benefits like helping prevent wood rot from fungi. CBC urges the committee to report this bill unfavorably. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Basu.
Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 345. I'm Dr. Manojit Basu, the Vice President of Science and Regulatory Policy at CropLife America. I'm also an adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins University teaching regulatory policy and other courses to graduate and undergraduate students. On behalf of CropLife America, we respectfully oppose this legislation. It is unnecessary given the existing robust federal regulations on pesticides and would disadvantage Maryland farmers by jeopardizing access to safe and effective tools for pest management. PFAS is an acronym that describes a large class of thousands of fluorinated chemical substances. Newer applications of fluorinated chemistry have beneficial properties which help improve products like cars, electronics, and medicine. In some EPA-approved pesticide, fluorinated chemistry can help improve adherence and provide better protection from pests. Significant regulatory attention has been given to studying PFAS by EPA. The EPA has taken a scientific approach and adopted a definition of PFAS that requires that at least 2 carbon atoms be either fully or partially fluorinated, which is in rulemaking. This definition accounts for the important differences between different types of fluorinated chemistries and avoids grouping together all fluorinated chemistry in a way that is neither scientifically accurate nor appropriate. The definition suggested in SB 345 goes beyond the definition adopted by EPA and would result in restriction of hundreds of pesticide products that have already satisfied the robust safety requirements of both EPA and Maryland Department of Agriculture. Agriculture is responsible for bringing over $8 billion in GDP to Maryland's economy. At a time when pest pressures are increasing due to climate change, access to crop protection technology is more critical than ever. The proposal outlined in this bill will swiftly disadvantage farmers in the state. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our perspective, and we urge you not to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. And wrapping us up, Ms. Reardon. Karen Reardon.
Thank you, Senator Kagan and members of the committee. I'm Karen Reardon with the National Trade Association RISE, representing companies that make the pesticide products used by consumers, public health officials, and professionals to protect people and places here in Maryland. Pesticide products are unique because all aspects of their sale and use, as well as stringent safety standards, are established in federal law under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act and within Maryland state law. Both EPA and the Maryland Department of Agriculture have broad authority in current law to regulate the status of any product that's available here for sale and use in Maryland. All pesticide products, regardless of their chemical structure, must be assessed and registered by EPA prior to applying for and receiving a state registration from MDA. To approve a new pesticide, EPA must determine through a scientifically rigorous risk assessment that when used in accordance with the label, it will not cause unreasonable adverse effects on the environment and does provide a reasonable certainty of no harm to human health. An important part of EPA's risk assessment is special consideration of sensitive populations, including children, the elderly, and the immune compromised. Other requirements of the risk assessment include studies and data about ecological effects and environmental fate of products once they're released into the environment. These tests take years to complete, and it can take EPA many years to review these studies. As noted before, EPA must also periodically reassess pesticides as new information becomes available to ensure they meet these robust safety standards. Thank you for this opportunity, and we ask for an unfavorable report on this bill.
Senator Gallion has a question.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I had 2 questions, but I'll just cut it to one and it'd be direct for Mr. Basu. It's been brought up today. I just wanted to follow up. Does the EPA registration review process for pesticides address all of the human health and environmental concerns that we've heard raised throughout this hearing?
Yes, EPA addresses both human health as well as ecological risk assessment that it conducts as part of the pesticide registration process. There could be up to 150 studies that the agency requires on both sides for the registrant to submit, and they would go through those studies in making their risk assessment decisions.
I'm going to take a prerogative following up on Senator Gallian's question. Is the new EPA the same as the old EPA, and is it possible the policies could be changed by the new people at the EPA?
These are the pesticide registration process and studies which have lasted across administration, and I have gone through pesticide registration only for about 18 years, and in those, these requirements have only become more and more robust. Additional tests and data have been required. EPA is a licensing body for us. Without the pesticide registration and the dedicated career service scientists who are at the agency, we cannot get our products registered and sell in the marketplace. So we value their scientific expertise. We may not always agree with their scientific outcome, but we appreciate the science that EPA brings.
That may or may not stay current. But thank you for your testimony. I see no other questions. I just want to note that it is 7 o'clock and all 11 senators are here in their chairs and paying attention. So, Simon Ayer just walked out. All right, Simon Ayer. Until a second ago, all 11 of us were here. But in any case, thank you all, because you've all been here as long as we have. So, sending it back to the chair for our last big bill.
The final bill of the day, and so hopefully we can have full attendance for one more bill from Senator Brooks, Senate Bill 346. Senator, if you could come up to the witness stand, and you've got several panelists, although 3 of them are virtual. 2 are in person. Martha Ainsworth, Miss Ainsworth, come on back up. We're going to go to in person Christopher Williams. Is Mr. Williams here? Okay, why don't you take a seat? And then we have 3 virtual panelists, so let's start with your designated sponsor panel, which is 2 in-person, 3 virtual. Senator Brooks, 346, and present the bill.
Okay, thanks, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair, and members of my great committee, and thanks for hanging in with me this late hour. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Senate Bill 346. It's Maryland Beverage Container Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Program, also known as the Bottle Bill. The purpose of this bill is to create a beverage container deposit program in Maryland to reduce beverage container litter, improve environmental quality, and reduce the costs for local government. Of the 5.5 billion beverage containers sold in Maryland each year, only 25% are recycled. The other 4 billion containers a year are left to waste in landfills, on roadsides, in waterways, or even incinerated. Beverage containers litter is pervasive. More than half of the trash captured in traps on the Anacostia River in beverage containers. The Environmental Protection Agency has declared the Anacostia watershed and Baltimore Harbor to be impaired with trash. I'll state the largest estuary in the country. The Chesapeake Bay also has 2 of the 3 water bodies in the country that are impaired by trash and regulated by the EPA under the Clean Water Act. Plastic litter floating down our waterways is contributing to a plastic pollution crisis. This debris breaks down into smaller pieces and threatens both wildlife and human health. To reduce litter wastage and to recover more than these containers for recycling, 10 other states have implemented successful beverage container deposit programs. These programs aim to change consumer behavior by adding a small
refundable deposit to the price of the beverage containers. The deposit is fully refunded when the containers are returned for recycling. 2 states, Michigan and Oregon, have even achieved recycling rates of 90% with a 10-cent deposit. Programs like this reduce littering and encourage recycling by providing consumers an incentive to return containers for refunds rather than discarding them. Now, how the program works. SB 346 would add a 10 to 15 cent deposit on the price of the beverage in glass, plastic, or metal. Beverage containers, depending on the size of the container. The deposit would be fully refunded when the empty container or returned for recycling. The program would be designed to make a return of empty containers and availability of refund as convenient as possible to the consumers and businesses. Customers would return bottles and cans at a convenient retailer place of business using reverse vending machines, a bag drop, or redemption method, or at a convenient dedicated redemption facility. Based on experience in other states, the most convenient location to return containers for a refund is a retailer that sells beverages in redeemable beverage containers. This reduces the need for a separate trip to return them. Reverse vending machines accept individual containers at a time, one at a time, accounting and verifying that the containers were subject to a deposit, crushing them and putting them back in the back of the machine and issuing a script to the customers for the amount of the refund. Bag drops, take the redemption outside of the retail establishment and are usually located in parking lots. Customers can create an account and may leave multiple unsorted containers of different types in a program drop-off bag with their personal barcode affixed. The bags are collected by the system operator, counted, and sorted out. Yeah, I'm going to cut to the end because the night is long. So thanks, Jay, I sure will. So yeah, this what I'll do, I'll let my people here go ahead and give their testimony, and then I'll go ahead and introduce some of the people who are here.
Okay.
Representing this. Yes.
Okay, and we've got some virtual witnesses. Let's, Ms. Ainsworth, why don't we start with you, and then we'll go to our other, or would you prefer?
I'll go ahead and jump in. Thank
Okay,
you,
tell
Mr.
us your
Chair.
name, and you're going to be on the 2-minute clock, and then we're going to go, okay? Come on.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan. My name is Christopher Williams. I'm the President and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. We're an organization that's working to conserve and protect the Anacostia watershed, excuse me, in Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and in D.C. The details of our thoughts on SB 346 can be found in our written testimony. What I want to emphasize right now is just 2 basic points. One, the state of Maryland really needs this legislation right now, and 2, that legislation like SB 346 really works. My organization devotes itself to protecting a river that is historically so polluted that it is one of the 3 water bodies in the United States that is regulated by the federal government for trash. By far the most common form of trash in the Anacostia River is the single-use beverage container. Aluminum cans, glass bottles, and the ubiquitous plastic bottle. After a rainstorm, particularly, the Anacostia watershed from north up to Olney, down to where it meets the Potomac, is covered with trash. The eddies and inlets on the sides of the river are all filled with trash floating in the river, and the most common sight is the plastic bottle. In fact, 60% of the trash by weight that we collect in our cleanups and in our trash traps are single-use plastic bottles. If you can imagine how light a single-use plastic bottle is, and 60% of that trash by weight is plastic bottles, that's a tremendous amount of plastic that's going into the river every day. If SB 346 is enacted and successfully implemented, our studies show that it would reduce the level of trash in the Anacostia River by half at a stroke. And that it would have the same impact on Baltimore Harbor, the beaches of Ocean City and Rehoboth, and throughout the Chesapeake Bay. How do I know this? Because in 10 U.S. states and across Europe, bottle bills are working today, and the statistics are there. And every one of these places, recycling goes up, and the amount of trash in our parks, on our streets, and our rivers goes down. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ainsworth?
Sure. Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members.
I know Mark Corman, but I ain't Mark Corman.
I was editing my okay. Oh, the clock is still running.
That's Montgomery County guys.
You know who I am already. Okay, we're in strong support of SB 346 on behalf of the chapter's members and supporters. This is a priority bill for the Sierra Club and 24 other organizations of our Bottle Bill Coalition. This bill would reduce beverage container litter and plastic pollution as much as 85%. It would remove 3.6 billion containers a year from landfills, incinerators, and the environment, more than tripling Maryland's beverage container recycling rate to 90%. There's no other program that can achieve this impact because you cannot recycle what you cannot collect. When there's a deposit value attached to an empty beverage container, you get it back. The recycling needs assessment for the EPR for packaging bill will soon be available, but it will not address beverage container litter and plastic pollution in our waterways. Expanding curbside recycling is not the answer. The littered containers are from beverages consumed away from home. The bottle bill would not fundamentally change our recycling system. Beverage containers are a small percentage of the waste stream. In all 10 bottle bill states, deposits and curbside collection coexist. Bottle bills are complementary to other packaging laws. 3 of the 5 states with EPR for packaging laws have deposit programs. We need both bills. And bottle bills are popular. More than 90% of registered voters in Maryland would support a program with a 10-cent refundable deposit paid for by producers, not taxpayers. To sum it up, we have an enormous litter problem. There's a highly effective program to fix it. The producers are responsible for financing and implementing it, and the public overwhelmingly supports it. So why are we waiting? Now's the time to act. With your help, we can do this. Don't waste another 4 billion beverage containers this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our 2 witnesses or Senator Brooks? Okay, we've got Senator Augustine.
Thank you. It's not a question in as much as this. I know it's late, but thank you, Martha, for your advocacy. We really do appreciate you for all that you do, and also for cleaning up my neighborhood. So thank you.
And I also say I want to commend the folks, for sticking around all day. You've been here 5-6 hours, so no additional questions. Okay, we've got Senator Watson. And by the way, after Senator Watson, what I'm going to do is I'll call up the other the folks that are here in person. We'll go to the virtual witnesses next because you've been sitting here. Okay, Senator Watson for these 2 witnesses, and then we'll bring up some additional in-person
Thank you,
favorable.
Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you all for your tenacity in this bill. I've been watching this bill for over a year now, and I had hoped someone would come by my office to answer 10 questions, but I'll narrow them down to 3, only because the hour is late. I've read the statistics, 80 to 90%, but what are we currently capturing now in Maryland? How are you quantitatively determining that? Where are we?
Is that for me?
Yes, either of you, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so the Container Recycling Institute has information about the total sales of beverage containers of the type that would be in this program annually.
In the state of Maryland?
Yeah, they do it for every state. They have trade information. That's 5.5 billion containers of these types. And based on the average for all non-bottle bill states, it comes to about 25% of them are actually being captured for recycling. It's not specifically for Maryland, but it's the average for all bottle. It could be a little bit higher for here, but it's not 65 or 70%, I promise you that.
Okay.
So that's where that number comes from.
Okay.
I would say that there have been other reports that have estimated it between 25 and 30% from other sources.
I got it. So tell me about the on-premises places like the ball fields, football stadiums, hotels and restaurants the producers of the bottles, are they not required to indicate that there is an increased fee associated with the bottles at those facilities?
So these are called on-premises
Yes.
businesses where you consume the drink on the property. So they do not pass the deposit on to those customers because the customers leave their containers behind. So the business itself would have to pay the deposit, and they get it back when they leave the containers for the stewardship organization to pick up. And this is the only bill in the country, it would be the only bill in the country to actually offer to on-premises sellers a small materials handling fee in addition to the refund of all their deposits for the preliminary sorting.
So did I read this right? Unclaimed deposit, it's 10% goes to MDE?
What I'm talking about here is what happens at on-premises sellers.
Right, no, I'm asking a new question.
Okay, that's a new question. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
so the unclaimed deposits. So say I really never would carry a bag and take my bottles to the grocery store. I'll just drop them in the regular recyclable bin. So that would be categorized as unclaimed deposits, right?
Yes.
And does 10% of that value go to MDE?
So the unredeemed deposits go into an account.
The full amount?
Yeah, for all the ones that are unredeemed. And that material, except for 10%, is supposed to go to strengthening the program. It cannot be used by them for anything else. And 10% of that is put in a grant fund that's managed by MDE. So that would go to MDE, but in a special fund to finance projects in support of reuse and developing reusables and also to support, to some extent, recycling.
So for a retailer that's responsible for establishing and maintaining this dedicated area, how much would that cost them?
There are many, okay, so this is a return to retail bill.
Yeah.
And there are many different ways that can be achieved. The bill requires them to have a spot in case something breaks down to collect it, but basically not every single retailer selling beverage containers would have to take them back. I mean, if you have a shopping center with a whole bunch of different retailers selling beverages, you could collectively decide to have, for example, a bag drop in that parking lot.
I see.
Also, let me just mention that retailers less than 3,000 square feet of sales space do not have to take containers back, but they do have to post on their door where the nearest reverse vending machine is.
So in this bill, if you do not meet the goal that you intend, MDE has the authority now to increase the amount of money for the bottles, correct?
They have, one of the big problems of the existing bills in the 10 states is the inability to increase the deposit when it's necessary, when like 10 cents no longer becomes meaningful to people. And so, yes, they have that ability under certain circumstances. The bill itself has a ramp up. We aim for 90% redemption after 5 years, but there's an intermediate value of 70% there too. So we're expected to take some time. But we expect it to stay at 90% if we have a 10-cent deposit and if we have convenience of return. Because if it's not convenient, we won't get there.
So my last question, and because the reason I've always opposed this in the past, because I looked at it as another tax on our residents. And even when I was looking at the news this morning, some folks view this bill that way. Because the citizens, and I drew a little chart here, you know, we've already paid for our recycle bins. We've already paid for the truck that comes through and collects them, and we already are subsidizing the recycling. We know that, right? I was glad to see that you took into account what you're taking out of the stream and giving the counties the ability to kind of get a refund back of what they think they lost, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
The question is, how do you quantify what was lost? How would they absolutely do that unless they didn't look at a 3-year rolling average prior to implementing this, and then what happens once it's in effect?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by what was lost.
One of the mechanisms was you might expect to see the recyclable trucks less frequently, right?
Oh, you mean, yeah, okay.
So from my perspective, in Prince George's County, it doesn't matter if the trucks pick up a bottle or 100 bottles. you're still going to see that truck on its regular route. So I'm trying to figure out, how does the county now go back and recapture the partial subsidization that they were using to recycle things that are now out of their stream and are being taken care of by a retail spot? You understand?
I think you're saying that you're concerned that the counties, Prince George's County has its own materials recycling facility, like 2 other counties, also Montgomery and Baltimore County.
Right.
And you're concerned that the lost revenue from some of the materials they would lose. Okay, they will lose some revenue because from the MRF, from the recycling facility, because there'll be less there. They will pay less on cost to process it. They will not be processing very much glass anymore, which is a huge loss to the recycling stream. It's often processed, but it ends up all crunched up, like Scott DeFife explained previously in the testimony of Glass Packaging Institute. And you'll be saving landfill space. So you have to look at the whole waste management system. That said, we do have, like you said, that the offer of compensating if there's a net loss to the whole recycling system attributable to the bottle bill for the first 3 years. So there's a time for adjustment.
All right, so I'm almost there. Last question.
I think you're up at 10 questions already.
No, this question might be towards April. April, I co-sponsored SB 22, like many of us, in 2023, which was looking at the statewide recycling needs assessment, producer responsibilities. General Assembly was supposed to get those results July last year. Did we get those?
Not yet.
And we don't know why we didn't get those results, because I thought.
It's been delayed. I think they're supposed to be coming soon.
Some of this we could take a little offline. We don't need to keep the crowd here for this internal
I
stuff.
figured that was supposed to be the precursor so that we can make these types of decisions as a result of that assessment, which is why I'm asking. But Martha, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We don't expect that report will have anything to say about programs to reduce litter. It was not in the terms of reference for that. So, and this is why we're proposing this bill by Senator Brooks. It's because of the litter. It's not to review the whole recycling system.
Okay, do we have any other questions for our 2 witnesses here at the table? Okay, thank you both. You can yield. I'm gonna call the other in-person witnesses who've been so patiently back here. Is Allison Blood still here? Allison, why don't you come up? Next up, Odette Ramos. Is Odette Ramos here?
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we had two other people who were going to testify. Ms. Ramos, she had to leave early because of time.
Okay, what about Ruby Doherty? Is Ruby Doherty here?
She couldn't make it.
Okay.
She's a high school student.
Okay, what about Ken Phelps Jr.? Is Ken Phelps here in person? No? Okay, well, we have several virtual witnesses in the queue signing up favorable. Okay, so let's, I appreciate it, Ms. Ainsworth. Let's go to the virtual witnesses who are signed up here. We'll start with Peter Blair. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right there. I apologize. Let's start with you. Okay, tell us your name and you got 2 minutes. It's getting late,
thank
I
you.
apologize. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Allison Blood, and I'm here on behalf of Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore, and I submit this testimony in favor of Senate Bill 346. Representing major businesses and developers along the Baltimore waterfront, Waterfront Partnership is a business improvement district responsible for maintaining, improving, and protecting Baltimore's inner harbor. In 2010, we set a goal in partnership with the city to have a swimmable and fishable Baltimore harbor. To that end, we have supported many restoration efforts, including the installation of 4 trash wheels in the Baltimore harbor. We have used the data from trash collection to inform legislation and improve the efficacy of policy change to reduce plastic pollution, including the statewide foam container ban and plastic bag bans in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. We do this because it is good for the environment, but also because it is good for business. The Inner Harbor sits at the end of the Jones Falls stream that drains 64 square miles of land in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. When it rains, a tremendous amount of litter comes down the Jones Falls and covers the harbor. Over the last 9 years, Mr. Trashwheel and the Trashwheel family have been the last line of defense to prevent our harbor from being covered with litter, collecting over 2.5 million plastic bottles. This is only the tiniest fraction of the 4 billion beverage containers produced in Maryland yearly that end up as trash or litter. Waterfront Partnership spends millions of dollars each year cleaning the water and land in our district, when that money would be better spent on events, landscaping, and activations that will bring people to the Inner Harbor. The same is true for saving taxpayer dollars by reducing municipal cost for litter removal and waste disposal, as only 23% of recyclable material actually gets recycled in Maryland. The rest is burned, buried, or littered, with taxpayers footing the bill for unnecessary cleanup costs. This bill would simultaneously save businesses money on disposal costs, and we request a favorable report for Senate Bill 346.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Blood? Okay, seeing none. Okay, let's go to some of the virtual witnesses that are actually part of Senator Brooks' panel. Peter Blair, let's pull Mr. Blair up here. Mr. Blair, your 2 minutes. You're signed up favorable, and you're again one of Senator Brooks' designated panelists. So 2 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you for all your hard work today. My name is Peter Blair. I'm an environmental attorney and the Policy and Advocacy Director for Just Zero. As I mentioned previously, we're a national environmental nonprofit advocacy organization. We work to implement proven and effective policies that reduce waste and benefit the environment. And I'm here supporting this bill because that's exactly what it does. Bottle bill programs reduce litter, increase recycling rates, create high-paying green jobs, all without imposing any additional costs on consumers, communities, or the state. I'm extremely excited about this bill, not just because it would make Maryland the 11th state in the country to have a bottle bill, but because the program it creates is one that's going to set the state up for long-term success. This is a program that's different from the 10 existing bottle bills in the US, and that's a good thing. Those programs have been incredibly successful, but in many ways they're outdated. They were passed in the 70s and 80s and have not been meaningfully modernized. What the sponsors have done is taken what works in those other states and added key provisions that make a much more modern, convenient, efficient, and effective system. That's because the program includes key provisions found in bottle bills all over the world. Things like enforceable performance standards, so you can measure program performance, in-statute fail-safes that are going to fine-tune the program if anything's not working, transparent and clear oversight requirements to make sure the stewardship organization is actually running the program in a way that benefits Maryland residents and businesses, and mechanisms that are going to fairly compensate the Maryland businesses like retailers and restaurants for their work performing in this program. These are key provisions that are necessary. They're included in the bill. They're terrific. Finally, I'd urge you to move forward with this regardless of what happens with SB 901, the EPR for Packaging program. As I indicated in my testimony earlier, we're super supportive of EPR for packaging, but you can't use it as a reason not to have a bottle bill. Bottle bills are necessary to reduce litter. They're necessary to get recycling up to 90%. And without a bottle bill, the EPR for Packaging program just will not be as effective. So thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I urge a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Blair? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. We're going to go next. Is Carlos Sanchez in the queue? Okay, Carlos is not in the queue. How about, okay, what about Susan Collins? Susan Collins is in the queue? Okay. Ms. Collins, we're going to go to you. Signed up straight favorable, and you've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Susan Collins, and I'm the president of the Container Recycling Institute, a 501c3 nonprofit that is focused on promoting policies that maximize the recycling of packaging materials. And our organization was founded in 1991, so we've been studying these issues for more than 30 years. I've narrowed my remarks so as not to repeat the points of others. I did want to point out that currently in Maryland, in some cases, glass that is recycled by consumers is not actually recycled due to issues with sorting and cross-contamination of materials. And of course, the proposed deposit return system would correct that problem. This bill would create a program that will generate clean, high-quality glass that is desired by glass manufacturers and will help alleviate the pressure that the state has been experiencing to find aggregate uses for glass collected through municipal programs. The first beverage container deposit refund law was passed in 1970 in British Columbia, Canada. So these programs are now more than 50 years old. They now exist in nearly 60 jurisdictions from the US and Canada to Australia, Europe, South America, and beyond. These programs are now available to 553 million people worldwide and will soon be available to more than 800 million people by the time the new programs have rolled out. We estimate that this bill, I'm jumping to another subject, we estimate that this bill would support more than 1,300 new jobs in Maryland in the area of recycling, collection, and processing of materials. And I also want to emphasize that the most successful jurisdictions in the world have 3 types of programs in place, that is deposit return, EPR for packaging, and recycled content law, all working in concert with each other to produce the best outcomes. And there are at least 44 jurisdictions around the world that have both deposit return systems and EPR for packaging running side by side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Collins? Okay, seeing none. Is Elizabeth Reisner in the queue? Okay. Ms. Reisner, again, you're part of Senator Brooks's panel, virtual, straight favorable. Got 2 minutes. Dr. Reisner.
Thank you. I'm a physician and I wanted to highlight the 3 public health benefits from the bottle bill. For more details, you can refer to the written testimony submitted by Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility and Healthy Climate Maryland. So first, when you have plastic bottles that are littered or landfilled, they readily break down into micro and nanoplastics, which pollute our air, water, and soil and end up in our water supply and food chain. So for example, because of the microplastic pollution in the Chesapeake Bay, oysters harvested from the bay contain detectable amounts of microplastics. And when you eat that oyster and its microplastics, you're getting it in your body and it will be absorbed from your gut and spread to all of your organs. So indeed, we know that microplastics have been detected in most human organs, including the heart, lungs, brain, and testicles. Research shows that these tiny pieces of plastic cause inflammation, and we doctors are worried that they could be linked to higher rates of heart attack, stroke, and cancer. Moreover, these microplastics release endocrine-disrupting chemicals, which are implicated in obesity, type 2 diabetes, preterm birth, decreased sperm count, IQ loss, ADHD, and autism. So because the bottle bill would recover over 90% of plastic bottles, it would help reduce our environmental microplastic pollution burden and human exposure. Second, when you have plastic bottles that are trashed, they can end up incinerated. Unfortunately, when you burn plastic, it releases harmful air pollutants that worsens asthma and COPD. And it also increases the risk of learning and behavioral problems in children, as well as dementia in adults. By keeping plastic bottles out of our trash incinerators in Baltimore City and Montgomery County, the bottle bill will help improve those communities' health. Finally, any plastic that's not recycled increases demand for new plastic, which comes from fossil fuels and further exacerbates climate change, which is a major public health issue. So I'm imploring you to vote for the bottle bill. A vote for the bottle bill is a vote for Maryland's public health. And we need this bill now, and we need a program that includes the deposit.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dr. Reisner? Okay, seeing none. Is Todd Knock on the virtual? Oh, no, he's not. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, how about Melissa Schweisguth? Is she here? Okay, Melissa. You got her? I don't see her. Okay,
Hello.
Melissa, you've got 2 minutes, so you're straight favorable. So
Yes,
why don't you go? 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Melissa Schweisguth, and I am a resident of Prince George's County in District 22, and also on the board of Neighbors in Northwest Branch. And so here I'm here this evening, and thank you for staying late. I'm going to try to be quick and shorter than 2 minutes, but Neighbors in Northwest Branch wants to concur with the organizations that have testified in favor. We organize cleanups, and we do work with Anacostia Riverkeeper and the Anacostia Watershed Society in these cleanups, and we have folks tally and sort out the waste, and hands down, beverage containers, particularly plastic water bottles, beer cans, and beer bottles are the #1 source of litter that we find. We have seen in Prince George's County, we have a bag ban where we charge a 10-cent fee for paper bags, and that has drastically reduced the amount of folks who will take a reusable bag. So again, a very small charge. In this case, someone's actually getting it back, they're getting a refund. You know, that 10-cent incentive it will help, it will get people to clean up their beer bottles, their water bottles, and bring them back instead of littering them in our watershed and having them go into the Anacostia, into the Potomac. In Prince George's, our glass is not recycled, if folks have noticed. It is crushed up as landfill cover. There's a better use for that glass. And if it is recycled, if it is segregated, it is more valuable. It'd be more likely to be recycled, and we can find other materials for that aggregate. So we really do ask that you support this and provide a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the virtual witness? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, we're going to move to, is Trey Sherrard on the case? Trey, you're our final virtual witness. Mr. Sherrard, Trey, we're going to pull you up.
I'm here.
Sir, you've got 2 minutes and you're straight favorable.
I am. Thank you so much, Chair and committee. I also wanted to applaud the efforts of so many co-sponsors. I don't think I've seen this many co-sponsors on any of these bills that we've been talking about in the House and the Senate here recently. I am the riverkeeper at Anacostia Riverkeeper. I've been here 13 years working in Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and the district. For the people who don't realize it, while a lot of the miles of the river are in DC, 5 out of 6 square miles of the watershed are actually in Maryland. So half of our watershed is Prince George's County, and a third of our watershed is in Montgomery County. I won't add to all of the really good facts that were here. I do want to reiterate one, half of all the litter that we pull out of trash traps and volunteer cleanups, tons and tons and tons a year. If it can fit in a trash bag and it's not some kind of illegal dumping, that kind of litter, half of that is beverage containers, which strikes me as a significant political and environmental opportunity to, with a single bill, potentially cut our trash in half in the waterways and in our neighborhoods. So I want to reiterate that a beverage container bill like this one will be an amazing addition, right? It'll bring Maryland to the small club of really mighty states doing a lot of actual waste diversion and keeping their waterways clean. This does not need to wait on the recycling needs assessment. As has been previously stated, this is about keeping litter out of our creeks and neighborhoods. In the states that have these laws, they don't see nearly the same amount of litter that we are seeing in Maryland. This kind of law can coexist quite peacefully with a broader extended producer responsibility bill on packaging. While all of that can get worked out, we know from the 10 states and many other countries that these laws work. They cut litter, and it is time for us to move forward. Thank you so much. We encourage a positive review.
Any questions for the witness, the virtual witness? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, those are favorable. We do have one favorable with amendment in person. I see Mr. DeFife back here. FWA, and then we've got one panel of 4 of unfavorables, then we'll be done for the day. But Mr. DeFife, you're signed up favorable with amendments, so why don't you proceed?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Thank you all for sticking around. I am Scott DeFife. I testified earlier on Senate Bill 901. I'm with the Glass Packaging Institute. I'm going to try to answer some of your questions about the material and talk to you about how I believe both the bottle bill, the deposit return system, and the EPR for packaging can work very well together. Our amendments are what I would term very friendly in nature, meant to make the things work together better and address some of the issues that we see when we talk to end market producer brands that use glass, beer, wine, spirits, things of those nature. But I have heard a lot of statistics about glass. Really, our issues are very minor in terms of labeling, timing, things of that nature. I would like to call out refill. If you want to have and move away from single-use plastic bottles and get into refillables, refillable glass, you really need a deposit return on that to separate it from the stream and get that back so it can be washed and refilled again. Some statistics that I think will help, Senator Watson, that you were asking about the volume, and this applies to both EPR and the bottled deposit bill. Our data shows that there's about 275,000 tons of container glass introduced into the economy in Maryland every year. Right now, our data shows us that about 120,000 of those tons are recovered in Maryland in the existing system, but less than half of that gets to a glass processing facility so that the material can get back into the supply chain for either new bottles or fiberglass. The bottle deposit program would change that dramatically. EPR is going to improve that for some of it, but the bottle deposit would improve it dramatically in that we would recover over 200,000 tons of the glass in Maryland, and almost all of that glass would be suitable to get back into the supply chain for new bottles made in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Virginia that are all starving for recycled content that they can use and put back into their manufacturing. I'm happy to try to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for sticking around, which brings us to one panel of 4 witnesses. I see Mr. Bariano, Bruce Bariano, unfavorable. Sarah Price still here. Sarah, come on up. Drew Vetter here. Drew, and then final Chaz Miller here. Is Chaz Miller? He had to leave? Okay. So this is our final panel, all straight unfavorable, and whoever wants to lead off. Mr. Vetter, you got the mic in front of you. Why don't you start?
Sure. Happy to go, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Drew Vetter, here on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association, here in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 346. Our members include haulers, landfill operators, recycling facilities, and all are committed to increasing recycling rates in Maryland. We want to increase recycling and to reduce litter, and we appreciate all the advocacy that we've seen today. But we want to discuss what a bottle deposit program would do to our existing recycling infrastructure and our existing curbside recycling system. Most bottle bills were enacted before modern sorting and processing technology existed. Our recycling facilities can process beverage containers into valuable commodities in the market for recycled materials. Aluminum, metals, for example, is the most valuable material in the waste stream, currently going for over $1,400 a ton on the commodities market. While a small percentage of the waste stream overall, these materials represent a disproportionate share of the revenue that our facilities rely on to operate, and that includes county facilities, and it includes privately owned facilities as well. A bottle bill would pull these valuable materials out of the recycling stream, making these facilities more expensive to run. Whether public or private, local governments are the largest customers of the private facilities. While this bill makes attempts to reimburse the county-run facilities for this loss of revenue, there's no similar effort made to reimburse the privately owned MRFs that we have here in Maryland, and we have 3 of them, including a state-of-the-art facility that's about to open in Elk Ridge, operated by WM, that will process 210,000 tons of material when fully operational. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Price?
Thank you. I remain Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We have serious concerns about this proposal based on the high cost and burdens that it puts on businesses. It's true that technology has come a long way and that bag drops and reverse vending machines are a great option for businesses to utilize as long as they have room for them and if they are consistently and reliably in working order. The feedback that I've received from multi-state members who do operate in deposit states are that the reverse vending machine operators do not always provide prompt service to empty the machines or address mechanical or contamination issues. And the bill would require businesses to be prepared to manually accept and redeem bottles in store if they can't utilize these options. So businesses have to have the space ready to go at any time for that to occur. Additionally, these alternative redemption services are not free contracts. We appreciate that redemption locations would receive a handling fee under this legislation, but that gets paid out of the fund that we have already paid into in order to be able to sell and operate in the state, because everybody has a store brand, which makes them a producer. We do also have concerns about the fact that the unredeemed deposits revert back to the state. As I understand it, the retail business has to pay the initial deposit. They would get reimbursed from the producer when they send the redeemed bottle back. But if they sell that bottle and it does not get redeemed, then they're out having paid for that material. I would also note that every other deposit state allows food retailers to sell alcohol products. Maryland does not, so we would be put in the position of having to redeem materials that we are not allowed to sell. So for these reasons, having to take back beer and wine bottles that we can't sell. We are not paying the deposit on that, but we have to pay it back out to the customers. So we would urge an unfavorable report. Is that I apologize if I've misunderstood, but that's.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry, we have one more witness. Mr. Bariano, what was your question?
I can wait.
Okay, let's take Mr. Bariano, then we'll take questions. Mr. Bariano, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano here on behalf of the wholesale distributors, licensed wholesale distributors of Maryland, in opposition to this bottle tax bill. For a number of reasons, timing is just not right for this piece of legislation. First of all, last year you passed a bill which was enacted into law requiring the Office of Recycling to hire an independent consultant to do a statewide recycling assessment needs. I don't believe that report's been done. It hasn't been completed. It hasn't been turned in. And you passed the bill to have the benefit of objective facts and information, and you don't have it yet. So to look at such a comprehensive, significant piece of legislation like this after it's ignoring what you did last year, which I don't think is really a proper approach to do. You ought to wait and see what that says and have the benefit of that study to go forward. Secondly, please, if you look at the fiscal note of the bill, you all know what the financial problem is here in the state of Maryland. Probably taxes are going to go up. A lot of people are not going to. They're going to pay the 10 cents, but they're not going to redeem it, which is really unfortunate. But if you look at the fiscal note, it's going to go up dramatically, $500 million up to $5.6 million thereafter. And we're dealing with a fiscal crisis. I just think that a bill like this has to be looked at in the context of what you're dealing with in terms of other issues and other realities and how much you're going to burden the public right now. And in the bill, as you know, on page 13, I believe, in January of 2032, and I hope I'm still around then, you're going to increase the bottle tax further. So I would ask for an unfavorable report. I think it's premature and untimely. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have questions? Vice Chair, did you have a question?
Yeah, I don't want to get into a long debate, but I just want to correct the record. While Maryland does have, and our counties have laws that are different on alcohol, in all the local in our local mom and pop stores where you can buy beer and wine today, that just seems like we can include that. But I am not expert. I will defer to counsel. But I just, your statement was a little too global, and I just wanted to correct the record.
I'm not sure I understand, but we can
talk offline.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on, I'm sorry, Senator Brooks.
Thanks, Chair. Just not a question, just a comment. I want to thank the people, the supporters who stayed here 6+ hours here just in support of this particular bill. And we did also had a council member, Odetta Ramos, from Baltimore City, who was here, but she had to leave because of time. And then, of course, Mayor Todd Knock from Pocomo City, Worcester County. So I really want to thank all of you for coming and hanging in here this long for us.
I need to find out.
Thanks very much.
Okay, with that concludes the bill hearing, Senate Bill 3046. Let me also just say, we did some voting today. There were 148 witnesses signed up, and we survived. And so I hereby declare this is by far the strongest committee, not just by number count, but just physical, in the entire Maryland General Assembly. So.